Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
How we doing, folks? Hello. Howdy, folks. How we doing? How we doing? What's the name of this song? It's called Riverboat Jack. It's by the ever-talented wellspring of musical thought, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. You can listen to it right here. Let me just link it to you real quick without the playlist. I really like it. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Chillin' Millins. Hello, Bread and Toast. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Irish Witch Hazel. Hello, it's Beckna. Hello, Dice Mistress. Hello, Erica. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello, Thought Criminal. Hello. How are we doing, Firecrafted Gaming? Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Jess Talks Books. Hello, Porpoise Queen. Hello, Ozzy1833. Or Azzy1833, as the case might be. Hello, Jeremy. So glad to catch a live stream. Hell yeah, glad to have you here. Hello, Twin Tails 100. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. I might have said your name twice, and if so, you're lucky. Hello, B Zoo. And I've been wondering, is it a zoo of bees? Like an entire zoo just for bees? Because I'm kind of down for that. Like, I'm kind of like, if there was a bee zoo near me, I would want to go to that. I would get tickets. I would bring everyone I know. Hello, Loyal Peep. Hello, the Profane Priestess. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Feistiest Bard. More Mehdi tonight? Yes, but that's going to be on the tail end of the stream. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Asuka. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Gamerg. Nethercat, I think you got to. Hello, Eddie. How we doing? Killed XM. Hello, Zaron Joy. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, Liliana Young. I am doing well tonight. Hello, my rear end. Florida man was arrested. Yes, I will talk about that. Don't you worry. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Bastion. Hello. How we doing, folks? Hello, Horizon. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Gamerg. Hello. How we doing, all you fine folks? Hoi Polloi. Hello. Hello, Default X. We've got so many cool peeps here. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. How we all doing here, folks? Hello, Kiwi Bird. Saw bits of this dunking. It was good. Yeah, we covered the first two, like, segments of it yesterday. Took us, like, 3 hours to get through. Hello, Jim Rendo. Jack, add an egg yolk to your beef ramen. It's good, I swear. I believe it. Do you want to know how to make, like, one of the best things you've ever had in your life? Okay? This is just pro tips. Go out, get some carbonara ramen. That's step 1. Step 2, you crack an egg. Okay, you crack an egg. You pour out everything but the yolk. You keep the yolk. You put that into a bowl. All right. You take a spoonful of mayonnaise. You put that into the bowl too. Then you just take the carbonara seasonings, mix that all together in that bowl, and you set it off to the side. All right. Step number, whatever we're on, you boil water. You make the noodles as you would. And then, when the noodles are done, you add 1 cup of water to that bowl and mix it all together. All right? Then you have like noodles. You put the noodles into that mixture you just made without the rest of the water, and it's genuinely so fucking good. It's really good. It makes the creamy carbonara like spicy and delicious. I don't know. It's good stuff. If I may share some good news and good vibes before you get rolling, my lady and I got our marriage license certified today. Oh, that's so cute. Congratulations, Liliana Young. Let's go. Yes, you do have to pour the hot water on slowly so you don't cook the egg inadvertently. But I do have to say, it's so goddamn good. And if you make like some bacon, you crumble up the bacon on there, like the bacon is perfect. It's a perfect combination. Or, you know, you put some gyoza on there, you know? I don't know. It's one of my favorite things to eat. Instructions unclear. I am now carbonara ramen. More powerful than you've ever been. All right. Here we go. Got so much to talk about tonight. Pro tip chat, you can separate the yolk from the whites by passing the yolk back and forth between the two halves of the cracked eggshell over a bowl or sink. It's true, Two Dad Smoochin'. It's like the egg shards, like the shards of each half of the egg, like cut off the whites. It's nice. This is very random, but at my DSA we do meetings at this church that was bought by anarchists, but apparently some of them don't like us because DSA is too reform. Funnily enough, there are not that many reformists in our chapter. Well, yeah, often anarchists aren't too fond of organized political groups. So happy that you're streaming tonight? Hell yeah. I did that with Shin Ramen tonight, and it was also great. Yes, Shin Ramen is so good. If you want to elevate the Shin Ramen, though, my preferred method, you take a cup of unsalted cream of mushroom soup, you throw that in there with your broth as you boil it. Take like a can of chicken, dump that in there when it starts boiling. And you also spice the water a little bit with some minced garlic, some, you know, dried chopped onions, and some sriracha powder. Whoo, it's so good. Whoo, it's so good. Please talk about Omar Fateh. He's so awesome. I love him. I have. I did like a 2-hour long segment going over all of the bullshit that Matt Walsh threw at him.
I am cured. Witness be gone. Pro tip.
Hell
Eggs
yeah.
happen when daddy chicken doesn't asterisk 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 mommy chicken. Chicken happens when they asterisk 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 asterisk.
Ah, good to know, Trains and Bullshit. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Appreciate you and appreciate Trains. Good evening, Ashley J. Curtis. Yeah, the fried up spam with the carbonara ramen is also just absolutely banging. I missed that stream. Oh, it's all good, Regington Mogus. Omar Fateh is really cool. Like, really fucking cool. Hello, Depeche Mood. Let's see here. Oh wait, so for Shin Ramen, you put a can of cream of mushroom soup in there, spice the water, add a can of chicken to that, and then you shred some sharp cheddar. Okay? You shred some sharp cheddar, white sharp cheddar if you want to be really specific. And holy fuck, that's next level. You sprinkle it on top, you mix it all together. If you want to get really fancy, you fry an egg and put that on top. Oh. Just sounds like you're making a hot dish out of ramen. Nah, it's a nice creamy base for it all. But yeah, we talked about Omar Fateh. I'm honestly looking at. Okay, you know what? Maybe we will do a second. Maybe we'll do a short look here. Okay, you guys have unlocked a new segment. Okay. Sure, I'll talk about Omar. We got this. Hey, Paladin. Hello, vegan. Seriously, why is nobody on the left covering this guy? Well, mostly because people in national politics don't generally give a shit about Minneapolis and St. Paul. You know, if the Republicans can use Minneapolis as like a lightning rod for like, see, look, they burned the entire city down and then it didn't come back ever. That's the entire story. Like that's what they care to use Minneapolis for, you know? But they don't care about actually checking on what's happening here. In fact, they kind of bank on people having no idea what's going on in Minneapolis, so they can keep talking about how the city and, by extension, the state are destroyed. Hello, Speed Razor. All right. And, you know, we're already in the middle of it. I'm just going to hit the segment button so that my editor knows roughly where to start. Hello, Porpoise Queen. But for those of you who don't know who Omar Fateh is, he is the currently DFL-endorsed candidate for mayor of Minneapolis. It's really, really awesome because he's also the DSA-backed candidate for mayor. And also, he's just a really good legislator. Like, he got everyone in the state who's from a family that makes under $80,000 a year free college tuition. Like, dude's out there. Like, dude saw, like, people dying of fentanyl overdoses. He helped decriminalize, he wrote the legislation that decriminalized fentanyl test strips. Since then, hundreds of thousands of those have been given away by nonprofits in the area. And, like, there has been a noted decrease in, like, overdose deaths as a result of fentanyl in Minnesota, Minneapolis as a whole. So, what is the DFL? Actually, very good question. I assume people have that knowledge and they don't. The DFL is the state-specific branch of the Democratic Party. It's the DFL stands for Democratic Farmer Labor Party. It was like the original kind of like formulation of democratic worker politics in the state, and over time like made an alliance with the Democratic Party. If you notice that there's a little bit of a difference between Democrats from Minnesota versus Democrats from, say, New York, in general, you know, that might be part of what informs that difference. So anyway, Omar Fateh is really, really popular. He challenged a Democratic incumbent. He won by about 10 points in that initial challenge, and his first re-election, or in that general election, he won 80% of the vote. In the subsequent election, the most recent one, he won 90% of the vote. In the general election, his constituents really like him, and he's out there doing good work, okay? 90% of the people who voted like him. And so his next step has been to set his sights on being mayor of Minneapolis. And this has, of course, riled a lot of people in the wake of Zohran Mamdani the wrong way. You know, you've got racists like Matt Walsh, Charlie Kirk, calling on him to be, like, deported, despite the fact that Omar Fateh is from the United States. He was born here in Washington, D.C. So, anyway, he's now the front runner in the upcoming general election. It's going to be really exciting to see how he does. Like, with the DFL endorsement, I'm actually not sure if Jacob Frey has withdrawn his candidacy. I'm guessing not, because Frey is just kind of an asshole. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I figured not. Minneapolis mayor to appeal after losing party endorsement to Democratic Socialist. He's planning to appeal. I've never heard of someone losing the nomination and be like, well, have you considered giving it to me anyway? Yeah, the move comes after Frey lost the backing of the party in Minnesota affiliated with the National Democratic Party to state Senator Omar Fateh, who's running to Frey's left. Let's see. The city's mayoral race is a ranked choice election in which all candidates compete on the same ballot regardless of party. A Democrat is almost guaranteed to win in the heavily left-leaning city, and while party endorsement doesn't clinch victory, it can be an advantage for the candidate. Fateh won support from at least 60% of the delegates voting, marking the party's first endorsement of a mayoral candidate in 16 years. The Star Tribune reported. I actually did not know that. I didn't know the party hadn't endorsed a mayoral candidate in the city for 16 years. That's crazy. Yeah, the outlet reported that the process was the subject of significant confusion and scrutiny, as counting the first round of voting took almost 2 hours to complete. Fateh led that round with 44% of the vote to Frey's roughly 31.5%. I actually hadn't heard the final count of him winning by 60 with 60%. I'd only heard this first count where he won by, beat Frey by like 13%. It's crazy. I genuinely, even if you have this, even if you're saying, well, it was a really crazy process, guys. We couldn't figure out what was going on. There were ballots to the left of me, ballots to the right of me. I don't know what was going on. When you lose by 13.5%, right? No, 12.5%. You are nowhere close to even being in the arena of winning even the final round, let alone the first one. Good God. Have some dignity, Jacob Frey. But also, I just want to throw out there that Jacob Frey, who's the current mayor of Minneapolis, is, he's a candidate who likes to rest on his laurels, we'll say. So, and he doesn't have many laurels to speak of. Let's take a look at his website. Just real quick. I'm all in for Minneapolis. Together, we've faced adversity head-on, and we are producing real results. We are building a city that provides safety, affordability, and opportunity for all residents. I'm running for re-election because while the trajectory of our city is strong, the job is not done. And, so let's see what case is he making here with his front page. All right, experience matters. Mayor Frey is running for that final term because in this chaotic time, our city needs steady, thoughtful leadership. Mayor Frey will stand up for what is right for Minneapolis, no matter how difficult it may be to do so, and he will continue to lead our city forward. So, okay, so So he has experience doing the job. All right. The opposite of Donald Trump's extremism is not the opposite extreme. The opposite of extremism is good, thoughtful governance. And I love that. I love that he's basically like, I am going to be thoughtful and do nothing in the face of this extremism. That's the true extremism. God. Word salad deluxe. Also, we've only read 3 sentences. We're already halfway down the front page of his website. And in case you're wondering, what his policies are, well, interesting thing about that, there are no tabs on his website for policies, so what you see is what you get on the front page. He does not talk about any of his policies on the front page until the very bottom. But, let's see. About Jacob. Elected mayor in 2017, Jacob Frey has championed a strong agenda focused on increasing access to affordable housing throughout Minneapolis, expanding opportunities for shared growth through economic inclusion, and strengthening the city's approach to public safety. If we click learn more, does it take us to his policy page? No, it doesn't, actually. It takes you to his goddamn, blurb on the back of his upcoming biography. I don't know if he has an upcoming biography, but like, that's he acts like he has one in the works. God. But let's continue. We need to love our city more than our ideology. Like, it's like if you took the shitty lived version of like eat pray love or love laugh live or something like that, but applied like centrist democratic do nothing talking points. It's genuinely insane. Like, I can't, like, this is like if ChatGPT wrote your campaign website. Okay? Like, goddamn. But Mayor Frey stands firm in his resolve to make Minneapolis work for every resident. He believes true leadership is not about catering to political extremes or special interest groups. Ignore the fact that he is backed by 3 different super PACs in this election. But about staying grounded in reality and delivering tangible results on issues like housing, public safety, and economic opportunity. He believes that by listening to diverse voices, embracing data-driven solutions, and putting the city's needs first, Minneapolis can make real progress. By getting the basics right and staying true to our shared values, Minneapolis will show the nation what practical, forward-looking governance can achieve in a modern American city. None of that means anything. Like, I know that you can, like, oh, well, he wants data-driven solutions. You don't want data driving your solutions? Like, I understand you can, like, get some kind of thing, but, like, what is this ultimately saying? He's saying, I'm going to compromise with the conservatives. You know, the conservatives who are currently leading a movement that resulted in the assassination of multiple Minnesota like elected representatives. You going to compromise with that political extreme? No. Shut the fuck up and get out of office if you don't have the spine for it. Like, genuinely. Let's keep going. Oh wait, that's the end. That's it. That's the fucking end of the website. Did you think there was gonna be policies? No, this was the closest we fucking get. This is it. This man cares so little about trying to do anything that he can't even field like an actual website. Here, let's take a look at his campaign launch video, huh?
A new study ranks as one of the best cities in America for Gen Zers. One of the best in the country.
Oh my god, it's so quiet.
For its park system. It was also ranked the happiest city in the U.S.
But if you have the choice, there's no better starting point than
Minneapolis. Together we faced adversity. We've grown through our big city challenges, and Minneapolis is coming.
I'm at 300% on an app that boosts the volume of videos. I'm going to 600.
Back with real results. But let me be clear, the job isn't finished yet. And that's why I'm running for a final term as mayor. I'm running because of safety. We are filling the ranks with diverse police officers that are...
Boy howdy, I love when in 2025 you're running on increasing the police state.
Because of safety. We are...
2024, MPD saw a 133% increase in applications and 76 new hires. That's the number one thing in 2025. People are being black-bagged by federal agents off the streets of the city, and like you're like, yes, let's have more cops actually.
Filling the ranks with diverse police officers that are community-minded. We created an Office of Community Safety to provide mental health response 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah, and you bungled it and didn't fully implement it or fund it. You kneecapped it from the start.
I'm running because of housing. Minneapolis is the national leader in affordable housing policy.
I also just want to point out that like Minneapolis could do a lot better when it comes to building affordable housing.
Policy, and we're going to keep that work going because everybody deserves a home as a foundation from which they can rise.
And that's why I've been bulldozing encampments and harassing homeless people. You know, that's because I care about getting them housed someplace else that's not this city. This man sucks.
I'm running because of the power of small businesses and workers, and we're going to make sure they succeed. I'm not the same mayor as when I first took office. I've learned lessons that have made me a better mayor and a better...
He genuinely sounds like he's making an apology video. Like, I've sat and I've really thought about it, and well, I have a little ukulele song I want to play you guys.
Person. And let's face it, especially right now, with everything that's going on in the world, that kind of experience matters.
It's so pathetically bad. It's so pathetically bad. Now, I want you to take all of that under advisement and, like, understand, hey, that seems like a pretty lackluster campaign from a guy who just assumed he was going to get reelected and didn't really put any work into trying to do anything. Let's take a look at Omar Fateh's website, shall we? Oh, wow, it's already engaging and colorful. Wow, a city that works for everyone? I like that. You know, we've watched his campaign ad before. We're going to watch it again. Just so you can, like, immediately compare the presentation.
We all start our days in different ways, but we're all trying to get to the same place. A vibrant city filled with the love of family, friends, and neighbors. That's what makes Minneapolis home. We choose to live here. We raise our families here. We start our businesses here. We make our lives here. We work hard for the city we love. And we deserve a city that works as hard as we do. I'm Senator Omar Fateh, and I'm running for mayor of Minneapolis.
Can I just pause and say one of the things that I really appreciate is that they actually went out and got footage of places around Minneapolis and didn't just, like, AI slop something together, didn't just, like, I don't know, pretend, like, use stock footage of an entirely different city. You know, like, dude is actually charismatic, unlike Jacob Frey. And part of what drives his charisma is because he understands what people actually need.
From the streets to City Hall, Minneapolis is full of people with big ideas. But we don't have a mayor ready to invest in the long-term solutions that bring security to our communities. Imagine a city where everyone has access to the right public safety services at the right time. Imagine a city that invests in public education for every student. Imagine a city that backs all of its workers fighting for fair wages. But I don't want you to just imagine that city. I want you to live it. As a Minnesota senator, I've written and passed bills that made a real difference in the lives of working people, and I'm ready to bring that leadership to Minneapolis. When the city invests in you, you have more time to invest in the people you love. Block by block, you're already building the city you want to see. It's time you had a mayor willing to work alongside you. And I'm ready for us to build a city that works for everyone.
So, like, that's just an objectively good ad. With objectively engaging, like graphic design and editing and whatnot. Like, the money actually went someplace useful. And not only that, oh, look at that. Wait, what was this? Wait, there's a vision tab. Let's take, maybe he's going to tell us what he wants to do. Oh, wow, look at that. Since Mayor Frey was elected, Minneapolis has become less safe and less vibrant. He has failed to house our unsheltered neighbors, failed to implement meaningful reforms to police. Hey, by the way, do you guys remember how the federal government said to the Minneapolis Police Department after George Floyd that, hey, you have to change how you actually do your policing. Yeah, Jacob Frey basically said, no, we're just gonna ignore that. So that's cool. And he has vetoed one good solution after another. The mayor has failed to meet the needs of our changing society. It doesn't have to be this way. We need a mayor with a plan to unlock the city's unmet potential. As our mayor, I will ensure the city uses our budget to fund effective, compassionate public services that improve the day-to-day lives of our residents. We deserve better than Mayor Frey's status quo. My vision for Minneapolis that works for everyone is outlined below. It centers transformational solutions for housing, community health, public safety, and working people. And literally, this is so good. This should be the gold standard. If you're making a politics website, look at this. Every single one of these has actionable bullet points of things that he wants to do. He's not just saying, I did a good job, so just reelect me again. Come on, guys. You know, he's not looking into the camera and being like, yeah, I want to get more police to disappear you. Like, dude actually has an incredibly detailed outline of what he wants to do as mayor. It's really, really good. And also, wow, look at this. Another tab. Why I'm running. Wow, that's cool. Let's learn a little something, okay? Why I'm running for mayor of Minneapolis. My name is Omar Fateh. I am a state senator, husband, renter, son of Somali immigrants, and a longtime advocate for working people. I'm running for mayor of Minneapolis to work with you to achieve the vibrant, loving city we know Minneapolis can be. For working people, it's getting harder to build our lives in Minneapolis, and with Donald Trump stepping back into the Oval Office, everything we've worked so hard to create is in jeopardy. It is not enough to just stand up to Donald Trump. It's time to push back with forward-thinking leadership. Mayor Frey and the status quo are failing Minneapolis residents. We deserve leadership that makes it so people want to continue to live here, raise families here, and start businesses here. Minneapolis must be a North Star for our nation in a dark time. We can show the country what happens when we invest in people, not corporate special interests. Block by block, we are already building the city we want to see. It's time we had a mayor willing to work alongside us. I'm committed to building a city that works for everyone. Serving in the Minnesota Senate, I've seen firsthand what a progressive legislature can do with the right executive. As mayor, I will work with the Progressive City Council to achieve tangible wins for our neighborhoods and uplift those of us who are struggling to get by. Jacob Frey first ran as mayor for mayor 7 years ago with a promise to end homelessness by 2022, and more people are living without a home today as a result of his failed policies. It's been over 4 years since MPD officer Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd, and he still hasn't delivered on a vision for public safety. He vetoes every solution that comes to his desk. It's time for a mayor who has real solutions that put Minneapolis residents first. I've worked on a range of issues in the state Senate that directly meet the needs of people in our communities. Funding free college tuition for tens of thousands of Minnesotans, securing a statewide living wage for Uber and Lyft drivers, investing $19 million for public safety in Minneapolis, saving the 2040 plan to make sure we are building more affordable housing, and ensuring a cleaner environment for all of us via the 100% clean energy bill. Now I am fighting to bring that leadership to City Hall. We need a mayor who understands that a city that lifts up working people is a city that lifts up everyone, because when the city invests in us, we have more time to invest in the people we love. From the streets to City Hall, Minneapolis is full of people who are ready to invest in long-term solutions that will bring security and stability to our communities. Minneapolis residents work hard for the city we love. We deserve a mayor that works as hard as we do. Omar Fateh. Dude is the guy. You know, like, the DFL, by the way, in Minnesota, like, I'm honestly shocked that this guy did as well as he did. Okay? I'm shocked that he came in the final round of voting with 60%. That's nuts. This guy has the juice. He does. And not only that, but, like, this guy is able to rally the Midwest wine moms. You know, you're not getting 60% of the vote at a DFL, like, event like this unless you have the wine moms on your side. And we live in a time right now where the wine moms are like going out there and saying, "Yeah, we need to have a French Revolution. Let's make some guillotines. I'll knit some cables for the pulleys." Like it's really cool. Could Omar run for president? Yes. Well, wait, I don't know what his age is. Oh, nope. He can run for president. He's 35 years old. He can do it. He was born here. He can run for president. There's literally nothing preventing him from being president. It's honestly great. So yeah, this guy might, depending on if he wins the mayoral race, if he wins, future races, it's all dependent. But like, I think this guy's gonna win the Minneapolis mayor race. Like, even if Jacob Frey somehow manages to like pull the DFL endorsement, like the votes are already in, the writing's on the wall, So that's I just think that it is good for us to actually keep in mind what is working. And frankly, at this point, it's pretty undeniable. It's pretty undeniable that like people who are running on the left are decimating their more centrist counterparts. All of this, oh, you need to embrace half measures with Republicans. You need to become, a little bit of a bigot. Just a little bit. Throw some trans people under a bus. Just a little bigoted. And the answer is no, that's not the solution. The solution is you go out there, you put your flag in the sand, and you claim it. You claim your territory. You say, hey, no, we're going to fight for trans people. We're going to fight for our communities. We are going to stand up for them.
He was a traitorous and bad person with a last name like Frey. The North remembers.
Simric, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. It's really, really cool. And I hesitate to say this, but a couple days ago, we covered the former chair of the DNC. He had a podcast. He launched a new podcast that is really, really boring, but it was interesting for a couple of reasons.
The road to redemption of the nation is paved with microaggressions.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show. I saw a Majority Report video where the polls are that Dems are still losing hard, with the center guys pushing these guys out. Do we stand any chance these midterms? No, I think that like the center guys are increasingly unable to push out folks. If the Democratic establishment was capable of pushing out progressives in like a systematic, meaningful way at this point, they would have been able to crush Mamdani. They can't. They would have been able to crush Omar Fateh. They can't. There is something in the air of our political zeitgeist, and it is demanding forward momentum. And I think that there is an understanding that essentially there's a need for progressivism to keep this party together.
Mayor Frey here. I know the public has been concerned about the fully loaded gasoline trucks losing control and hitting the hospitals, so I have closed the hospitals to protect the public I love.
What the fuck? Thank you for the $5, Mayor Frey. Good doing business with you. Thank you for allowing me to be the platform through which you communicate about the problem here in Minnesota of fully loaded gasoline trucks. Jesus. There needs to be a progressive takeover of the Democratic Party. Yes, that's what I've been saying this entire time. That's why for like the last year, I've been telling you guys, begging you guys, pleading with you guys to go to your local Democratic meetings and radicalize them. Because a lot of these people in the local grassroots, They're hungry for better ideas. And we on the left have better ideas. The data backs up our positions. You know, like, we don't have to, like, even get that far into rhetoric about it. We just have the better ideas. The only reason our ideas aren't adopted is because the wealthiest people in society want to keep their goddamn money, you know? So, that being said, I was wondering... Oh, sorry, I got off my point earlier. The former chair of the DNC has a podcast, right? We covered it a couple days ago. Kind of boring, but it was a little bit interesting because even he's talking with Tim Walz and acknowledging, like, yeah, we actually need to go out there and fight this, huh? And, like, granted, he's a guy... Yeah, the At Our Table show podcast, whatever. He's a guy who's not actually,
Jack,
like, principled
did you
in
know
any way.
Biden isn't a leftist? And never was?
That's very true, Salmon Moose. Thank you for the $5 dono. But he's not a leftist. But there is a growing awareness that this entire attempt to copy and paste conservative ideas into the Democratic Party, it's just not working. Neoliberalism is dead in this country. And to the extent that it actually continues to exist, like, it's at the upper echelons of power in the Democratic Party and in the Republican Party. Honestly, as someone who goes to local government meetings, you do not even need to convince them, just outlive them. Genuinely, right? A lot of the people at your local Democratic meetings are old as dirt. And not only that, they are desperate to hand off responsibilities that in some cases they've held on to for like 20 years. They're desperate to hand it off to like an up-and-coming youngster who actually like cares about the place that they live in, you know? They just want to know that you care and that you have like, I don't know, like actually good ideas. So before we move on, I did want to take a look at what Ken Martin is up to lately. Let's take a look. You know, current head of the DNC.
He's focused on rigging congressional maps, on efforts to disenfranchise voters, on stealing democratic power from black and brown communities. The governor, of course, is taking orders directly from Donald Trump to game these midterm elections, to rig the system and undercut the will of the people. Why? Because they know they're on the wrong side of the issues. They're on the wrong side of demographic trends, even in Texas. And they know with all of your help in this room.
I do really hate the appeal to demographic trends. Like, I understand why Democrats do this, but the portrayal of like, yes, you see, young people predominantly vote left, and certain minority groups predominantly vote left, and those groups are growing, and there are more and more young people all the time. And like, I think treating a leftist future as inevitable is a colossal mistake. Because essentially it allows these people to let themselves off the hook. They're like, well, you know, I might not move the needle towards the direction I want it to go, but you know, like that's fine. We can compromise here and there. Eventually, we'll overcome all this corporate power. And they just don't. They believe the Kool-Aid. They drink the Kool-Aid in that situation. How do you find your local Democrats? If you join our Discord and reach out to Dragonfly in our Discord. Dragonfly is prominent in her local Dems and is very enthusiastic about getting other people into their local Dems. So all you got to do, join the Discord. You can do that by posting !Discord in any of the chats, and then join Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly. She'll help you from there.
That we're going to win next year. And what I said down there, and I'll say here to all of you today, I said if the Republicans want a showdown over this, well then Democrats and every one of you in this room, will give them a showdown. We're not going to sit silently as they scheme to sideline black voters just so they can throw a Hail Mary to try to save their congressional majority next year. All of us in this room, we have our eyes on the same goal: winning these midterms, flipping the House of Representatives blue, and electing Hakeem Jeffries as the first African-American speaker in U.S. House history.
Okay. Ken's not doing particularly great here, is he? Cool. Here, let's see. Maybe he has a bit more riz. I wanted to look in on Ken because I initially saw this video and I was like, is he? I think he's trying to do a Zoran Mamdani thing. Just from the presentation style of this video. So I'm interested and curious to see what happens here.
Hey everybody, Ken Martin here. I'm in Houston, Texas with the House Democratic leader, Gene Wu. Gene, thanks for having me here today. Can you tell folks, what are the Republicans trying to do with this special session right now?
So this is one of the worst things they've done.
Why can't the silent majority or minority just actually be the silent group?
God, wouldn't that be great? We just don't notice them. They're so quiet.
And they're really exploiting
Socket
the deaths
thank you for the 5 tier 1
probably over
subs.
300 Texans to put on their political agenda. They're trying to rig the system because they know that they're going to get smashed in the next election because they're doing so many things that Americans across the board hate. And instead of trying to do something good, instead of trying to turn back their policies, they're going to cheat. They're going to rig the next election. They're going to rig it so your voices don't matter anymore.
Explain to folks, why are the Republicans trying to redistrict Texas right now, mid-cycle?
The real answer is because in Texas, their big, beautiful bill cut health care for 800,000 Texans. They cut food support for 200,000 Texans. And they know that they're going to lose this next election. And they're doing everything they can to cheat in order to stay in power and give Donald Trump more power.
And my understanding is that Governor Greg Abbott did this on request of Donald Trump. President Donald Trump and Republicans in Washington asked him to do this redistricting so they could squeeze up to 5 more Republican seats out of this state in an unconstitutional power grab.
This is such a betrayal of the American people. This is such a betrayal of our democracy. Instead of just saying, like, we have unpopular policy, people are going to vote against us, they're going to say, you know what, screw.
I think this man actually has some riz, but it's being absolutely obliterated by Ken Martin.
For this, we're just going to cheat. We're just going to change the rules. We're just going to rig the system.
Like, if you let him, like, wield that fire a little bit that he's showing right here, like, I think he'd be doing a lot better.
We're going to just silence your voices to say, we get to pick who our voters are.
How are Texas Democrats in the House going to stop this?
We're going to take every step, every measure we can to stop this, because this is not just about redistricting lines. This is about Texans' lives.
Yes.
Because whenever we give Donald Trump more power, people die.
Hey everybody, Ken Martin.
That's a hell of a line. You should, like, if you're gonna edit this video, you should have it start with that banger of a line.
We give Donald Trump more power, people die.
Like, damn, that's good. But I just, the issue I have here, right, is that if you're trying to marshal people to, like, do something about what is happening. Like, these are both politicians, right? And both of them are just talking, and they're like, yeah, the Republicans sure are doing something bad. If you're going to do that, you have to tell your supporters what they need to do. What is their task? What is their mission? What do you do? Call your elected representatives? Do you go out and protest? What are the mechanisms in Texas that would be most effective if people want to oppose this massive redistricting effort to gerrymander the state, right? Like, what you want here is actionable things. And part of the problem is, and I think that this is endemic to a lot of do-nothing Dems, is this idea that just knowing is enough. Well, if people know, then, it's fine. And that's not how it works. Like, I have done this content, like, for years now, and I understand, it took me a little bit, but I understand that it's not enough for me to just, like, point out, hey, this is bad. And, like, sometimes there's value in that. Sometimes there's value in, like, debunking conservative talking points with no clear call to action at the end. But ultimately, if we're talking about, like, actual huge issues, I want to be able to focus on what you guys can do about it, because too much of the stuff that is flying around these days feels so overwhelming and so big and so untackleable if you're, like, a normal person. And so I've tried to lean more into, hey, this all sucks. Here's what we can do to try and fix it. And it just seems to me like if you're stuck on just tell people and, like, they'll fix it. No, you're leaders, you have to lead. Like that, it seems simple, but it eludes the democratic leadership. Yeah, how do you voice dissent to gerrymandering? I mean, my assumption would be, you have to call your state representatives. You have to, like, go to because they are in your state always. They're much more accessible to you, so you go and you meet with them. You schedule times to come in. If they won't meet with you, you do a random show up. You can do that in most cases. Like, you have to, like, apply pressure by talking with these people all the time. Become known in their offices and make sure that they actually do what they say they're going to do. So, yeah. Republicans do like rigging elections, don't they? It's almost as if perhaps the 2024 election was rigged, isn't it? I haven't seen any information that actually confirms that. I've seen speculation, but that's not the same thing. Let's see. Anyway. I just found it interesting that, like, that's the best we've got going on right now. You know? The Democratic Party leadership is not going to save us, and it never was. So what we need to do, and what I need all of you guys to do, if you want to take action on, like, a national scale to unfuck this massive pit we're in, y'all, we gotta go to the meetings. And I know that that's scary. It's a new environment for a lot of y'all. I know that it's a time commitment, and I know that a lot of people have a lot of things going on, but if you can, start showing up to those meetings, because that's genuinely where so much of the interesting and important work of organizing takes place. Like, it's really important, and you can actually start wielding power by doing that. By becoming known in the local political arena, you can actually build up your influence. You can become more powerful. You can, kind of, in a way, level up and become more powerful as you go, right? So, that being said, please go to your local meetings. And if you can't stomach going to your local Democratic meeting, I totally understand. Go to your local Working Families Party meeting. Go to your local DSA meeting, okay? If you need help joining DSA, you can join our Discord. You can reach out to Gamergy and talk about it. We have like 30 people now in this community who go to their local DSA meetings and are doing good in their local communities. DSA played a prominent role in getting Omar Fateh here in Minneapolis endorsed by the DFL. Like, change is possible. Change is possible. It's right there. All you got to do is reach for it, along with your neighbors. All right? That's what you got to do. That is one of the most accessible paths to power in our country right now. And if we don't take these paths, if we, in our complicit, nature, do nothing, then what happens is these do-nothing Dems stay in power, they continue to do nothing, and they leave us more and more vulnerable as the fascists consolidate their power. And they are continuing to attempt to do that, folks. It is... We are not safe from that. That threat has only grown since the last time I talked about it. So, for your sake, for the sake of your neighbors, organize, organize, organize. With that, let's move on, shall we? Okay, you got like an hour-long segment out of me on Omar Fateh. Okay, I hope you appreciated that. He's cool. He's got lots of good policies. Hello, hello. Imagine debunking something that paints your opponents negatively. Well, I didn't debunk it. I just said I didn't know if it was true. Which I feel like is an important distinction, but also, like, I don't know. Let's see. How are you guys doing tonight? I'm stressed, trying to relax. Pisses me off as much as I wish it didn't. Every news story on Omar Fateh, the comment section is mostly just pirate jokes. Well, yeah, because they're racists. Like... That's what I said, GamerG. Oh, it's being pushed by LaRoucheites? That figures. Hey, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, please hit that follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Are they calling him a... Yeah. Yes, that is what they're calling him. Consider supporting the show, folks, because you guys make the show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine people. Why pirate jokes? Oh, maybe this isn't as well known outside of Minnesota. I'll explain it in a second.
The GOP is panicking if they are willing to tamper with a state that is already so gerrymandered.
Exactly.
Call your reps, organize with your neighbors, and run for something.
True. True. So pirate jokes, like, I don't know, like 10 years ago, there was like a spike in like Somali pirate attacks, and they made a movie about one of them with Tom Hanks in it. And so like a lot of people are like, haha, Somalia pirates, haha. And there's a large Somali refugee community here in Minnesota, and so there's a lot of that casual racism thrown around. Unfortunately, it's one of the worst parts about this state. Yeah, it's the "I am the captain now" meme. Also, Nine-Tailed Witch, thank you for the $5 dono, and I agree with you. All right. That line was improvised? Damn, that's cool. How we doing, folks? Doing all right? How we doing? How are we doing on the likes? Oof. Okay, we've got like 270 people
To be
watching, only
honest,
78
this is my
likes.
favorite political website.
Oh, my favorite political website is also archive.org. I agree. Quality. Okay.
To that.
All right. Okay. That brings me to another micro segment. Okay, you guys ready? You guys ready for this? So, folks, as I ended stream yesterday, a lone chatter, a hero or heroine, posted a $5 dono. And I don't currently have it accessible on the website, so I can't read the text. However, I can assure you that I did read it, and it mentioned that there is a man named Scott Adams, i.e., the guy who wrote Dilbert, right? And a common refrain, a common joke or meme, as they're called, tossed around in the Riverboat Jack community is that the discarded original working name of one of the characters from Dilbert is his dog. Scott Adams was going to call that character Dill Dog until deciding, no, we should call him Dogbert instead. And so now, obviously, this community has embraced Dill Dog. And this chatter, this hero/heroine, informed me that apparently Scott Adams also has another discarded idea that's much worse than Dill Dog. And apparently this was mentioned on an episode of Behind the Bastards from 2 years ago, and I've been sent a timestamped portion of this podcast so that we can talk about this other creation by Scott Adams.
So, right in the middle of the period of the time when the Dilbert TV show is on the air, when it's in fact, the comic is at kind of the height of its popularity, Scott decided to try to branch out into another business, the world of health food. And he's going to...
I've been waiting for this one.
Yeah, he creates a product called the Dill Burrito, which he says...
That's right. The race scientist made a burrito.
It's like, so Scott is like a vegetarian, and he's angry that there's not any kind of like good, fast, like microwavable food for vegetarians to eat that can fulfill all of their nutritional requirements. He wants something. Again, he has this kind of very mechanical at it, which is fine. A lot of people feel this way about food. I know
he wanted the Soylent of vegetarian food, but in burrito form.
People who they don't particularly enjoy it. They're like, this is why like Soylent's a popular thing with some people.
Yeah.
So you guys have heard of Soylent, which is like this. They're these meal replacement sort of like. Now, shake is a little bit of an odd term, but like it's a drink, basically a drinkable meal, fulfills all of the necessary caloric requirements, and you can do it quick. And I know some people who do it because it makes weight loss easier for them. Some
Here, we have to skip ahead.
For 36 hours with your friends, much ketamine that like, because he just wants like a simple thing people can microwave and get all of their nutrients. He describes it as wanting to make...
It's not a bad thing to want. It's really
a fine idea.
Like,
sure.
I mean, yeah, it's not an inherently evil idea to try and invent a better microwave burrito. I'm not opposed to this idea.
I don't eat a lot of meat, and I would love to have like just simple.
But you can get frozen veggie burritos. I would also have assumed those would have existed at the time. But maybe he was looking for like an all well-rounded burrito that actually like sustains you and you don't need to eat anything else but the burritos. And I relate to that desire a little bit.
Make this in 5 minutes.
Of course. it's the most reasonable thing he's ever wanted to do. He does describe it as the blue jeans.
What was that about 30 hours in ketamine? Don't worry about it. Go listen to Behind the Bastards, okay? Look, it's a really fucking good podcast. But I wanted to play this segment about the Dill Burrito. I still can't believe it sounds so dumb and bad coming out of my mouth.
Food, which I find kind of funny, but like there's appeal to that. So the problem is that Scott doesn't know how to do this. Like Scott has no idea how to make food. You don't get the feeling he's a great cook. And he certainly does not have any experience in like the business of mass producing food. So he launches this product, which he calls the Dill Burrito. I would say not great branding either. It initially comes in Mexican, Indian, barbecue, garlic, and herb flavors. It's described as being a tortilla-wrapped comestible consisting of vegetables, rice, beans, and seasonings that contain all of the 23 vitamins and minerals that nutritionists say are essential. Now,
oh, that sounds so foul.
When you jam as much nutrients as he's like, he describes it as like a vitamin pill wrapped in a tortilla. And when you shove all of those vitamins and stuff into a single burrito, it can have some negative consequences on your gastrointestinal tract. As Scott would later say, because of the veggie and legume content, 3 bites of the Dill Burrito made you fart so hard your intestines formed a tail.
Oh, God. God, that's so horrifying.
It is a disaster as a product. Millions of dollars.
You just fart out your intestinal tract. Jesus.
It gets just lit on fire by this thing. I've talked to people who apparently ate them.
He lost millions of dollars?
And said that they were pretty fucking nasty. And to be fair, Scott describes them as pretty bad too. So there you go.
Inside Out 3. Fuck, Jazz Dog.
Burrito. Kind of a funny little moment.
Yeah, anyway, so the Dill Burrito, it's a thing, chat, and one of you sent me a link to the official Dill Burrito website that apparently is still accessible on archive.org. This is from the year 2000, chat. Y2K had been debunked. People were high on life. And good golly. 4 yummy varieties. Mexican, Indian. Look at they move a little bit when you mouse over them. It's so sophisticated. Barbecue flavor. For some reason, the barbecue, that doesn't look like the symbol I would associate with barbecue, but all right. Garlic and herb. Where to get it? Why Dill Burrito? News and stuff. And fun stuff. There was an official Dill Burrito t-shirt? Wait, I want to know. Can I get the Dill Burrito t-shirt? Send us 5 UPC symbols in any flavor Dill Burrito and $3 SNH to Scott Adams Foods. Jesus. We welcome your food back and comments. Ha ha ha. Clever. What was on the fun stuff tab? Oh, you could get a Dill Burrito screensaver. Can I click on that and get the Dill Burrito screensaver? Is it gone? Is it gone forever? It looks like maybe it is. Wait. Ah, damn it. The Dill Burrito t-shirt. What the new white whale, my new obsession. Let's oh, you can click on the does it tell you about the oh my god. Literally just 100% of every 5,000 IU of vitamin A, 1,000 milligrams of calcium. Holy shit. Oh my god. Dog. 15 milligrams of zinc. That seems like a lot. That seems like way too much. You get literally 100% of your daily value for each one of these, except for phosphorus. You only get 50% of phosphorus. Maybe they'd be too explosive if it had 100%. All in just 280 calories. That's such a small amount of space to put all of these in. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's accompanied by a 1-ounce packet of Scott's favorite salsa. But it doesn't tell us what that salsa is. I have to click on all of them. The korma curry seasoning in this dill burrito is based on a Mumbai recipe. An exotic blend of herbs and spices perfectly complements the vegetables and garden spinach tortilla. Ooh, a 1-ounce packet of traditional mango chutney makes this convenient and wholesome meal complete. So cool. What's in the garlic and herb? It's just roasted potatoes and vegetables. Cool. What is under new? I'm fascinated now. You thought this was a politics stream. News release from 1999. We make it easy to eat because no one knew how to eat prior to 1999. Oh my god. It's so embarrassing. The Scott Adams Foods TM company proves it's possible to eat tasty, easy to prepare, nutrition-packed food that fits today's hectic lifestyles. Yeah, you know, when you're on the go, you just put one of these massive vitamins into your microwave, and then you run out the door eating it like a fucking anime girl going to high school. Based in Newton, New Jersey, this virtual company produces the Dill Burrito. It's a virtual company, folks. A delicious handheld meal that's fun to eat. It's fun to eat. Are you saying that it's fun to eat because you hold it in your hands? And filled with yummy tasting veggies, rice, and stuff you like. Founded in 1998 by Scott Adams, creator of the comic strip Dilbert, and Jack Parker, food researcher and development veteran. What does that mean? I'm just curious now. I'm gonna Google that. All right, whatever. I'll go down that rabbit hole in a new day. Who backed this? Who accepted a bunch of money from Scott Adams to make this monstrosity? Scott Adams Foods plans to make waves in the food industry. Quite simply, we want to change the way people eat. Scott Adams Foods started as a personal quest to find foods that were nutritious, fast, and easy to make, and important, taste great. When I found out it was impossible to find anything like that, I knew that we could do something to make the world a better place and make some money in the process. It's called enlightened capitalism. Ah, enlightened capitalism, my favorite. I just... Scott Adams is enjoying creating a corporation modeled after tenets set forth in his best-selling book, The Dilbert Principle. Create a vision, hire good people, then get out of the way. True to his word, Adams created the vision for the company, hired one of the best minds in the food industry, Jack Parker, to run the operation. Company's first creation was the Dill Burrito, a delicious handheld meal fortified with 100% daily value of 23 essential vitamins and minerals. That's too much. That is too much. Yeah, we're gonna find out like he was putting fentanyl in the burritos or something. Scott Adams Foods plans to follow the Dill Burrito with other fresh, convenient, nutritious products. We hope to change the food world one Dill Burrito at a time, and ideally encourage the rest of the food industry to make more nutritious products, concludes Adams, and we plan to have fun doing it. Well, that's real nice. Why Dill Burrito? Wait, this was just the same thing. All right. What about where can we get the Dill Burrito? Can we get any others? This was available at Safeway? Grocer, you can go to Grocer online and get it, maybe. If your local market does not have the Dill Burrito in their freezer case, we encourage you to ask for it. The more you ask, the faster it gets to your local store. If your company or school has a cafeteria, you can have Dill Burritos there too. Just ask them to put it on the menu. Yeah, that's... yeah, children could just ask to have things incorporated into their school menus. I don't think it works that way, actually. But okay. Just ask them. They'll get it on the menu, kids. Oh god. We'll do our best to put the product right to them. For more information on how to get the Dill Burrito to your local market, store, or cafeteria, print out our easy information form and give it to your store or cafeteria manager. Oh my god. About Scott Adams Foods. I mean... damn. The Dilbert comic strip was Adams' first attempt at a comic strip. No other cartoonist has achieved as much popularity or had as much impact on the consciousness of readers in the past 10 years. Like, damn, dude. Okay, we get it. We get it. We're on a website called dillburrito.com. We fucking get it. Also, like, I don't know. Maybe if Scott Adams had sucked himself off less, he'd be a better man for it today. Rip King. Oh, God. Adams' newest business venture, Scott Adams Food, promises to be the biggest success yet. Spoiler alert, it was not. So that, yep, there we go. That's what we got. That's what's up. I don't know how to transition out of this. I didn't really have an exit strategy here. I just thought it was time to go full in to you know, the process. Oh, look at him go! Look at him go! Introducing the Dill Burrito from Dilbert creator Scott Adams comes a totally new, delicious, meatless handheld meal that will change the way you think about convenience foods. Yum! Holy shit, a moving picture. This was cutting edge at the time. We had just figured it out. The technology. That cost $5 million in 2000. Which is $10 billion today. God. Anyway, the guy who made the Dill Burrito and just wanted people to eat healthier is now a race scientist who is absolutely insane and frequently talks about like conspiracy theories and is just completely gone. Also... Since we're already talking about it, since we're already discussing it, I need to show you guys a thing. Yeah, here it is. So Scott Adams lived in a house for many years. I don't think he still lives in it, but he lived in a Dilbert-themed house. He's specifically designed this building to look like Dilbert's head. So yeah, you know, he had he's a bit of an odd duck. Something a little bit off about him even at the time. So you know, like I don't really know how to exit out of this. Why? Because he's crazy. But you know, he can never take one thing from us, and that's what has really knit this entire segment together. The chat, your collective love for his original, imperfect, discarded creation, Dill Dog, who belongs to us now because he chose not to use that name. Anyway, that's how I'm going to end this segment. Congrats, everyone. Now you know about the horrible history of the Dill Burrito, and I think our lives are all just a little bit richer for that. So, you're welcome. Dildo? Why are you talking about dildos? We're talking about Dill Dog. The Dill Dog, my kink. Doesn't he have a Dilbert pool too? Probably. Did he get a degree in race science? No. Our lives are richer for that, just like the colons of those who ate the Dill Burrito. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Oh, fuck. Anyway, folks, I know you didn't need to know that, but you're welcome, everyone. Hey, if you enjoyed that, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the stream. Do the things. I see all of your weirdly horny jokes about Dill Dog. It's not fair to him. He's a good man. Or dog, I guess. Hello. We are currently at 112 likes, and I can tell you for a goddamn fact there are over 300 of you watching on stream right now. So I'm demanding. I'm beyond asking. I'm demanding 200 likes. I think you guys can do that. 2/3 audience hitting the like button. I believe in the power of us. Click the goddamn button. Oh fuck, she's demanding. I wore a really sexy black latex dress this weekend, so I feel like I can collectively, you know, Dommy mommy force choke all of you until you click that button. Dill Burrito, the goddamn button. Yeah. Oh no, she's womanding. I've gone beyond demanding. I took my estrogen, and now I'm womanding. I am womanding. Dom stolen valor? How dare you? How dare you question my dommy momminess? I clicked it. Bizu, that's cause you're one of my favorites. Can I get force choked even though I already clicked the button, like as a treat? Sure. Y'all being good little beans. I'm still listening to your Fash video from yesterday, but you're live? Indeed! Clicked it already a while ago. I'm a good boy. A very good boy. All right, folks. That's enough Dilberting for one day. Okay. Oh, damn, I should have shown this in the last segment. That sucks. It's fine. Y'all, Zoran Mamdani continues to just be the goat of political organizing and, like, political communication. Like, he's setting, like, the new gold standard. Nia.
Being a politician means listening, not just to your supporters, but your critics too. And some of these critics, especially on a...
Hey, Big Bad Art Wolf, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciated. I'm giving you bits, but not because you peer pressured me, Jack. I'm a man and I'm an island. Thank you for the 50 bits, fighting Hobbit.
certain website have been giving me consistent advice. For example, at SamWhite087, Zoran, go back to Uganda, where you come from and belong. At Teflon Gone, loser, go back to Africa. There are thousands like this from across the country. I hear you. And I agree. I'm going back to Uganda. I'm headed there in a personal capacity to celebrate Rama and I's marriage with our family and friends. But I do want to apologize to the haters, because I will be coming back. And since you will undoubtedly read about this trip in the New York Post, inshallah on the front page, here are a few of my humble suggestions for headlines. MIA, Mamdani in Africa. Uganda miss me. He's completely crazy. He Afra can't be serious. Carl Kampalanili investigates Mamdani. Zoe running away.
I love it so much, and also just like I hear you and I agree. I see you, I hear you, I agree. I love it. And also, again, I just love the memeability of this man, and like they know we're all gonna screenshot this and use it in casual conversation. They know that we're gonna do that. They're playing this like goddamn fiddles. The social media team needs to be in charge of everything.
Inshallah on the front page. Here are a few of my humble suggestions for headlines. MIA, Mamdani in Africa. Uganda miss me. He's completely crazy. He Afra can't be serious.
I really do like this one. I also like that he's essentially pre-taking the narrative. You know, he's already in control.
Carl Kampalanili investigates Mamdani. Zoe running away.
Love it. Anyway, I hope he has a really good time with his wife. This is what we need more of. Politicians pushing through even after winning. We need our politicians not to just be fighters. We need them to utilize all the tools available to them. And one of the biggest is media presence and utilization of media to exert power. Yeah, exactly. This is one of the things that like Democratic leadership has just completely and utterly abandoned. And it's the idea that they have the ability to shape the media narrative at all. Like Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, like them going out in front of people and be like, what leverage do we have? We're just poor little guys. Well, it's our birthday. What leverage could we have? And like, you can literally call a press conference at any time and talk about anything you want and shine a spotlight on any topic you want and exert political pressure on anything you want. But no, what can you do? You're just little guys. Like, Donald Trump calls a press event when he has, like, a shit that hit him wrong, you know? Like, it does, like, he understands that. These people just, like, couldn't be bothered. Didn't Chuck Schumer have some medical thing and then disappeared for weeks? Yeah, I'm not sure what Chuck's up to. Yeah, what do we expect us to do? Advocate for positions? Like... Let's take a look. Also, folks, if you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, drop the subs and donos if you feel so inclined. And with that being said, let's take a look here at I don't have the spoons to talk about this in depth, but this is bad sign. This is a bad sign. Months ago, when I was advocating for people who are really at risk to like try and get out of red states, Republican controlled areas, this is kind of what I mean. Law calls for 15 years in prison for any violators, as well as $50,000 penalty and the revocation of all licenses and permits of medical staff members. So this made me rage. Yeah, LGBTQ people are going to continue to exist, whether or not people want to give them legal recognition and rights, but it is not great. Not great, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, it is the highest age requirement in the country for trans people at 21. And is Puerto Rico a red state? A lot of the government in Puerto Rico skews conservative, yeah. Yeah, at the very least on social issues. Just to note, if anyone can sustain themselves, I have plenty of resources to get settled in Minnesota and in the Twin Cities if you need to get out of a red state. It's
If
true.
I were a U.S. Senator, I would show up at places for oversight and bully my way around and bring reporters along.
That's exactly what should be being done, Nine-Tailed Witch. There should be like weekly check-ins to like Alligator Auschwitz, the concentration camp they're building. There should be like, we are going to be back here every single week, and we are going to be checking on the status of these prisoners. You know, like, that is like some bare minimum shit you have the power to do as a member of Congress, and if you need to get arrested to do that, you should be doing that. Also, for folks who might have trouble getting like transportation, we do have a portion of our Discord dedicated to helping to organize members of the community willing to drive, especially trans folks, out of vulnerable communities to safer locations. We do have a part of our community interested in doing that. The Twin Cities does have a pretty good transit system if you don't drive. Not enough trains for my taste, but like it is possible. I don't know, Jack. Nancy Pelosi told us this is just a distraction. Yeah. I wonder why Nancy Pelosi would have a very vested interest in not having any of the Epstein documents come out. Can't think of any reason. Must be her keen political instincts. Hell yeah, Comrade Girl. 2018. All the trans girls near me don't want to leave. They want to arm up and fight. And that's also, I think, a valid response to the aggression of the state at the moment. But I am saying if people aren't built like that, there are places where you can be safe. I've basically had to kill my ability to feel anything in order to deal with this kind of thing happening on a seemingly daily basis, and I don't recommend it. Yeah, Velvet, I'm right there with you. Like, I just don't have the spoons to talk about, like, the ways in which, like, trans people are being thrown under the bus, but, like, doesn't feel great. But I feel like I do need to talk about it, like, a little bit to keep you guys aware and able to keep yourselves safe. Let's see. All right. You know, we were talking about it anyway. Let's talk about concentration camps. You know, like, hey, fuck it. If we're gonna be going dark on today's episode, today's stream, why not go pretty dark? All right. We're gonna talk about concentration camps, and we're also gonna talk after that about Epstein stuff, and then we're gonna get to the Mehdi Hasan stuff. Why? Because unfortunately we have to. All right, here we go, folks. So, folks, we have to, unfortunately, talk a little bit about concentration camps. So, what's a concentration camp? It's a camp that concentrates a lot of people into a small space. It's pretty simple. There are a lot of different kinds of concentration camps. But what the United States is currently endeavoring to do is build a lot of tent concentration camps, literal concentration camps. And, you know, with tents and whatnot. And it's getting really scary out there. In some of these facilities, people are, well, disappearing, for lack of a better term. Here's an interesting story that ProPublica talked about not that long ago. On February 15th, Jose Manuel Ramos Bastidas called his wife from inside a Texas immigration detention facility. He asked her to record a message just in case something happens to me. And here is that message.
¿Ya?
Sí.
Hola, mi nombre es José Manuel Ramos Bastidas. Tengo 30 años de edad. Fui detenido el 19 de marzo, pasando la frontera. Me detuvieron simplemente por mi tatuaje. No soy ningún delincuente. En el día 11, tengo 10 meses deportado, más de 10 meses deportado. El día 11 de este mes de febrero me sacaron del centro de detención de Stuart. Me dijeron que me iban a trasladar hacia Venezuela. Incluso ahí me dio el papel que iba deportado a Venezuela, que supuestamente me estaba esperando un avión porque me iba a Venezuela. Incluso aquí está el papel. Me dijeron que sería removido a mi Venezuela y que no tenía derecho a entrar al país durante 5 años. No he cometido ningún delito, ni siquiera he estado en este país, simplemente fui juzgado por mi tatuaje, no soy ningún delincuente, tengo familia y simplemente soy un venezolano trabajador, no he cometido ningún delito, no tengo récord en mi país, en ningún lado, y simplemente por si me pasa algo, para que estén pendientes, porque no soy ningún delincuente, para que me estén trasladando a otro centro de detención, como están llevando a la gente a Guantánamo, porque no soy ningún delincuente para que me estén llevando hacia allá, porque un tatuaje no me hace un delincuente.
A tattoo doesn't make me a criminal. On the call, he held up a document he said was proof that immigration authorities had agreed to deport him back home to Venezuela. A month later, he was gone. When Ramos left Venezuela in early 2024, he'd been hoping to earn enough money to pay for his newborn son's medical needs. Born with respiratory condition, the family's Milagrito, a little miracle, repeatedly needed to be hospitalized. Ramos trekked thousands of miles to reach the U.S. border, then followed the rules at the time for immigrants seeking asylum. He signed up with an appointment on CBP 1 a government app, and when he was granted one, turned himself in to request protection. After an immigration official and judge determined he didn't qualify, Ramos didn't fight the decision. The government kept him in detention until he could be deported back to Venezuela. But in the months that followed, Donald Trump was elected to a second term as president. In March, Ramos and more than 230 other Venezuelan men were sent to the CICOT maximum security prison in El Salvador, one of the most notorious in the Western Hemisphere. This image above, this image taken to show the conditions. It's awful in there. Yeah. It's... Trump administration knew the vast majority of Venezuelans sent to Salvadoran prison had not been convicted of U.S. crimes. So, essentially, of the people that were arrested to be sent to CICOT in El Salvador, a concentration camp, 50 of them had been using the CBP-1 app. Essentially, people who signed up voluntarily to follow the law, to meet their meetings, to hit their court dates, etc., were seen as vulnerable targets by CBP. These people were in the process of being documented. They were in the process of being deported. They were in the process of going to hearings to figure out what was going to happen to them. And it's just, this happens over and over. And this man was disappeared. He was disappeared into this system that even we don't know anything about. Half of the people who were sent to this prison had never been, like, accused of crimes. 60 of them still had pending cases on whether or not they could legally stay in the United States. So, just to, like, kick things off here, like, these are people who should be still here. And a lot of people in this country take it as granted that you're innocent until proven guilty, except that in immigration courts, it doesn't work that way. For a lot of these immigration officers, they can just, like, detain you because they think you look funny. Here's just another one of the insane stories from local news here. Allentown grandfather's family was told he died in ICE custody. Then they learned he's alive in a hospital in Guatemala. They're literally telling people that, oh, your loved one died, and they're not dead. Like, this is one of the ways you disappear people into a system like this. You're just like, oh yeah, they died. No, we won't send you the remains. You know, like, if they can do this to someone who is a non-citizen, they can do it to a naturalized citizen. They can do it to a, natural-born citizen. They can do it to anyone. And, again, it starts with, an old person. Maybe no one will notice them if we just send them to Guatemala and say that, he died. They'll stop looking for him. But, like, it doesn't stop there. It never has, and it never will. That dude has literally been in the US for nearly 40 years and lost his green card and went to get it replaced? Yes! Because, like, the wrench I was going to throw in here as the reveal is that, like, this guy came in the right way and had a green card. He was literally here legally. And ICE disappeared his ass, told his family he was dead, and deported him. It didn't matter. It did not matter. When we talk about the need for there to be, like, a massive legislative and, like, judicial reckoning with what is happening here, you know, on the scale and scope of the Nuremberg trials, genuinely, I think it needs to be more specific, because a lot of rank and file Nazis were let off by the Nuremberg trials, unfortunately. And I am of the opinion that from the very top to the very bottom, everyone associated with ICE needs to be prosecuted. Every company that agreed to hold these people, every company that profited off of their forced prison labor to afford phone calls with their families and lawyers, every one of these officials that is going out there talking about how actually this is totally fine, there needs to be a demand, and this is one of the reasons why I am advocating for you guys to go to your local meetings in your local Democratic Party. There needs to be a demand from the ground up that demands actual accountability. We tried not having any of that last time around. Well, he has 34 felony convictions. Yeah, and it amounted to what exactly? Diddly shit. Okay, there needs to be an actual accounting, not just for Donald Trump, but for the people who have enabled this abject cruelty on a scale we haven't seen in quite some time domestically in the United States. I mean, like this horrific stories every single day. Every single day. Migrants at ICE jail in Miami made to kneel to eat like dogs, according to this report. This is from today. Incident in which migrants were shackled with hands tied, one of a succession of alleged abuses at jails in Florida. Yeah. Migrants at a Miami immigration jail were shackled with their hands tied behind their backs and made to kneel to eat food from styrofoam plates like dogs, according to a report published on Monday. Let's see, do we have a link to the report? Let's take a look. From Human Rights Watch. You feel like your life is over. Yeah. This report finds that the staff at the 3 detention facilities researchers examined subjected detained individuals to dangerously substandard medical care, overcrowding, abusive treatment, restrictions on access to legal and psychosocial support. Officers denied detainees critical medication, detained some incommunicado in solitary confinement, which is, by the way, torture, as an apparent punishment for seeking mental health care. Yeah, you wanted mental health care? Here have what is internationally recognized as torture. Cool. Facility officers returned some detainees to detention directly from hospital stays with no follow-up treatment. They detained others in solitary confinement or transferred them without notice, disrupting legal representation. They forced them to sleep on cold concrete floors without bedding and gave them food, which was sometimes substandard, and in many instances ignored their medical requirements. Some officers treated detainees in dehumanizing ways. Yeah. Based on interviews with 11 currently and recently detained individuals, family members of 7 detainees, 14 immigration lawyers, as well as data analysts. It's horrible. One woman described arriving at Chrome, a facility that typically only holds men, late at night on January 28th. Officers then confined her for days with dozens of other women without bedding or privacy in a cell normally used only during incarceration intake procedures. There was only one toilet and it was covered in feces, she said. We begged the officers to let us clean it, but they just said sarcastically, housekeeping will come soon. No one ever came. Yeah, a man recalled the frigid conditions in the intake cell where he was detained. They turned up the air conditioning. You could not fall asleep because it was so cold. I thought I was going to experience hypothermia. Yeah, detention facility staff routinely denied individuals with diabetes, asthma, kidney conditions, and chronic pain their prescribed medications and access to doctors. In one case at Chrome, a woman with gallstones began vomiting and lost consciousness after being denied care for several days. Officers returned her to the same cell after emergency surgery to remove her gallbladder, still without medication. She had surgery to remove an organ from her body, and she didn't get follow-up medication. This is torture, by the way. This is torture. Yeah, the substandard medical care may be linked to 2 deaths, one at Chrome and one at BTC. I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad. And, you know, this is just a blip. This is just a blip that, like, does not ever get noticed in the mainstream media, unfortunately. And I don't, it's some of the worst shit I've ever read, you know? I mean, like, look at this. Staff were dismissive or abusive even when detainees were undergoing a visibly obvious medical crisis. For example, staff ignored a detained immigrant who began coughing blood in a crowded holding cell for hours. In that case, unrest ensued and a disturbance control team stormed the cell, forcing the men in it to lie face down on the wet, dirty floor while officers zip-tied their hands behind their backs. A detainee said he heard an officer order the cell's CCTV camera feed to be turned off. Another detainee said a team member slapped him while shouting, "Shut the fuck up." I mean, I'm sorry, but I want you all to imagine a scenario in which you see in a crowded holding cell a man coughing up blood, and the degree to which those around him, in order to protect his life, got angry and loud. And in response, this cruel, inhumane, unjustifiable system storms that cell with, you know, inmates who are righteously furious trying to get help for this guy. And instead of getting him help, they beat these people and push them down in the dirt of their cells while beating them. And I mean, that's just like a handful of things from this. I'm going to link this in chat for you guys, so you can take a look at it if you would like. It's just so awful. And I want to talk a little bit specifically now about the place that they're calling Alligator Alcatraz. I'm going to call it Alligator Auschwitz. They are torturing these people, and it's horrible. This is from yesterday. How 7 immigrants came to the U.S. and ended up at Alligator Alcatraz. An Italian passport holder was already preparing to leave the U.S. Oh, wait. Sorry. One worked in a celebrated restaurant in Miami's design district. Another is an aspiring DJ. An Italian passport holder was already preparing to leave the U.S. All 3 ended up at Alligator Alcatraz, a vast compound of tents and trailers built to hold up to 3,000 migrants deep in the Florida Everglades. In the weeks since Governor Ron DeSantis invoked emergency powers to build it, just who is actually in Alligator Alcatraz and the conditions they encounter have become contested topics. Insane that it's contested, because the state is just saying, "Oh, everything's wonderful. Everything's wonderful in there. They love it. You know, our prisoners are all clamoring to get to Alligator Alcatraz. It's the premier facility in all the world to be held in." And like, a lot of Republicans are just like nodding along to that, and it's utter bullshit. It's utter bullshit. Let's take a look at some of these accounts. And you know what? For those racists out there, you know, they got a few accounts. The Miami Herald here got a few accounts from, you know, white people as well. Just so you know, this affects everyone, and you aren't going to be safe just because you are white. Just as an FYI. if you are racist in that way and you're like, good, I want people who are non-white to suffer. They're coming for you too, bro. Also, get over your bigotry. You know, get over yourself. Stop being, you know, the way you are. All right, let's take a look here. Last week, Tampa Bay Times reporters visited the detention center in Miami-Dade County and spoke by phone to 7 detainees or their family members about their arrests and their experiences inside Alligator Alcatraz. Though 4 of the 7 detainees were arrested in Florida and charged with felonies, court records show that many of the charges were dropped. It's unclear how many were convicted. Some of the family members declined to identify themselves to the Times out of fear that they could face deportation. Here's what the detainees and their families and friends told us. So let's take a look here. I'm looking for one of these. Yeah, here we go. This particular story. Yeah, Jordan Castillo, 43, from Miami. Castillo had lived in Miami for nearly 2 decades before he was detained by immigration officials. He had built a small business, Jordan Paint, he said. The company allowed him to make a decent living and give others the opportunity to work. Castillo had some legal troubles. Miami-Dade courts show felony charges dating back to 2019 for drug possession, which was dropped, a concealed carry violation with no action taken, and fleeing from police, for which he served 6 months probation. But his sister, who asked not to be named, described him as a man of good character and a loving brother, friend, and dad. He is proud of the life he built, she said. Last month, Castillo was arrested for habitually driving without a license, court records show. He was taken to Alligator Alcatraz on July 3rd. 6 days later, Castillo said he was handcuffed and let outdoors in the sun as a punishment for attempting to go on hunger strike inside the detention center, he said in a phone interview. As mosquitoes swarmed him, Castillo pleaded with guards to bring him inside, he said. He was kept outside for nearly 3 hours. So, first of all, imagine you're in a scenario, you've only been in it for 6 days, and you're already talking about how conditions are so bad, you are going to go on a hunger strike. That's pretty bad, guys. People don't go on hunger strikes for fun. That's some pretty bad conditions right there. But number 2, if you're like, well, oh, what, he was let outside? He was let outside. I don't know, bud. Maybe just deal with a couple of mosquitoes. Like, it's not that big of a deal, bro. Like, come on.
We should force every GOPer to spend a couple hours in solitary in any facility they approve for detention.
Sake Tanuki, I say we should have them spend like 3 days. You know? 3 days in the facilities that they want to have, maintaining punishments across the U.S. Also, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs and for supporting the stream. Thank you for making this show possible. I want to show you guys what the Everglade mosquito situation is like, okay? I want to show you guys. It's a 11-second YouTube short. This is what Florida Everglades mosquitoes are like.
This is what happens when you forget mosquito spray in the Everglades. As long as you don't breathe, you'll be fine. And I wouldn't open my eyes if I were you. They go right in the eyeball.
Now imagine you are stuck outside being bitten like that for 3 hours. Now, in case you're like still not convinced, in case you're just not like, I don't know, capable of understanding the connection here, really, really interesting thread by one Andrea Pitzer, my bad, who wrote literally a book on the history of concentration camps and their usage, titled One Long Night, Global History of Concentration Camps. I recommend reading it. It's great, but really interesting here. As promised in light of WAPO report on Everglades, camp detainees being swarmed by mosquitoes in the shower and unable to sleep at night due to being bitten, I want to briefly address concentration camp history and mosquitoes. I won't be comprehensive, but we'll give a few examples. One thing to keep in mind is that building in the Everglades was a deliberate choice. The administration wanted a punitive, dangerous camp. The shoddy temporary facilities at far above permanent facility per bed costs exacerbate the conditions. Mosquitoes apparently have free reign. Another thing to know is that mosquitoes are brutal in Florida. The state has a long history of lethal illnesses spread by mosquitoes. No one in government is unaware of the constant battle and treatments that have worked to keep mosquitoes at bay in an incredibly inhospitable climate. Mosquitoes have likewise long had a starring role in concentration camps around the world. Starting with the first reconcentrados in Cuba in the 1890s, forcing families out of the countryside and behind barbed wire was meant to punish civilians by depriving them of food and shelter. What reconcentrados, surrounded by standing water in overcrowded and unsanitary settings, mosquito-borne malaria became a leading cause of death. Encephalitis deaths were also common. More than 100,000 civilians died in squalid conditions in these camps from hunger and disease. In the Philippines soon afterwards, the U.S. set up its first overseas concentration camps, which, by the way, absolutely brutal shit. I'm not happy to be seeing it happen again in 2025. Mosquito-borne malaria surged among detainees. As one soldier wrote, now this little spot of black sogginess is a reconcentrado pen, with a dead line outside beyond which everything living is shot. Upon arrival, I found 30 cases of smallpox, an average fresh ones of 5 a day, which practically have to be turned out to die. At nightfall, clouds of huge vampire bats softly swirl out on their orgies over the dead. Mosquitoes work in relays and keep up their pestering day and night. It's possible some degree of unknowing negligence with specific regard to mosquitoes reigned when Spain imposed reconcentración on Cuba, as scientists were just establishing a direct link between mosquitoes and malaria in those years. But in the 1920s, the USSR would weaponize the insect. So that's cool.
Subbies.
Midnight Null Night, thank you for subscribing for 42 months. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, like, this is a global phenomenon where, like, concentration camps, USSR used, United States used, Spain used. Yeah. Mosquitoes as deliberate torture caught on elsewhere in Cuba when UMAP camps were imposed under Castro. Jehovah's Witnesses were subject to all manner of cruel treatment, beaten, deprived of food, water, tied up naked outside, and left for the mosquitoes in the sun. In Chinese concentration camps, mosquitoes were also used to administer punishments that would not violate official rules against assaulting camp prisoners. There are several examples, but here's part of testimony Li Xinhu gave before Congress in 1995. Australia on Nauru and Manus islands are doing similar things at the moment. Yeah. These are just a few examples of the role mosquitoes have played in past concentration camp detention systems, and to be clear, I'm not saying that Trump or DeSantis have been reading Gulag or Chinese history in their spare time and trying to repeat it. I am arguing that a desire to abuse civilians in ways that leave no one accountable leads to the nasty locations in which so many camps have been cited across history. The Everglades camp location was embraced in part due to the punishment that mosquitoes will provide, which... yeah. It's not great. Yeah, you don't need to be well-read to be cruel. You don't need to be paying an homage to do something another sick fuck has done before in the past. All you need to be is also a sick fuck. Every single person involved in setting up this system needs to be, like, held to account. And honestly, that's the nicest thing that I can possibly say about it. So that's all I'm going to be saying. You know? We need to hold these people accountable in a court of law. From the top to the bottom. Like, if you're a grunt agent, if you are a middleman, if you are a company doing business with ICE, Nah. We can't be accepting and tolerant of that anymore. There is a growing concentration camp system in this country that is going to be supercharged by the amount of money that has been thrown at it. And it is going to take time to deploy these camps. It is going to take time to hire the people and train them and set up the human infrastructure to actually make expanding these operations possible. Our job between now and then is to build up enough power by however we can in our communities, organizing our communities in whatever way is most effective, and coming together to oust these people from their positions. We need to oust Republicans. We need to oust Democrats who are committed to doing nothing. We need to build up our base of power and support, and we need to do it out of necessity. You sitting there listening to me and absorbing this information means nothing unless you are doing something in your community actively to build up that base of power. Full stop. So get thinking on what you can do, whether it's run for office, volunteer for campaigns, show up to your local meetings in DSA, Working Families Party, Democrats, whatever. Show up to your meetings and figure out what you can do in your area, because we need that now. Now is the time to do that. It's worth noting that it seems like they're using private contractors for everything from plumbing to food to security. These contractors should be identified. Absolutely, Shootbang. If you're good at InfoSec, figuring out how to identify those people is a great idea and something you can do, and that would help a lot of the journalistic effort against what is happening. So, that being said, folks, we're building concentration camps in the United States in 2025, and when this is all over, we need to dismantle the infrastructure that allows for those camps to be built. We need to dismantle the empowerment of the government where we have passively accepted that these things are going to get built. We must dismantle the power structure that enables them. So let's get to work. Can't they just run the camps with AI? No, not really. How do you feel about the statistics that are pointing to voter fraud of the machines? I think that they are interesting that there is a discrepancy like that, but I don't know that the only explanation is that, the election was hacked and stolen. I'm not sold on that idea whatsoever. Also, the organizations that seem to be making this claim, again, it's just noting a statistical anomaly, which by itself doesn't prove like the thing that they are saying they need to prove. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of the usual fuckery, like kicking people off of voter rolls, but like none of like they hacked the voting machines, which is what some people on the left have been alleging for a bit. Like, I don't know. I feel circumstantial, not a smoking gun. Yeah, that's kind of it, Lee Kessner. I think that there are other ways to explain the statistical anomalies that don't rely on, they hacked the voting machines and already have total control over our voting system. I mean, like, I think we have so many other things that we need to do that it's just, I find it to be a distraction at best. What about Elon's voter sweepstakes? Well, I think he probably should have been charged as a criminal for that. But we don't live in a just country at the moment. We live in a broken country that's rapidly continuing to break. And in a just country, he would be charged for that. That strikes me as some blatantly illegal shit. But I think as long as we're talking about Elon Musk, again, if the elections had, if Republicans had the amount of control over our election, infrastructure, they would have used it in Wisconsin. Instead, Elon Musk dropped like an obnoxious amount of money to try and buy the state and failed. Apparently Trump wants to arrest Obama. He's wanted to arrest Obama since Obama made fun of him. I will skip that. That's too long. Yeah, one of these days we'll live in a timeline where Obama didn't make fun of Trump, and instead we have an entirely different future. How we doing, folks? Was Obama wrong to mock Trump at that dinner? Absolutely not. Folks, we've been going for over 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. I know that this has been a rough stream so far, but consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And I would very much appreciate it because they keep me alive and allow me to do this work. Oh my god, you made the Dill Burrito? You made a Dill Burrito? A Dill Burrito. Wait, no, Dill Burrito. That word doesn't look right. It just much like the burrito itself. It don't look right. But Sam and Moose, thank you for your ingenuity and creativity. What the fuck is a Dill Burrito? We talked about it earlier on stream. I did an entire segment on the Dill Burrito. Good night, Robert Adset. We got any subs? We got any donos out there? Bueller? It's not a Dill Burrito without the crooked tie. I think it's perfect in every way. I still got to message the website people to fix me. I keep ignoring. Go do it. Click on the support tab right now. Go shoot them an email. Folks, how we doing? Ugh. They should ask them to twinkify Dilbert. Jesus. All right, folks. Here we go. Time to talk about the Epstein stuff, huh? Huh? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Spurt, indeed. So, folks, there's this guy named Jeffrey Epstein, and he's really giving Donald Trump a hard time these days. What with being dead and all, and also a known sex trafficker, and also abuser of children. One of the most infamous, in fact. And, of course, also the numerous statements, photographs, videos, etc. that he and Donald Trump have made about being best friends over the years. And also, you know, the allegations that, you know, numerous of Epstein's victims have had about seeing Donald Trump at various events. So, of course, as we're in week 2 of this whole Epstein debacle for Donald Trump is really just trying to do anything and everything he can to get people to stop asking him about Jeffrey Epstein. Like, literally anything. They took the troops out of LA. You know, a bunch of people are suing him left and right. It's a crazy, like, festival of lawsuits. And today you might notice that's Bernice King's Twitter account. Today, Donald Trump tried to make a move to release the MLK Jr. FBI files, and, you know, desperately hoping that people would just, you know, ignore his association with Epstein, because, oh, look at that, MLK news. That's so interesting. That's so cool. Even Bernice King is like, nah, release the Epstein list. Do it. Do it, coward. Like, when, I don't know, when the people who are literally carrying MLK's torch are saying it, like, damn, you're cooked. But also, can we just take a look at this? Can we just, like, this is insane, right? I need to log into my Truth Social account. There we go. Here we go. Look at this. Look at this. This is from Donald Trump.
No one, especially the president, is above the law.
No one is above the law. No one is above the law.
No one is above the law.
Nobody is above the law.
No one
Yeah.
is above the law. Nobody.
I'm absolutely going to be pinged by how much of that song is in here. They're all saying, no one's above the law. 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 No one is 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 above the law. God, yeah, YMCA over AI-generated footage of the FBI arresting former President of the United States, Barack Obama. And, of course, being in jail. Like, I'm sorry here, folks, but this is unhinged bullshit. And honestly is really disturbing because I feel it marks an escalation of the rhetoric.
If you are enduring Truth Social, I think I owe you something.
One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. I quite appreciate it. Thank you for helping to make this show possible. But just over and over and over again, just not talking about it. Not talking about it. Not talking about it. Wait a minute. What's this? He's responding to a different Truth Social post. What's going on here?
Massey. When did he decide to start voting with the radical Democrats? Massey voted against President Trump's tax cuts. Massey voted against finishing President Trump's wall.
Holy shit.
Massey even voted against Trump's ban on taxpayer-funded sex changes for minors.
I don't think Thomas Massey understands government. I think he's a grandstander. I think he should be voted out of office.
Let's fire Thomas Massey.
So he just re-truths. What even is this account? Was this account it was literally joined June of this year from MAGA, Kentucky? Who's behind this? Paid for by MAGA KY. Wonder if they make any jelly. Oh, Trump launches mega PAC in effort to oust Representative Massey from Congress. So literally, it's not even a super PAC, it's a mega PAC. A MAGA PAC. Wait. Yes, MAGA PAC. Is this literally by him? Oh my god. This is so petty. Sorry, it's fascinating. I'm guessing Thomas Massey might have also been saying some stuff about Epstein, maybe? But again, it's just random bullshit. Like, Obama himself manufactured the Russia hoax. Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe, and numerous others participated in this. The crime of the century. Irrefutable evidence. A major threat to our country, folks. And it's just like... that he tweeted that 4 hours ago. Truth did. 4 hours ago. It's just anything we can do to avoid or try and change the conversation. God. One of the greatest success stories in the history of borders. Just the history of borders.
Does this finally vindicate Colbert Report's created term, truthiness?
Honestly, Sake Tanuki, I think about that a lot. I think about that way more than I should, because it really was prescient. Like, the issue is you could never do the Colbert Report today, because, like, they all just became the parody that Stephen Colbert portrayed, right? Like, they just became him unironically. God. But like, dude is just yeah. Look at all the things we're doing. Don't think about Epstein though. Don't think about Jeffrey Epstein. Meanwhile, there's a lot of stuff today happening around the Jeffrey Epstein case. To say the least. Let me take a look here. Oh yeah. Also, we got to go back to the well. You know, the well from which we can derive infinite distractions. But her emails. Chat. Have you considered Hillary Clinton's emails? Look, what we really need in 2025 is someone to get to the bottom of whether or not Hillary Clinton used a private email server, because that's just unacceptable. And once we get finished investigating Hillary Clinton, we will begin to investigate every single Republican in the current administration who has been using unauthorized communication devices and services in order to communicate national secrets. Signal, for one, you know, like there have been a lot of different services that have been used. The Trump family, famously, during the last term, used their own private email servers. And you know what? Weirdly, conservatives don't seem to be upset about that when, like, Jared Kushner does it, or when Trump Jr. does it. It's so interesting. I wonder why not. But anyway, again, this is how desperate you have to be if you're Donald Trump, because Pam Bondi doesn't just like go out on her own and be like, yeah, let's do the Hillary Clinton email probe. No, that comes directly from Donald Trump. All right, that comes directly from Donald Trump. This is basically the equivalent of the Always Sunny in Philadelphia do not diddle kids scene, except that Donald Trump almost definitely, assuredly, maybe, possibly, allegedly did that with children. Anyway, also, if we want to check in on how Trump supporters are doing right now, they're not doing so hot. Florida man arrested for threatening to kill everyone on Epstein client list. Just, oh, weird. I wonder how this also ties into what we've been talking about. Terrell Bailey Corsley allegedly posted the threats on X last Tuesday, seemingly reacting to a response from X's AI agent Grok that disputed any such client list exists. Well, at Grok, you're wrong. Everyone involved, if I see them in real life, I will kill on sight. I will kill everyone on the list on sight, and they absolutely deserve it. Roughly an hour after that post, Bailey Corsley posted another message signaling out 3 government officials unnamed in the charging document, saying he would kill you on sight. It's time to start killing politicians on sight, he added minutes later. So, you know, like, again, don't Fed post on your social media, folks, because these people in the government do want your ass in jail. But yeah, Republicans aren't doing okay. The MAGA folk aren't doing okay. As much as people want to kind of cover this up and move along, here is a piece from the New York Times that went up just a couple days ago, and it is a very long and in-depth look at Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's friendship, and it's really, really uncomfortable and gross, and like, I don't know, it makes me think, hey, this guy is sussy as hell. Maybe the guy who hung out with the world's most infamous pedophile and sex trafficker for 15 years and called him his best friend, maybe this guy knew a little bit about that. You know? I don't know. I'm just a guy who talked about how they shared an interest in young women. Also need to throw this out there. Where is it? Ugh, God damn it. These news websites are betraying me. Okay. Yes, here we go. Yeah, Midas Touch managed to find this video, which is maybe, I mean, like, just some obscure stuff is being turned up as interest renews in this. But here is a vintage footage from 1991 of Donald Trump at an event called the Look of the Year Modeling Competition that included models as young as 14 years old. So
It does feel weird how Pizzagate was pushed while Epstein existed, post-conviction.
Right? People just kept not talking about it. It's almost like, I don't know, there were some powerful people who wanted it covered up. Who could those people be? Clearly not the current president of the United States. Haha! But here we go. Okay? Important thing to know about this particular pageant is that it was used by its founder to have sex with children. So, I think it's kind of interesting that Donald Trump was at and judging the appearances of children at an event whose primary head and founder was also predating on children. I think that's weird, but let's take a look just real quick.
The 58 contestants participated in an exhaustive round of personal interviews designed to help our judges discover what makes each one special.
Your 5'9" reading? Serious, huh? We may measure again tonight before the game. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Amy.
The concentration was intense inside the judging room.
I don't like you as you are.
And out.
I'm just so excited.
Each girl was considered not only for her beauty and poise, but also for her personality and that indefinable
something extra that makes a top model.
Okay, you want to pull your hair back 1 second? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
This is 1991, Alan Smith.
When it came time to choose the 21 finalists, emotions ran high as each judge expressed his or her opinion.
Yeah. So that's footage of Donald Trump in the 90s judging underage children on their appearance and desirability. This isn't in front of an audience. It doesn't look like it was in front of an audience, does it? Because it wasn't. This was apparently put together by a, I think it's just called Elite Modeling Agency. Yeah. Oh. Also, Elite's boss, Gerald Marie, well, has some interesting allegations against him as well. Let's take a little bit of a look here. He wanted to control me completely. The models who accused Gerald Marie of sexual assault. You know, it's pretty weird that at an event run by a wealthy, powerful man who sexually abused the models, there was another man who was wealthy and powerful who sexually abused his models, and there was the current president of the United States who has openly bragged about doing sexual assault on models. You know, I can't help but notice that some of those models were 14 years old. Can't help but notice that fact. Seems odd to me. Here is another piece of footage.
The Look of the Year contest is the ultimate contest for women that want to go all the way in the modeling business.
Featuring 58 of the world's most beautiful young women competing for more than $700,000 in prizes. Wow. And the chance of a dream come true, a career as one of modeling's superstars. We'll take you behind the scenes and onto the runway. You'll see the fun, feel the excitement. You'll pick your favorite along with our panel of expert and celebrity judges, and you'll enjoy front row VIP seating at our gala evening, when one of these contestants will be selected as the girl with the look of the year.
A look of the year contest.
Yeah. It's really, really so much more disturbing. So much more disturbing knowing like what was going on behind the scenes by just two of the other men there. It's I just
Aboard the Spirit of New York. The ever-present paparazzi took advantage of the numerous photo opportunities, and everyone was entranced by the views. Despite the long day behind them and the work that lay ahead, the girls just didn't want to quit.
The girls just didn't want to quit.
Concentrate.
Aboard the Spirit of New York.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. Was this when like fanny packs were first invented? Were they actually like super popular? Genuinely have no idea. Hi. I don't feel great about this. But here is an excerpt that we have to read from this Times piece, right? Let's see. I think it's here. Yes. Where is it? Come on. There we go. Months later, when Mr. Trump hosted a party at Mar-a-Lago for young women in a so-called calendar girl competition, Mr. Epstein was the only other guest, according to George Horanay, a Florida-based businessman who arranged the event. Mr. Horanay recalled being surprised that Mr. Epstein was the only other person on the guest list. I said, Donald, this is supposed to be a party with VIPs. Mr. Horanay told the New York Times in 2019, "You're telling me it's you and Epstein?" Mr. Horanay's then-girlfriend and business partner, Jill Harth, later accused Mr. Trump of sexual misconduct on the night of the party. In a lawsuit, Ms. Harth said that Mr. Trump took her into a bedroom and forcibly kissed and fondled her and restrained her from leaving. She also said that a 22-year-old contestant told her that Mr. Trump later that night crawled into her bed uninvited. Ms. Harth dropped her suit in 1997 after a related case filed by Mr. Horanay was settled by Mr. Trump, who has denied her allegations. Yeah. Also, just... It's... Like, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Let me just say, I would find it incredibly weird if the guy most known for being a sexual predator towards underage girls, I feel like if you invite one other person to your party and it's that guy, and the rest of the people at your party are young girls, I don't know, guys. I feel like the pieces really line up and I don't have to bring you to the conclusion that I know is obvious and right there. Right? Like, I don't know. I've never invited just one guy to go out and then just hired 100 women to fill out the rest of the party space. That seems really fucking weird and sussy, especially when that other guy is like literally the most infamous pedophile of all time. Like, for me, I had been thinking up to this point that, like, maybe there's a chance it's just the financial ties. It's just the financial ties. Like, Trump invested in, like, heavily in, like, Epstein and his now I'm like, nah, you're in that shit. You're in that shit. Also, just really interesting, court records show that Mr. Trump was among those who got rides on Mr. Epstein's private jet, also known as the Lolita Express. Over 4 years in the 1990s, he flew on Mr. Epstein's Boeing 727 at least 7 times, largely making jaunts between Palm Beach and a private airport in Teterboro, New Jersey, just outside New York. I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. It's some soul-crushing stuff. And I want to really point out multiple women who were abused by Jeffrey Epstein specifically, who testified against Ghislaine Maxwell, previously went to the FBI to say, hey, Donald Trump should be a person of interest if you're looking at, like, Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking and child abuse. Like, it's not subtle, guys. This has been here the entire time. Maria Farmer was among the first women to report Epstein and his partner Maxwell of sexual crimes back in 1996. In 1996, she pointed the finger. And at the time, in 1996, she also identified Donald Trump as someone that was associated with Epstein in this capacity. Okay? When it comes to the sex trafficking, when it comes to the child abuse, etc. In 2006, she was interviewed again by the FBI, and again, she pointed a finger at Donald Trump. Again, this is before Donald Trump is even in the political field at all. At all. This is from today, guys. It's truly insane. Now, I do want to point out that this last point is kind of presented to you guys with a huge grain of salt, because I talked about this a little bit the other day, but Mueller, She Wrote is a liberal podcast, right? It has a large liberal listener base. They have a Substack, and they put out a call on social media a few days ago to any FBI agents who may have handled the Jeffrey Epstein list to reach out to them and tell their story. And I can't verify this outside of what they have said. So that's the huge grain of salt here. That being said, some of the stuff that they come up with here is really, really interesting to me and kind of fits a larger picture, right? Because one of the things we know is that there are documents that were taken from Jeffrey Epstein's residences, and there is a large trove of materials that are horrific in nature, right? So in earlier this year in March, the FBI was put on the task of going through around 100,000 different documents and records in order to pull information out of them to form essentially this Epstein list, right? This, I think, began mid-March and lasted until the end of the month. Agents were put on like round-the-clock analysis duties. It was absolutely insane. People were not observing protocol. And one of the very interesting things that they have brought up is the idea that, and this has, again, been also said by Dick Durbin, who is a senator in Congress, that the FBI agents going through this were taught to flag anything that may mention Donald Trump in the Epstein list, which is, I mean, why you got to flag that material unless it's real bad shit that you don't want getting out there. Okay? So they have these files. They have a list of times he was mentioned. So I'm gonna share with you some of what Mueller, she wrote, had told to them. So here we go. Yeah. Approximately 1,000 personnel in the Information Management Division and the FBI New York field office were assigned to this task, confirming the whistleblower account made to Senator Durbin's office. I can also confirm that a log exists tracking the mentions of Donald Trump in the files. There are approximately 100,000 files containing roughly 300,000 pages. Individual analysts were told to flag mentions of Trump by document and page number by logging them in an Excel spreadsheet. Now, this is quite interesting, of course, but let's take a look here. Yeah. Regarding the ever-changing nature of the instructions, which one source described as a full panic mode, there were at least 4 different review instructions, keeping in mind that the Record/Information Dissemination Section, RIDS, are trained in Freedom of Information Act redactions, but many in the IMD are not. There were multiple video training sessions that went out on an unclassified network on what to mark for redaction, what not to mark, and how to record things that needed to be flagged. That means that video exists of trainers explaining the process of flagging instances of Donald Trump appearing in the files, and those videos went out on unclassified networks within the Bureau. It's also of note that trainers would, toward the end, were folks from the Department of Justice and not the FBI, which indicates, again, that this is coming directly down from the top. So that's interesting as hell, to say the least. At first, analysts were told to mark nothing, and soon a different type of marking system evolved. Analysts were told that what would be released would be solely up to Pam Bondi, and essentially people inside the Bureau were afraid that, like, there could be information against the victims weaponized by the administration, which is an interesting fear to have when this is what we're talking about. A fear for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. It's, yeah. Let's take a look here. As far as content, there was one confirmed mention of Donald Trump in the files reviewed by an analyst who again spoke on the condition of anonymity. Beyond that, there were other instances of Trump appearing in the files, but the number of times and to what extent is unknown. But the log exists. Something else that stands out is the potential stress and trauma created by the review of the files. These included photos of yacht parties and photo shoots that some analysts weren't prepared for. And the photos accompanied victim testimony, and in one instance, you know, it's explicit material. It is of children, of underage folks, right? It's a lot of these people were not prepared for that. And again, it's insane that we're saying that there is a log of instances of Donald Trump in the Epstein files, and there's video of government officials talking about how to flag those files for mentions of Donald Trump. Also, I mean, this story might be gone from the president's Truth Social feed. It's not gone from mainstream media here. Trump's on a roll. Why isn't he smiling? Answer: Jeffrey Epstein. Like, damn, USA Today, going a little bit hard, are we? Like, also, again, Democrats are actually somewhat playing politics by forcing votes on this issue. Honestly, keep doing this, Democrats, for as long as you can. Keep bringing it up, because it makes them look guilty as fuck. Makes the Trump administration look weak and guilty as hell. And, I mean, this is just fascinating stuff. This is from earlier today.
Has the president just ordered the FBI to release the full Epstein files, just get it all out there?
The president has said if the Department of Justice and the FBI want to move forward with releasing any further credible evidence, they should do so. As to why they have or have not or will, you should ask the FBI about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, the president has the ability to completely gut the entire country and, ignore Supreme Court orders, and has like the ability to tweak your child's curriculum in any school in the country, and the ability to, deny you medical care. But, our hands are tied when it comes to the Jeffrey Epstein files. Woo. Like, no, none of us believe that shit. None of us believe that shit. God, it's so embarrassing. And just to end this out, Speaker Mike Johnson in the House has said that, we're just not going to have a vote on any more Epstein stuff for the foreseeable future. I did demand that we release the files, but we won't have any votes on it. Like, I'm sorry, if you're a Republican, these people fucking played you. These people fucking played you. They never cared about, like, child abuse. They never cared about keeping children safe. They
P.S.
played you, bitch.
Tom Hallman is a bitch.
That's true. That Nine-Tailed Witch, I've seen the medical evidence. Tom Hallman is medically a bitch. Love how mainstream media is desperate to keep their golden goose out of hot water with the BS story that MAGA is unified behind Trump. Only sources behind this story, Bannon and Loomer. Yeah, I mean, like, a bunch of MAGA influencers are starting to come back in line, but, like, I don't think you get back some of these people who are calling Glenn Beck in tears, talking about how they've been disillusioned and no longer believe in, MAGA. They no longer believe in what Republicans are saying, because they're willing to lie about this. They're willing to lie about literally anything, God. I think that our duty on the left here is to point out the Trump-Epstein connection at every available opportunity, because Republicans just don't have a good answer for it other than, that thing that I pretended to care about for years and said was like the sole defining aspect of my political identity. Yeah, that was all bullshit. That's if that is the only path to defending how you feel about Donald Trump right now, I mean, even to yourself, it rings hollow. Be annoying to your elected officials, especially if they voted to block it. Exactly. You know, have some fun with it. They are weak as hell on this issue, and we should be taking advantage of that to the utmost degree possible. Meme about it. I don't know, put up posters about it. Like, just, like, get it out into your community, because we need to make this, like, more visible as an issue. I got blocked by a state rep, and he crashed out all weekend. Be annoying to your elected officials if they voted to block it. Yeah, unironically, you have the right to bully your elected officials. You know? So do some organized bullying of the worst people in the world. And with that, folks, we move on. How we all doing, folks? We've been going for about 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, hit the goddamn buttons. Do the things, you fools. Let me take a look. Have we hit our stream goal? We did. Good job, YouTube chat. Good fucking job. Look at you guys with 216 likes. Ugh, I'm so proud of you guys. And also, just want to say, hey, we got like 350 people watching in YouTube chat. That's pretty cool. Hello, everybody. Maybe you guys can hit 250 likes. I think you guys could do that. And you know what? I think you guys might also be able to drop some subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because I need them to live. This show is only made possible thanks to viewers like you. You guys literally allow me to do what I'm doing. And I'm in the middle of moving right now, and I'm gonna need to take some time off in like later this week or next week in order to move stuff. So anything you can throw my way to help make that a lot easier, because I don't get paid time off. Nervous laughter. Consider supporting the show. Yes, this show is made possible by me being alive. It's true. Yo!
Gave a bunch to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, so this is light. I'll oil a bit harder ASAP. BWA.
Paladin Lost. First of all, thank you for donating to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. That's really great. And number 2, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really, really, really appreciate that. And folks, when I get back, when I finally finish my move, I'm going to write you guys the fanfic I owe you, okay? I'm going to write you guys that fanfic. Hello, you can call me Jess. I need to say I'm deeply sorry for my reaction earlier during the segment. Comrade Girl, that's A-okay. I know that segment was hard as fuck. What a horrible acronym to have. It's true, Two Dads Smoochin'. It's not very conducive to the smoochin'. Do a 24-hour chair stream for more donos while you're off. That might be hard to do. I don't think I can do that. Oh, Brett Davidson, thank you very much in advance. Appreciate it. Did I miss Mehdi? You did not miss Mehdi. We've been talking about other stuff for the last 3 hours. We're back in the mouse over here. Oh, Killed XM, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. That's very kind of you. Is the Epstein Seggy over? Yes, it is indeed. And we're gonna do some Mehdi Hasan stuff now. Mehdi Hasan. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, fine. We're doing this segment right now. Hey guys, do you remember the guy from Jubilee? You know, the guy who is just very proud to be identified as a fascist, and he smiled and was like, "Yeah, I'm a fascist. I think Francisco Franco had some good ideas." Fired for my political beliefs. Oh fuck. Oh shit. My name is Connor, and I was recently shown in the latest Jubilee episode. As a result, unfortunately, I was subsequently released from my job. I'm raising money for as an emergency fund and for other expenses while I look for a new job. Unfortunately, voicing fully legal traditional right-wing political views results in real consequences. Yeah, the traditional right-wing political views is being a Nazi, like doubting the Holocaust. Like, yeah, I had some very traditional right-wing views. This is why, by the way, I never believe a chatter who comes into my chat and says, like, I'm just a moderate conservative, because 9 times out of 10, they're one of these guys, you know? God. I love that Mehdi Hasan was just like, you guys aren't ashamed at all of identifying yourselves with your face on camera as fascists? All right, let's see how that works out for you, boys. Like, damn. Whoo! All right, this is cancel culture and political discrimination on full display. Hey, real quick, it's totally valid to, discriminate politically against people. For example, I am totally and completely okay with discriminating against the political group of people known as the Ku Klux Klan. I'm okay with discriminating against them and, saying, hey, if you work here, you can't be a member of the Ku Klux Klan. Sorry. I think that's fine. I think it's fine to say that, actually. Dude with his whole chest said he was a fascist. Like, get fucked, man. I just went on The Rift TV, where I shared my story of what happened. You can watch it here. I will be guesting on a podcast tomorrow. Rift TV on Rumble, YouTube, X tomorrow night. We'll be reading off the names and donations to say a verbal thanks to all of you who gave. I'm wondering if this guy was, like, Sieg Heiling for every dono. Like, holy shit. Stay strong, mate. All white men want is a country of our own. Way to lead the way. Things will be fine. All white men want is a country of our own. What? What? Do you... Like, you just want, like, a country where you, like, don't see people who aren't white? Or you want to, like... There's nothing stopping you from moving to, like, that island made out of garbage in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and, like, I don't know, piecing together a sustainable sea living community on that pile of garbage. You know, claim it for the glory of the white race. You know, like, I don't know. Like, if all you desire is a patch of land to call your own, why not choose the garbage patch? Surely there are, like, uninhabited desert islands you could go and claim and for the honor of the whites. Like, they're just innocent fascism-loving men. They're very loving men. They are men who love men, specifically strong men. It's all white men really want at the end of the day. A nice strong man to call their own. Oh god. These people are so pathetic. Ah yes, I'm a fellow Catholic. How do you do, fellow Catholics? And then they just do a Sieg Heil at each other. I'm praying for you, brother. Thank you for all the service you do for the only holy Catholic Church. Man, the Catholics are not okay, man. Ah, Versace Groiper. We're in the Nick Fuentes verse at the moment. We love you, Pine Sap? Is that his username or something? This just proves your point about liberals using power to punish their enemies. I mean, sure, you did say that, like, I don't know, you might be able... there might be some groups of people you'd kill.
The reason white nationalists try to take over our systems instead of forging their own is because they know how pathetic they are deep down.
It's true. It's true. Like, it's just... Again, a lot of these people call themselves, like, Catholic converts. And, like, again, I think if you call yourself Catholic and you're like, well, Vatican II should never have happened. I don't know. You're not a very good Catholic, number one. Number two, like...
I'd totally take a debate masterclass from Mr. Hasan called Meditation.
Dude does have a Zen aura to him, it's true. He's aura farmed so much, he can just project it. It's crazy. I'm just curious about these. The powerful liberals. Sure, you did say you wanted to, like, kill anyone who disagrees with you, but the liberals are the ones with the real power of the situation. Love you, bro. Pray for you. Good luck. Hopefully you get a lot of money. That dude was very subversive. I mean, yeah, Mehdi Hasan was very subversive in the sense that he subverted their arguments. There's a pray button? Oh, go yeah, this is Give, Send, Go. This is the Christian GoFundMe. The Christian Nazi GoFundMe. Keep up the good fight, brother. The sun will rise again. Ethnic Europeans need to stand together. Are people always not sorry? Holy fuck. Imagine saying that and, like, believing that. Can you guys imagine that? Can you imagine, like, being so brain damaged that you're like, ah, yes, us ethnic Europeans, we've all got each other's back. Why, in Europe, in Europe, none of us have any ethnic problems. Don't even think about having an ethnic problem in Europe. Why, we're a one unified white people. And it's just like, that is not historically how Europe has ever worked. That, like, I'm sorry, the idea that, like, I don't know, for example, the British are totally fine with Poles. Yeah, there's definitely no like ethnic discrimination that happens there. No, sir. Don't look into the Balkans for damn sure. And, like, these people need to imagine themselves being under attack because they just got nothing else going for them. They got nothing else going for them, so they have to be like, well, I'm white, so that's one thing going for me. God. Embarrassing. Anyway, we're gonna do some more of the Mehdi Hasan stuff because I've been enjoying it, and you know, we're gonna jump into it, see what happens. where last we left off,
I just think a lot of Europeans are just parasitic societies. A lot of them got what they got by basically stealing. Good luck with the move.
Possum, thank you for the $5 super chat. And I mean, I think that there are a lot of things that Europeans did in their own areas that were good. To be fair, I would describe less that Europeans are parasitic. I would avoid using that, and instead I would say colonialism is a parasitic mechanism. Like the very mechanics of colonialism are parasitic in nature, and so the premise of colonialism is to establish the colony and then suck the excess value out of the colony in the form of labor and materials to enrich the home country, right? And so, like, I think a better way that is going to get you maybe a lot more agreement is probably describing the system of colonialism as parasitic. Like, that's... And I think that's maybe a more useful lens because, let's not forget, Europe isn't the only place that has done colonialism, you know? So understanding it in a more globalized sense, where we can use that definition more, I think is good. Let's hop into this.
You can trust. Clicking on
are good for America.
Get into it.
My next claim is that immigrants overall are good for America.
Oh, hell yeah. I have not seen someone make an affirmative case for immigration in ages. And let's be clear here, immigrants are unambiguously good. Like, immigrants are unambiguously good for the place that receives the immigrants. They come in, they're often already adults, already able and willing to enter the workforce. They often already have job training. They often already have a bunch of different things going for them. Whereas, you know, if you have a baby here, you have to spend 18 years making sure that that baby is able to turn into, like, someone who works in society, right? And that's a big investment, time, resources, money, etc., labor. So it should be pretty easy when you understand labor in that capacity to see how, like, a bunch of already pre-grown people are coming into the United States and they are highly motivated to work here, highly motivated to, like, engage with our system honestly and upfrontly, and, like, highly motivated to not do crimes because they know that if they do crimes, they're going to get deported. Which is why, by the way, immigrants tend to have lower rates of crime than native-born Americans. They're literally less prone to being criminals than someone like me who was born here. Like, there's a lot of reasons immigration is just a net good, and they're basically all the opposite of what conservatives constantly claim immigrants are doing. Also, they boost the wages in the areas where immigrants come to live. Immigrants come in, they do labor, and wages rise for everyone involved.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, nice to meet you,
Mehdi.
Daniela. So in regards to your claim, I just want to start by asking this. Do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant and an American.
Well,
do you care about helping immigrants or Americans? Jack has high rates of crime. One of these days, my titty's gonna be illegal.
immigrants are not Americans. Americans are the people that were born here.
That's not true. Where'd you get? What's the basis of your claim for that?
Are you talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
Yes, in the 14th Amendment, that gives me citizenship. That's how that works, actually. I have read it. Well, then why don't you remember it? You know, why you forgetting? This is your big moment in the sun.
Citizenship clause. It says any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens.
Dog can actually quote it. That's nuts. That's so good.
Of the United States.
I'm aware of that.
There's about 40 to 50 million naturalized Americans in this country.
Yes, but
You didn't seem aware of it because you said Americans versus immigrants.
So, but are you understanding that the process of getting all these immigrants that come in here we've been also, the millions of immigrants, it's up to the millions, it's the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
Positively, I would argue.
People like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our own fields that we go to college for, that we get into debt for. And because...
Does she think that undocumented immigrants are taking like doctor jobs? It's like they can't for that. But also, I guess the premise is about immigrants in general. So she's probably just arguing against the concept of anyone from someplace outside of the country coming here at all, which is that's a next level, like, white nationalist Nazi talking point.
More blue collar work, especially in construction, agriculture, and so forth, and the hospitality industry.
Hey, look, I'm not gonna knock her for saying filler words, okay? Like, I know what kind of a person I am. I know the words that come out of my mouth. And unfortunately, a lot of them can be filler words sometimes, so thanks for sticking with me, folks.
We cannot get jobs in those fields, so it requires.
Are you looking for a job in construction or agriculture?
No, I went to.
I mean, you know, if you're part of it, if you're a union worker, construction can be a great career path. It just as an FYI, if you can hack it in construction and like you get like union membership, like you can actually do really well. I'm just letting you know, like, it's contract work pays.
College. Okay. Many people here are in college or went to college, but we can't even find jobs in our fields, also because of the H-1B visa program as well. But in regards to just your claim about immigrants...
Okay, yeah, so she's just against all people from outside of America coming to America. Gotcha.
Specifically, we cannot even get jobs to pay for housing.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Okay, is this in regards for American citizens?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, God. Like, I'm sorry. Imagine coming in here and being like, yeah, they're just people in my generation. We're just roving the streets, unable to get jobs because all the H-1B visas are taking up the precious jorbs. And Mehdi Hasan is just like, but unemployment is at record lows right now, so get good.
Well, I'm unaware of that statistic, but from what I see, from what
I'm an immigrant and an American, and I employ many American citizens, both naturalized and the ones born here. I employ Americans.
My parents came
Americans as defined by you.
My parents came as immigrants to become naturalized, so I'm not necessarily.
Oh, okay. So some immigrants are good. I wonder what makes someone the white kind of immigrant. Oops, I misspoke, or did I?
Oh, wow. So you're the child of immigrants?
Correct. I'm a child of immigrants. I was born
But you
here.
don't accept that immigrants are Americans?
Not at this moment.
So your parents are not...
Jesus Christ. Imagine, like, selling out your own parents in your desperate attempt to come across as, like, a socially relevant Nazi. Imagine... I can't imagine the amount of disappointment one might feel. She doesn't accept that immigrants are Americans, and her own parents are naturalized citizens who fought for years to become naturalized citizens because it's a years-long process. It is hard and difficult and expensive. And she's like, oh, but they're not real Americans, though. Like, damn, bitch. Way to burn the bridges. Way to burn the boats.
Americans.
Not at this moment.
So
no,
hold on, your parents
they're
are Americans.
citizens. They became naturalized.
You just said you can't be citizens by being naturalized.
No, I was born here, and I'm not
Yeah,
opposed
you're born
to
here,
naturalization.
right?
I
But
never
are your
said that I'm against
parents...
naturalization.
Are you against naturalization?
No, I never said I was against
You
naturalization.
did. You began. You're very... Everyone was here. They can play it back on YouTube. You said Americans or immigrants. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are United States citizens.
But they're immigrants, you said.
No, they came here as immigrants. However, but
So they
I want
are
to make the
immigrants.
claim that we cannot
I came here as an immigrant. I'm
but
an immigrant.
at this point, when they came, the
I
United,
think that
the
people
United
aren't
States
happy with the way this is going for you.
The United States.
Mehdi is so good at just like his little needling, like, looks like you aren't doing so hot, huh?
Anti-naturalization is just admitting that you've done so little in your life you need to make a virtue out of someone else birthing you.
It's true. I mean, again, these people have so little going for them that in order to make themselves feel special, they have to be like, well, I'm white though, so that's okay. I mean, Mehdi is just like, not even missing a beat. He's just like absolutely wrecking these total chodes. I don't know why I use the word chode. It just, that's what these people are to me.
Economy was not at.
It's better now. The American economy is better than it's been for many years. And I can say that as someone who doesn't like Donald Trump.
We're giving millions and billions of dollars to people of minorities as well as
the reason the economy is doing badly now is because Donald Trump's tariff policy. Nothing to do with migrants. In fact, the congressional.
They can't even start businesses.
I'm an immigrant.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I started a business.
No, I understand because the SBA is giving people billions of loans.
I didn't take any loans from this.
Oh my god. No, I understand that you started a business with all of the billions of dollars from the American public. You know, guys, all of those billions of dollars that we give to immigrants. Hey, wild femboy. Yeah, the light, the spark of life has left these people. If there is a real, honest to God necromancy that exists in the universe, these people are the product of it.
Billions.
I didn't take any loans.
I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying that statistically speaking, they're giving billions of loans.
So should we do statistics? According to statistics, immigrants are 80% more likely to be entrepreneurs than native-born Americans.
Sure,
they're more likely
absolutely.
to start businesses and hire Americans.
No, I'm aware
right?
of that.
Immigrants are more likely to pay in taxes than take out in benefits. They're more likely to add to innovation and jobs.
But have you considered that I just don't like them? Have you considered that I just don't like them? And like, my parents are kind of assholes. Have you considered that? Have you considered that I don't like my parents and therefore I don't like any immigrants? Have you considered that one? I bet not.
And wages. This is what the statistics show. The Congressional Budget Office. Let me just finish my point and then let you come back in. The Congressional Budget Office, which is bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats both use it.
I want to know who's watching this and holding out for this to somehow get better. Like, how have the flags not tripped off this flag meter? It's full.
They have said that the immigration surge that you mentioned will lead to an extra $9 trillion of GDP over the next 10 years. That amounts to $65,000 per American household. That's $65,000 for each and every one of you holding up a red flag.
Wait a minute, when you put it that way, it sounds like our position is stupid and evil. Huh. You've given me a lot of food for thought, Mr. Hasan. She proceeds to go and change her life for the better. This is a universe we will never see, a universe we will never hear, a universe we will never experience, for we live in the bad one.
Okay, I understand
All right,
that, but...
pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Man, they really stopped trying to get to the chair at a certain point, didn't they? At a certain point, they're just kind of like, yeah, let him have it. He's way over there. He's been waiting for like 3 hours. Also, can I say something? This is really important. If you are wearing the exact outfit that this guy is wearing, you know, the pink polo, the blue jeans, the sneakers, the backwards hat, with that kind of haircut, it's a big red flag. It's a big red flag. This guy is the reason you need to cover drinks at college parties, or really at any party whatsoever. Okay, especially you ladies, cover your drink. If your girlfriend goes to the bathroom, cover her drink. Okay, gotta have our backs.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Mehdi.
What's going on, man? Nice to meet you.
All right, so first, before I start, I need to know what you mean by good. I can talk about the economy, I can talk about culture, I can talk about all those things. I need to know what you mean.
All of them.
All of them.
I'm saying immigrants are good for the economy. They're good for
You think
culture.
lower wages are
they're
good for the
good for
economy?
society. Where's the lower wages?
What do you mean, where's the lower wages?
Where are the lower wages?
Yeah, so you can
What's
look
the
at
basis for saying there are lower wages?
Sure, so you can look at like the STEM industry. It's been in like a complete and total recession. There's been tons of studies like from the Economic Policy Institute that shows that like companies like Tesla.
How is it a red flag? It's the frat bro look. It's the frat bro look, and specifically, it's the kind of frat bro that if you are talking with other women, they're gonna tell you, hey, don't go to a party at that frat house. That's where some girls wake up, assaulted. People told that to me when I was going to college. I think every university has that frat that is known for that. Okay?
Companies from like Silicon Valley, they engaged in mass firing of workers, around 35,000, but then they hired around 12,000 H-1B visas. And it's kind of just...
Why are frat bros bad? They're not necessarily bad, but different frats have different reputations based on the kind of culture in the frat.
Like just standard economic thinking.
It's not standard economic thinking. The vast majority of economists and economic studies suggest that there is a negligible, if no impact on wages over time from immigrants. In fact, your colleague mentioned earlier, construction, there is actually evidence in construction, yes. But in some industries, in some areas, there is an impact. But overall, no. In fact, a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that migrants since 1965 have raised wages.
Who's that?
Hey, we've actually referenced that study before on stream. Hell yeah! Look at us sharing sources with Mehdi Hasan.
Innovation.
Who's that by?
National Bureau for Economic Research.
No, hold on. That's where you publish studies. I'm asking
yes,
for
I
the
didn't memorize the names of the authors.
Yeah, I know you didn't. Right?
Can you give me the authors you've got?
Yeah, hold on. The study you're talking about is from...
God, I'm just remembering. I'm just remembering this guy in his goddamn piss shoes right here.
Yes, I didn't memorize the names of the authors.
Yeah, I know you didn't. Right?
Can you give me the authors you've got?
Yeah, hold on. The study you're talking about is from Giovanni Perry, and what he did is he didn't account for aggregation issues, nor did he...
The vast majority of studies...
Let me speak.
Please.
Yeah, thank you, right? So listen, he didn't account for aggregation issues, right? And when you look at like the spatial approach, which is what all these economists use, you're not accounting for the fact that when immigrants come into an area, natives leave. If you look at an occupational approach where you look at the specific firms that immigration is going into, like Kim, ETAL 2013 did, you find a net negative impact when there's a 10% increase.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Something just hit my brain so wrong.
Kim, ETAL 2013.
ETAL? I'm sorry. Kim et al. Right? If you're referencing a work, yeah, that's what he's trying to say, Paladin Lost. He's trying to say et al. As you would with a study. I need to hear that again.
13 did. Where you look at the specific firms that immigration's going into, like Kim, ETAL 2013 did.
ETAL, oh my god. Dude, you have no business citing a study if you don't even know how to read that citation. Oh no. Oh my god.
You find a net negative impact when there's a 10% increase of immigration. You find around a 0.5% decline in wages when it comes to the specific occupations they're going to.
So
all your studies are flawed.
So 0.5%. Weigh that up against what I just mentioned from the Congressional Budget Office, which is a massive boost in GDP per head, which you're not counting for. Massive increase in tax revenue.
Yeah. Well, I found a 0.5% decrease in wages for non high school diploma having people in the United States. I found that to be true, and so that defeats your argument. Get fucked, Mehdi Hasan. Mehdi Hasan's just like, did you think about the amount of GDP it adds per per worker? No.
It's actually funding the deficits and debts by paying way more in taxes proportionately, including undocumented immigrants. And what's interesting about wages is I'm in a room full of, I don't know what to call you anymore, conservatives, Republicans, fascists, I don't know. One of you has proudly said that.
Call us correct.
One of us proudly. Oh yeah, correct. I'm in a room full of correct people, but do any of you actually care about wages? Because for example,
I actually do.
For example, do you support raising the minimum wage?
Absolutely, and you can't do that when you're bringing all these people coming into
that's
a
not
country.
the reason.
Yeah, you can't, guys, you can't raise the minimum wage if there are people in the country. In order to raise the minimum wage, you have to get every undocumented and documented immigrant out of the country, raise the minimum wage, and then bring them back. Look, we'll just I don't know, have a Pied Piper situation for all the immigrants and get them to a different place and then raise the minimum wage while they're gone, and then they'll get back in here. Giddy up back in. This guy... I'm not leaping to a huge conclusion if I say this guy is the dumbest person who's been on here yet, right? Am I being unfair to the other morons who have come on before him, whose trail he now strides upon? No? Okay, I thought he gives the vibe of a trailblazing idiot. Just diving right for that cliff.
The Republican Party blocks the minimum wage. You think Republican politicians don't vote for an increase in minimum wage because they're worried about immigration?
Did I say I voted Republican? Did I say I voted Republican?
Well, I'm going to show that.
Oh no. Is this the swing voter that Chuck Schumer's been gunning for all this time? Did we find the one guy? Did we find the swing voter that Hakeem Jeffries is trying to woo? Is this the level of ignoramus that we are aiming for when we're talking when like these morons who work as consultants advise the Democratic Party? This is the guy they're trying to flip over. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, we found him.
Was called.
Yeah, this guy is the son of the Baileys. The son of the Baileys, everybody.
Far-right Republicans.
That doesn't mean I'm going to support every single Republican candidate.
So you and I, So you and I, let's agree. We both support raising the minimum wage. Yes,
100%.
$7.25 since 2009. It's lost 30% of its value. If you care about wages, we should be raising.
I do love that Mehdi's like, oh, okay, you believe in one good thing that should happen. Here's all the reasons why we should do that.
The minimum wage in this country, not scapegoating migrants who aren't the cause of low wages in the country. You know who's causing low wages? Billionaires, millionaires, and people who won't pay fair wages to their wages, regardless of whether you are an immigrant or a native.
I get the monologue, right? Now let me respond.
You had one. You had one with your one study that had a 0.5% impact. Go.
Yeah, and your study sucked that you didn't even know who wrote it, right? So let's get back to the point, right?
Wait, Jess, is that true? Did Cenk Uygur have a beer with this guy? Why? Unless that's not true. I can believe that, though, and that's scary. I'm hoping you're pulling my leg.
I don't need
and
to
there it goes
study.
again.
The majority of studies say that wages are not impacted by migration.
The majority of your studies are flawed. That's what I'm telling you.
My studies.
Right.
Neither of us are economists. It's the economist studies.
Don't assume who I am.
Are you an economist?
I could be.
But are you?
Are you? I could be. Wouldn't you like to know?
I could be.
Are you?
I'm not going to tell you.
Are you?
I'm going to major in economics, right?
Are you an economist?
Oh, you're going to college? The big college has gotten to him. He's already going to turn into a liberal, you can tell. He's going to be slipping into trans girls' DMs left and right. And then he's going to become a lib. That's his life trajectory by going to college.
No, not right now.
Okay, so when I said neither is economist, I was correct.
Just don't assume.
To use your favorite word.
See here, dude, this is nothing of substance. You look at the red flags; they're coming up. Let me get to the point.
Okay, no, Cenk Uygur didn't have a beer with this guy. Okay, I'm glad you're pulling my leg because this guy's so fucking dumb, but so is Cenk. Is the economist in the room with us right now?
When you talk about the CBO, one thing you're not accounting for here is that they're assuming an equilibrium, right? Do you know what that means? You shouldn't make these type of assumptions. You said earlier that unemployment
Do I
was
know
like
what it means? I thought we're not doing assumptions.
Okay, hold on. You mentioned we were like at like 4.2% unemployment. Yeah, that's counting people who have part-time jobs. That's counting poverty
That's how it's always
wages.
been counted.
Yeah.
You're counting people who have jobs and other people who have different kinds of jobs. And, you know, that's unfair when we're talking about
He
unemployment.
mentioned spatial versus occupational analysis. Kim 2013 suggests that one occupation in one reason may have been affected by as much as 0.5%, but other occupational analyses find it negligible.
Yeah,
BWA.
was Kim 2013 the one that shows like the 0.5% is in like people who never graduated high school? Because I feel like when I was going over the data on this like a couple years ago, the Kim study is done by like the most one of the most conservative outfits that does these types of studies, and like even they found that was the worst that they could find with the data they had. And yeah, most studies don't go that hard, you know.
I'm against poverty wages.
You
Can we
won't let
agree
me
again?
Yes. If you go to like the Lookwood Institute, they calculated a way where it's like functional unemployment. Okay. If you account for things like just people who make around.
If Monk can have stick, how can be unemployed? Checkmate Neanderthal.
God. I really like the idea of like Neolithic economic debate.
$25,000 a year.
Suck
people
it,
that fall
then
out of
for
the
the
labor
five,
market,
two
people
tier
who
one
only work
subs.
part-time. If you count all of those people together. And
Yeah, that the famous economist ETAL. Fuck.
Then add on the unemployment, that's around 25% of the population. So when you go, we don't have jobs, we don't have people to do this and that and the other. No, yes, we do. Okay.
I don't know what's going on, but it says your stream is YouTube featured, and I love that for you. I don't know what that means. But if you're here because it's YouTube featured, welcome everybody. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. On the YouTube feature.
We don't have a labor shortage. We have a good job shortage. And when you keep bringing these people in, and they're taking those jobs.
The good job shortage is the...
You keep bringing these people in and they're taking our gerbs, even though I have no evidence of that. And you've directly told me that my evidence does not show what I think it does. They're still taking our gerbs.
Fault of big firms, employers. I'm an employer. I can say that.
Who hires the immigrants?
Who hires the immigrants?
Yeah.
Employers.
Exactly. So when you bring up these big firms,
okay, so
that's the
let me
way
ask
that
you,
keep
let me
wages
ask you
down.
a
You
question.
understand that, right?
So let me ask you a question. If you got rid of all immigrants coming in tomorrow, moratorium, you think that Republicans and
the amount of contempt that Mehdi Hasan has for this man is genuinely heartening to see. God.
Employers of big firms just suddenly raise all the wages.
You notice
That's
how
what
you
you
didn't answer
believe.
what I said. You
That's
notice
what
how
you
it
believe.
was a complete. Your ankles
That's what
all
you
right.
believe.
You pivoted the hell
That's what
away
you
from the
believe.
conversation.
Is that what you?
Also, listen to just, he's so good at this. Listen to the tone of his voice, varying up, you know, the question.
Dr. Johan van der et al. Here. I'm glad you're a fan of my research. I've published thousands of papers across a wide variety of disciplines. I didn't work with Dr. Kim and Dr. Sakamoto.
Well, first of all, Dr. Johan van der ETAL, thank you for the $5 dono, and also, thank you very much. And I just have to ask, well, not ask. I have to express my condolences that our text-to-speech technology is not yet capable of reading off your last name correctly. As we all know, it's pronounced ETAL, not at all. Moronic text-to-speech system.
I'm on
Are
the
your ankles
subject.
okay?
Do you believe that wages? I'm just wondering how naive you are. You believe that the 1% will raise wages and the federal wage
They will
if
be
we
forced
stop
to.
immigration?
They will be forced to.
great
When you
being
increase
naive.
labor's relationship to capital, okay, and you give labor more bargaining power because you're
But
tightening
this
the
is a very
supply of
simplistic
labor.
understanding of economics because you're
Okay,
not,
explain I'm wrong.
I'm telling you how you're wrong.
hear
Because
it.
you're ignoring the fact that when immigrants come into an area, they spend money. They create jobs through
About
their
what- about
presence.
Yeah, no, exactly. When you increase the population of an area and those people do work, they have money to spend on goods and services. This is literally a Simpsons meme. This is literally the Simpsons peanut meme. Can I get like the, yeah.
Ow, pointy! You slimy. Uh-oh, moving! Uh-huh! Aw, $20. I wanted a peanut. $20 can buy many peanuts. Explain how. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Woohoo!
It's literally that. That is what is happening right now. Mehdi Hasan is trying to explain to this man that money buys goods and services. It's genuinely insane that the people who have, for my entire life, been the champions of fiscal responsibility. We have to be fiscally responsible. Where are we going to get the money for that? My entire life. Are now just like, I don't know, what? Money? Huh? How's that even possible, man? You're telling me they come here, they get disposable income, and then they spend it in the community, and that can generate more jobs that are catering to them, and the expanded population? You're telling me that, like, money circulates through the economy, and, like, people launch businesses in order to, like, capitalize on that money flow? I just don't understand. Yeah, that economics degree is going to work out real good for you, buddy.
Fifth of their monthly income leaves the country.
That's a good thing also because you don't like US aid, foreign aid. So this is the point. They create
Don't
jobs. I
assume
came
that.
into this country. So far, every one of my assumptions about you has been correct.
Hello, Jack. This is Dr. Etc. I don't have anything to add to the conversation. I just wanted to give you money.
Well, Dr. Etc., thank you for the $5 dono. I do wonder what you're a doctor of, but, you know, we'll save it for another day.
But listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like... I should get the hell out.
Oh, this fucking guy.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
Why?
Because you come here and say all this bullshit about how Americans are lazy.
Why?
You push your left-wing
I never
politics.
said Americans are lazy.
I don't know why you say this.
I never said Americans are
yes,
lazy.
You are.
The only person
saying
attacking me.
By the way, notice how, like, this guy, you're saying that Americans are lazy. Because this guy actually believes Americans are lazy. You know? Like, no one hates Americans quite like far-right fascist conservatives. You know? No one believes and thinks as little of Americans as these people. Because, like, ultimately, this is an ideology based on self-hatred, and, like, he believes himself to be lazy. He believes that he is emblematic of the American condition, and he believes that Americans are lazy. You know? And so he must project it on other people he wants to use as scapegoats for his own failings.
Have to come into this country so they can do jobs that we don't want to do. That's
I never
exactly
said
what
those
you
words.
said.
When did I say it?
Oh, really?
When did I say it? We're
So
on
why do
YouTube. Guys watching on YouTube, rewind to the time where I said immigrants are doing jobs we don't want to do. When did I say that?
Interestingly,
Hi,
on YouTube.
Dr. Etc. again. To answer your question, I mostly deal in colons, semicolons, and innuendos.
Ooh la la. Dr. Etc., thank you for the $5 dono and the clarification on your points of interest.
Those words. Words that came out of my mouth.
Okay, so why do we have to bring in immigrants?
You know, us being on YouTube, Mehdi Hasan didn't say those things. Because again, it's all projection.
Why do we have to bring in immigrants to the country if we have people who are going to do the jobs?
Pause, you've been voted out.
It's nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
You're going to have to go, bro.
Nice talking to you. You're going to have to go, bro, is what he said as I left, to an American citizen. Good to know where you stand on immigration. It's not about immigration, is it? That's what it's not about.
Imagine being this comfortable in your life where like he feels completely and utterly safe to on camera on a video that's going to be viewed by millions of people, like say that to one of the most prominent journalists in the country. Let's see how that works out for that degree, buddy. Is it his time? Is it the Amish man on Rumspringa? Are we finally going to hear his in-depth thoughts about, I don't know, you know, what he thinks about the iPhone? What level of technology is he comfortable with? Like, are lighters okay? I'm so fascinated.
Hey, how you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. How are you?
Not bad. So, what?
This man... You know, someone in chat earlier said, have you seen the part of this where a man who looks like he's about to offer you a deal for your soul steps in? And mentally, I didn't verbally respond to it, but mentally I was like, no. But, you know, without looking at any confirmation from chat, I can tell you, this is that guy. This is that guy. Everyone else, Rizless. This man, you know, he might have evil vibes, but you know what? He's got the Riz.
What type of immigrants are we talking about?
What do you mean?
Like any immigrants or are
immigrants? That's what I said. Immigrants
are illegal
overall.
immigrants.
Undocumented immigrants also contribute greatly to the U.S. I say undocumented. I don't think people are illegal.
So, let's put it this way. I mean, I'm an immigrant too, from Iran.
Okay.
There isn't even
How
a
do you
U.S.
feel about the fact that people here want you out? Are you okay with that?
I'm here to debate you, not debate them.
Oh. I feel bad for him. You know, like there's a certain amount of pity I have for some of these
This guy shows up at every TPUJSA event and offers softball questions to nationalists. He's from Iran and he's almost solely concerned with hating Islam.
Well, that evaporates the brief moment of pity I had for him. You know, sometimes these people are just so pathetic. It's unbelievable. Like, can you imagine just groveling to try and get the attention of people who hate people like you, to get them to hate other people who are like you, but in a slightly different way? You know, like it's weird. I don't understand the appeal of living on your knees like that.
I mean, you're all on the same side. You're part of one group.
No.
You've been clapping each other.
No, I mean, there are conservatives here, there are far-right people here, there are Republicans
But how
here.
do you feel about that guy wanting me and you to leave?
But
I'm sorry. If you're here, you're a goddamn fascist. I haven't seen any evidence of anything to counter that.
You know,
I'm just wondering. Wait, this is the topic of immigration.
It's not
How
about
do you feel about the guy?
It's not about my feelings towards them.
Okay.
It's about staying on this topic.
Okay.
And
Immigrants
talk
are good for America, yeah. You and me, we're good for America. And the guy over there wants us to leave. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
So I believe that there has to be strict immigration laws.
Okay.
We have to make sure that the people are coming here have the good intent of the United States in mind.
That's not my claim, but okay.
So
my claim is about immigrants are net positive.
If we just open our borders to every single person that
I love that this guy who is an immigrant can't even say, yeah, immigrants add to the value of America. It's really sad and pathetic, man. The hat is the only redeemable thing about him. I might take some flack for this, but I think the mustache is pretty alright too.
Dr. Cetera again. I am confused. Is there another TPUSA conference than the one that me and my fellow proctologists attend?
Oh god. Dr. Cetera, first of all, thank you for the $5 dono. Not sure about that, but have you ever encountered something in the wild called the Dill Burrito? Just asking for a very interested community. Also, like I'm a fan of mustaches. His mustache is a little bit unkempt. Could have used like more oil or whatever, but like I like the mustache. I think mustaches are fun.
wants to be here, you know, that claims that they have economical hardship in their country.
Who's calling for open borders?
No, I'm just saying, you know.
I'm just saying, I can imagine someone else having open borders.
Straw man. So you're just saying a straw man.
No, I'm saying
you're
that
wasting time with a straw man. No one's calling for open borders. I didn't call for open borders.
You wasted
I said
time.
immigrants who.
You wasted time trying to cause division between me and my
division. He wants you to leave the country. That's a pretty big deal.
All right.
I mean, you can ignore it, but that's your side, my friend.
Like I said,
dude literally waves. What a fucking ghoul. Literal demons.
You were the one that tried to derail this argument.
Derail?
By bringing that.
It's literally core to my argument. I'm saying immigrants are good to America. People on your side are saying we should leave. Not me. Me and you.
Just your average summoner and his pack of demons that have gotten out of control. The summoning circle has gone wrong.
What type of immigrants are we talking about? Are we
immigrants
talking about
overall?
Overall. So
I mean, we're not gonna. So you want me to get into like particular communities? I'm not playing that game.
So you believe that people that come here without
overall
any
help
respect,
the society,
without any respect to our laws and our border, are gonna be good for this country?
He looks like a cartoon villain that ties women to railroad tracks. That's true. Some women are into that. I don't know why, but I know some women are.
Oh, of course not.
So you can't say that all immigrants overall.
I never said all immigrants.
Well,
I said immigrants overall. Immigrants overall doesn't mean all immigrants. Sorry to break that to you.
All right. So we have to make sure that the people who are coming here have the good intent of this country in mind. Agreed?
Yes.
All right,
irrelevant to my claim,
but when you have undocumented immigration going on.
Yeah.
You know, again, none of these people feel comfortable agreeing to the fundamental premise of any of the very simple things Mehdi Hasan has put forward. It's honestly crazy.
You can't vet that. You can't make sure about that. Let me real quick,
I hope Mint Kuro's doing all right.
Talk about, my background. There is no American embassy in Iran. So in order to come here, you have to stay in line.
You know who this guy reminds me of? This is going to be a deep cut. This guy reminds me of Davis Orini. Do any of you remember him? He was the bald mustachioed man who had like a skull in all of his like frames in his videos. Talked a lot about Anita Sarkeesian. Tried to make like a weird ass documentary that crashed and burned about it.
Mehdi Hasan debates Warlock, who has Dennis Prager, the great old as ********* one, as patron.
he Mehdi Hasan debates a D&D character. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono.
For 4 years, and you have to go through some serious vetting procedure to get here. But I made it. And that process has to be in place because, I mean, you don't want terrorists to fill this country.
I made it too. I'm an American citizen. I went through lots of vetting. I took my test.
And that's how
the guy
it
over
should
there
be.
wants us to leave.
But
he wants us to leave.
When people,
so people don't really care about vetting, do they? It's not really about vetting, is it, my friend?
People should not have
You're in denial.
People should not have the right to ignore our borders and our laws.
What about those of us who don't ignore the borders? Should we get to stay?
Of course.
But he says we shouldn't.
Well, I'm not debating.
I'm not debating him. I'm not interested in that question because it would make me look bad. I'm not interested in answering that question because you're gonna make me look bad in front of my friends.
Him.
You kind of are because you're all together on this.
No, I'm debating you.
Okay. And I'm pointing out to you that your argument is in bad faith because these guys are actually speaking the truth and you're in denial about who's on your side. He wants you gone.
I never claimed that I'm on their side or they're on my side. Okay. I'm here to debate you.
All right, pause.
You are all politically aligned. It's literally called one progressive versus 20 far-right conservatives, and honestly, that is being incredibly generous to their political positions. It's a similar psychology to that of trad wives. I'm appealing to white conservative men so they will protect me, F off other women. I mean, I think it is a certain element of that at play here.
Jordy, please return to your seat.
Nice to meet you.
Can we wait? This guy goes to Turning Point USA events? I have no idea what his name is, and I don't care enough to check. I was about to indulge that.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Mehdi. Nice to meet you.
The question is, immigration is good for America, right?
Overall, if you look at the net positives to things like our society, our culture, our food, our economy,
I need to see this man again.
General diversity. I know the D word is a bad word in places like this. I think immigrants have been a net positive. I think if you look at your everyday lives, we all benefit from immigration.
And what kind of conservatives disagree?
That hair is so interesting. Also, I don't know why. This guy is very, like, trans guy coded to me. I think it might be his outfit, but I don't know how to put my finger on that at all. So I don't know what to do with that.
Whiplash wasn't a hole, but damn if he wasn't one of my earliest crushes before I understood such things.
It's not okay. You know, I'm not gonna cook you for that one, because you know what? Like, Snidely Whiplash had the style. He had the style. You know, I'm not gonna fault you for that. Also, you know, the light bondage element, it's not for me, but I get it. I get it. Thank you for the $5 dono, Caracal.
Agree with that.
The guy, some of the guys who told me to leave this place and go back to, you know, I'm not a citizen.
Do you think all conservatives?
No.
Oh.
No, in fact, Ronald Reagan, who's a president I wasn't a big fan of until Donald Trump came along. Now people like Reagan look good in comparison. Reagan said in 1986, our country is a nation of immigrants. Our immigrant heritage is our strength. He gave an amnesty to 3 million undocumented migrants. He understood the value of immigration. So I'm with Reagan.
Yeah,
Although this guy...
Wait, no. I didn't say anything about fingering trans guys. I said that he just gives me trans guy vibes. I don't know. Nothing about fingers. Stop it. Get your minds out of the gutter, chat.
Putting his thumb down there, so
I'm
Reagan's not
Reagan,
popular in right-wing crowds these days.
Yeah. Well, he's popular with me.
Good too.
I'm a deferred action of childhood arrivals. I was an illegal immigrant myself. I came here when I was 10. I'm what you would call a legal alien now. I didn't have any
my God.
on my parents' choices.
Yes.
Do I think that they were well-meaning by wanting to bring me over for a better future? Absolutely. I believe.
Dude, you're like one of the #1 people this administration wants to deport. Like, holy shit. And you're still disagreeing with the point that immigrants are good for America? Dog! What is wrong with these people?
That.
Yeah.
Did they break the law? Yes. Do I agree with people breaking the law? Not necessarily. Do I think that there's ever a situation where you can break the law for the better or the greater good? Immigration is it's an interesting issue, because I do agree with you that
good to hear.
Everyone is an immigrant in the sense. Like, can you tell me a little bit more about your journey?
I've been here 10 years. I'm a proud American citizen. I'm a dual national. I'm British. I'm American. And I am an immigrant who's contributing to this country. So, yes, I'm very much proud of America's immigrant heritage. I'm part of it. And despite what one of the other people said on this show earlier, yeah, everyone here, unless you're Native American,
All right,
is a descendant of
pause.
immigrants.
Sorry, you've been voted out.
Of course.
Please return to your seat.
Thank you, man.
Nice to meet you.
I can't pretend to understand that guy's political position, but like, at least he didn't come across like a total dick. Like, he may be the best one we're gonna see on this show, sadly. Yeah, they voted him out so fast because, like, I don't know, he was having the temerity to be, like, slightly human for a minute.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Actually a fan. I see you a lot on Piers Morgan.
Okay, thank you for watching.
Yeah. So,
Oh, boy. So, okay, if you're this guy, my advice to you is, please, for the love of God, do something about the neck beard, okay? You gotta do something about it. That the strap just doesn't look good on you, okay? Some people can pull off the strap. You cannot, okay? You're not built for it. You don't have the stamina for it in your beard. All right? The one guy who actually wants a thoughtful debate. Yeah. I just... This guy looks... And this might be a deep cut at this point. This guy looks like Dwight Schrute's brother. Mose. So, you know, like, that's my one comment about this, and we're gonna move on.
My argument, is that Americans are what is a nation? A nation is a geographical location full of people who have some things in common. So I think some of the things, typically in history,
just in case you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, because I guess I'm old, so. Here we go. I think they look basically the same.
are going to be like race, religion, ethnicity, language. These are some of the things that we have to have in common in order to actually have a functioning civilization, especially in self-government. I'm not necessarily a giant fan of self-government. I'm a Catholic nationalist. I'm not a fascist.
I'm not a fascist. I'm just a Catholic nationalist. Okay. Oh, sure, man. Sure, you're not.
You have to have at least some things in common in order to actually have a civilization. And the immigrants, especially illegal immigrants that come into this country now, disrespect us. They hate everything that we believe. They don't even speak our language. I watched after Trump got elected.
I would have to hazard a guess, right? If you're saying the vast, overwhelming majority of undocumented immigrants coming into this country are from Mexico and Latin America, most of them are going to be Catholic, bro. Like, they hate everything about you. I don't know. This kind of seems less about ideology, more about racism. I wonder how fast we're going to get there.
I watched an interview of an illegal alien woman crying and about getting deported, and the entire interview was in Spanish. That is a
the entire interview is in Spanish. That is like spitting in the face of every American, because we all know that English is the language of America. Also, America doesn't have an official language.
In the face, it's disrespect. They don't care about us. They abuse our system.
So you've gone from a teleological argument into just a bunch of series of wild, unsubstantiated
I'm asking
claims.
You, what is
I don't accept any of those claims that they hate everything we stand for, and I don't accept. Well, I'm not going to deal with the teleology. I'm going to deal with the false claims that you made. There's no what's your basis for saying that all immigrants or all undocumented immigrants hate everything we stand for? It's funny that you said you're a Catholic nationalist. How did most Catholics get to America? Irish Catholics, Italian Catholics. Immigration. Much of the people coming across the southern border are Catholics. Yeah,
I know. I don't.
So it's really funny that you say you're a Catholic nationalist, but Catholics came to America via immigration.
Yeah. So
immigration is good for America. You and I can agree. Otherwise,
they can't bring themselves to agree with this fundamental premise, even as they argue for points and present themselves as people who would agree with his premise. Tradcats. As we all know, the popes never fought. Indeed. Also Tradcats. As we all know, Vatican II isn't real, and we will all pretend it never existed.
People of your faith wouldn't be here.
No. We were here on this side of the world, in this continent, from conquest. We came.
Yeah. What would you say those initial people who were doing the conquest were immigrating?
Came over here,
but the big surges of numbers, as you well know, because you're a smart guy, Italian, Irish immigration waves, Catholic immigration waves.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not even claiming.
Against those?
I'm not even
Were
claiming.
you against those? If you were alive
I'm
then?
not even claiming that
Because
immigration
a lot of people
is
were against
bad.
those.
I'm not claiming immigration is bad in all cases at all times.
What is your claim?
My claim is that immigration, especially now, and especially for foreign people that have nothing in common with us.
It's funny that you say it's especially.
Holy fuck. They have nothing in common with us. And when I say nothing, I mean one thing.
Oopsie poopsie.
Skin color.
I've fallen into a Nazi groupsie.
Do you think there's ever like moments where people are like look around the room and they're just like, wait a minute, that guy's wearing a swastika. Wait a minute, that guy has a sun and rod tattoo. Wait a minute, that guy's literally doing a Sieg Heil. Are they? No, it couldn't be. Are they Nazis? Oh no! I just believed in statue history.
I forgot your name. My apologies.
Brian. Yeah. How many?
In every era, there has been a Brian who says, "I'm not against immigration. Just."
Every era has a Brian. Every era has a man. Every era has a lighthouse.
Immigration now.
Okay.
This is what people said about Italians. It's what people said about Irish folks. Said about Russians, Poles, and now we're saying about people coming across the southern border. Because you're not being, you're being a little disingenuous, saying I'm only against immigrants now. This is a trope.
How's that disingenuous?
This is because it's a trope that's been used by nativists throughout American history, and every wave of immigrants has come in and faced the same hate and animus and bigotry and lazy truth. And every wave of immigration is ultimately assimilated, integrated, benefited the country. In fact, assimilation right now, according to Jacob Frey from the University of Washington, assimilation rates based on language and citizenship. And
God damn, he's so good at this, dropping the citations as he goes. Bam, bam, bam. It's so nice.
Naturalization are higher now than 100 years ago.
Okay, let me make a statement first. I think that you in your
ignored my statement, but
you and your own person are a complete perfect example of why immigration is negative and why we shouldn't allow people who don't have anything in common with us. You're pro-abortion, you're pro-euthanasia, you're pro.
I'm pro-euthanasia.
Yeah, you went. I've seen your stuff. You've defended euthanasia.
Pro-euthanasia.
Yeah, on Piers Morgan.
No, I've never discussed euthanasia with Piers Morgan in my life.
Okay, so my point is that you don't agree
with
I'm
the
guy
here.
Of this country.
If anyone watching at home, I'm the only guy here who actually supports American values, democracy, free speech, the Constitution. I've got folks here telling me they don't believe in democracy, that they're nationalists.
Wait, why should we care about that, by the way?
Isn't that what America stands for? What does America stand for? So you hate what America stands for, not me.
I'm not even
saying...
saying...
in fact, all the studies show that...
Man, like... Mehdi is just like going... like a goddamn machine. This man is completely unprepared to be in this arena.
Immigrants actually are more patriotic than native-born Americans.
The only reason why, that's the Mexicans in LA right now burning it down, waving Mexican flags.
LA's being burned down?
Please don't send us back to the country that we're waving the flag of.
I've been in LA for a few days. I didn't see anything burned down.
Yeah, I know the riots have ended. That's because Trump sent.
But if it's burned down, where's it all burned down? I haven't seen it. I've traveled around all of LA. You said LA was burned down. LA is 500 square miles.
Oh no, not the Waymos. We all know a country could never survive driverless vehicles not existing. It's just impossible. No gods, no Bryans. Oh god.
It's not a figure of speech, actually. It's another false claim of yours.
They're burning
I support
buildings.
euthanasia. LA's burned to the ground.
Bro, just
Immigrants
relax,
hate what we stand for.
Okay, so
I'm super relaxed.
So you're pro-abortion.
But you're just saying one false thing after another.
So you're pro-abortion,
and
right?
I'm standing by my position. Immigrants are good.
I love that it's the point is just immigrants overall are good for America. And he's like, but you like abortion, right? Checkmate, liberal.
You're pro-abortion. You're an immigrant.
I'm pro Roe v. Wade.
Yeah,
personally, I'm not pro-abortion. If you knew anything about me, you know.
Roe v. Wade is.
All right, pause. You've been voted out.
I was going to say nice.
What if I imagine you have a bunch of political positions that I hate?
Meet you, Brian, but I guess not. You made it.
Great to see you. My name is Cyrus.
Nice to meet you, Cyrus.
I am also son of 2 immigrants, came in legally. I'm also Persian descent.
Fantastic.
Born in LA.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Terangelis.
Yes. Well,
this man is a goddamn this man's a goddamn Oblivion NPC. Like, holy shit. I didn't know people were built like this.
I am mainly upset, not at the immigrants, legal or not. I'm mainly upset at Wall Street. I'm mainly upset at the elites, the special interests.
I'm with you.
They are the main reason why we've been having this issue since 19.
Yeah, so then the main issue is the elites and special interests, not immigrants, because the immigrants are actually a net benefit for the country.
65. And I understand most want to do well. There are a few bad apples, we can agree.
Okay.
But we want to go after the elites. They are the main cause of the problem.
Love it.
And just like healthcare, trade, everything.
Did you know, Cyrus, that the top 1% dodge $163 billion in taxes every year, while undocumented people pay $100 billion in tax? So I know where my anger is against.
There are issues with our tax system on the rich, but in a state like California, some taxes are too high. I used to live here, now I live in Las Vegas.
Different debate.
Okay.
I'm saying immigration is good for America.
Depends on the
People
taxes.
like you and me overall are good for America is what I'm saying.
Okay, but depends on how it's done.
I'm trying so hard not to horny post. He hits so hard and fast with facts. I need to hand fan my god. Jesus. He is good at this, though. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Yes.
It depends on how it's done.
And how it's being done
so
for the U.S.
I'm not blaming the housing crisis on immigrants, not on wages, but in a state like California that doesn't build enough homes and they're bringing immigrants in, you have to increase supply of housing.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
But this is where our anger is at the political class.
I agree.
The Democrat Party used to have a different stance on immigration 15 years ago. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton.
I'm not a fan of that. I'm not here to defend different Democrats. What I will say is
that's our anger.
What I will say is that everyone here actually does think immigration is good for America. Everyone here uses an iPhone designed by an immigrant, is on Gmail designed by an immigrant, is on a YouTube show.
But
you guys all came to a YouTube show founded by an immigrant. You wouldn't be here.
But that's
if it
a
wasn't for
tiny
an immigrant.
minority.
So you all love immigrants, whether you like it or not.
Okay, but it is a taboo subject. Should we be concerned about the demographics? So
no.
I'm the son of immigrants, but most of them are bad people.
Anglo-Saxon, European American, 0% of America, it doesn't matter.
Are they 0% of America?
Well, let's say if it becomes 0%, it should not worry.
They're not going to. Why are you bringing weird hypotheticals?
But there has to. But I mean, they're still part of our.
Your hypothetical is weird, and you should feel weird about it.
Country, there's culture. There's. I mean, even Britain. Like, I mean, it concerns me.
Again, the solution here is very straightforward. The wealthy people of this country should pay their fair share, and we should build more homes.
But it concerns me when Britain is changing, and it's, you know, it's like they're losing their culture. But it's losing their culture. Are they? Are they going to try to?
I'm from the UK. I'm telling you, no one's losing their culture.
London is going to be very little British in one day. What's the plan? That's what we want to know. What's the plan?
You just made that up. Have you been to London?
Have you been to London? It's fine.
How do we know?
Cyrus, have you been to London?
No.
So then maybe you shouldn't comment on places you don't know anything about.
But what's the plan?
I grew up in London. London's a very British city. I was in London a few weeks ago.
Okay.
It's a very British city.
I hope not. I understand that there are people in this audience that don't.
I feel very strongly about London. Okay, I've never been there, but I feel a deep spiritual connection to London. Okay, I can't explain it, but I'm thinking about proposing to a mannequin that I have made that represents London, the city. I have dressed it as my own personal anime waifu, and I call her London. And I am really happy with her, and I'm just a couple days away from proposing. So don't ruin this for me, man. Not now, not never.
Like me or you in this country, and I respect that. There's some that don't even want me to date a blonde woman. They want to keep to their own.
They don't even want me to date a blonde woman. London is just so exacting.
Or ginger or whatever. I respect that, but there has to be a deal made. There's Idaho, there's Montana. They can go live in a homogeneous society. I don't believe in force, okay? And I believe that there has to be a deal made. And I think there's upside.
And we have to have a homogeneous country. Dude, are you advocating for your own ethnic cleansing from America? That's insane. I've never heard someone do that. What the hell? What is wrong? Like, this is, at a certain point, this is a fetish, and I refuse to entertain it.
Upsides and downsides to diversity.
There's a deal made. People have elections. They vote for elections. And right now, there's Donald Trump in the White House. Not someone I support, but people voted for him.
Well, why did he get in, mainly? Because we had 2016,
Not sure we have time to get into that. There's
Bernie Sanders. Okay.
Part of the reason he got in is that people in this room want people like me and you to leave, and they voted for him to try and make that happen.
I'm not surprised. One of the Charlottesville marchers doesn't like me, and I've met those people, and I respect their views.
You really
Only one? Wait, you respect the views of the Jews will not replace us, guys? What the fuck is wrong with you? You know, someone in chat called this guy a cuck at the very beginning, and like, damn, you really called it.
Shouldn't.
Well,
Don't
they're wants.
Don't respect racists and fascists, is my advice to you.
Well, they have their...
Yeah, don't. I love that Mehdi can especially sell that after the part of this stream that he did where he refused to respect someone who claimed to be a fascist.
Preferences, you know, that's just, we can't change that.
Actually, we can. That's why I tried to come in today, but anyways.
All right.
You can't change people's minds. It's impossible.
That's time. Please return to your seat.
Thank you. Nice to meet you, sir.
This guy, you know, shoot bang, this guy, like all guys like this, need extensive therapy and not an ethno-state. Ethno-states do not fix the problems that these men are experiencing and would only immiserate them further by isolating them from more and more and more people. Like, don't forget that the entire goal of the fascist ideology is to essentially break down the common bonds in society and render an entire population of men, predominantly, willing to kill themselves for the glory and the power of the state. That's the end game for a fascist project. And, like, these men would just be fuel for the war machine of any kind of country where that type of, I don't know, governance became the norm. Like, yeah, unfortunately, you can't really change the mind of someone who refuses to listen. I agree with that to an extent, though I think that in the case of people who might be drawn to fascist in the first place, hearing open, hearty mockery of these dumb-ass motherfuckers is a really great way to get people to not head down that path in the first place. I think there is a role for making fun of these people. The fact that they all, like, just are objectively off-putting and grotesque. The fact that they are genuinely without, like, any kind of argument to back up their points other than hatred. I think that exposing that has an element of good in it. Especially when you can present it in a way that is unambiguously just an absolute smackdown, you know?
Pleasure. Good. This was the best. My final claim is that Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
We gotta take a little bit of a break because we've made it through an entire section. Let's go, folks! And we're going to tackle that next topic in the next segment. I'm gonna click that button. But before you go anywhere, remember to like, comment, and subscribe because my editor tells me that helps you guys to actually do that. And then I see you guys comment that, oh shit, I'm glad you said that at the end. I better like and comment and subscribe. So I see you guys responding to it. So I need to be better at actually saying that before we get into all of it. Yeah, you guys have to do it. It's a legally binding contract. Don't ask any lawyers, okay? But it's a legally it's not. That's a bit. We're doing a bit. We're doing a bit. Not legal advice. Anyway. And consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, and super chats, folks, because, hey, you're the ones that make this stream possible. I don't make enough money off the ad revenue to survive in any real capacity. And, hey, you're the ones that make me able to do that. So, like, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, and super chat, folks. Also, let's see how are we doing on the likes over on YouTube. We've got 279 likes. That is actually really, really close to 300. I think you guys can hit 300 likes. I think you guys might have the capacity. Let's see if you guys can pull it off. And if any of you have subs and donos, I'm looking for more benefactors. Zetetic, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. I very much appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. Also worth pointing out, we have like 450 people watching stream right now, and this might be one of the largest audiences that I've had in a while, just kind of organically. Hey, my friend John is really enjoying the content. Hello, John. I hope you enjoy the content even more now that I acknowledge you personally. You're very welcome. Zetetic, stepping up with that BWA energy, though. Gotta love it. Thank you so goddamn much. Let's see. Do. Well, if the audience doesn't lie, Riverboat Jack, if you display the slop content, we will come. I mean, yeah, I think there is a desire to contextualize Jubilee in the sense that, like, Jubilee on its own is absolutely a slop. But I think that there is some value into contextualizing the different arguments and rhetoric going on in, like, a wider sense. Maybe I'm getting high on my own farts. Who knows? The Punk Monk, thank you for the $5 dono. Ahoy to you as well.
Ahoy.
Ahoy. Ahoy hoy. Do not come. To be fair, I think this Jubilee video has broken through in a way that has left a lot more normie type people kind of disgusted. That's good. That's good. I do think exposing this particular ideological phenomenon to the mainstream and getting that mainstream disgust reaction is actually really good. That's a positive sign, you know? The fact that this guy lost his job for calling himself a fascist is unambiguously a good thing. I'm glad that that's at least a bar for some people. He said, that's for me. I really do enjoy it. Hey, that was for you. Given how gullible the average person is, I really don't think there's any way to stop this train. Conservatives are winning in every country. Fascists own all major media, reaches the normie. Yeah, but you know what? The answer is, as it always has been, to organize. It's to organize and fight and to do our best with the shit hand we've been given. Workers have never had an easy time organizing against overwhelming power and oppression. Like that has never been an easy task, ever. And yet it is our inheritance. We will push that boulder up that hill, and one of these days we're going to get it to the top, and it's going to be fucking glorious.
Finding intelligence sexy is such a pain. Going from oh yeah to my god, does this bro know how words work? Thank you for the break.
You are very welcome. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, again, like, without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel of their society can turn. So they may seem overwhelming and powerful, these elites and special interests, these moneyed individuals who would seek to oppress us, but like ultimately their entire world rests upon our shoulders. And we can collectively decide whether or not we wish to continue to shoulder that burden. Well, but that's the thing, poor Claire. I don't think that this guy is going to be doing the... I don't think this, like, guy who's like, yeah, fascism is totally cool. Francisco Franco was neat, is going to be doing the conservative media circuit. Kind of like that lady who said the N-word isn't really doing the conservative media circuit. Like, they just... It's not popular right now. It's popular in the circle of the worst people you can possibly imagine, but, like... That's getting smaller by the day.
Hey Jack, it's my birthday this week and I also came out as a trans woman to my super religious mom and it went well.
Yay! Odd Spectre! Thank you for the $5 dono and happy birthday! Make sure you tell me if you're here, what day is your birthday and I'll sing you happy birthday. And congrats on coming out as trans to your mom. I know that can be super, super scary, but good job. You were really, really brave, and I think we're all proud of you. So, good job. I know how hard that can be. N-word lady is still at it. Well, yeah, but like also understand that most YouTube channels with 67,000 subscribers don't. That's not really making it in the conservosphere. Whew. All right, folks, are you guys ready to like jump into another segment of Mehdi Hasan just dunking on nerds? These fashy fucking nerds? Because I am. And folks, you are 7 likes away from hitting 300 likes on the YouTube stream, guys. That's such a big round number. It'd be really cool to hit it. All right. Here we go. They are not sending their best. No, that's the thing. I think the fascists are sending their best. That's these are their most brilliant minds. Hello, Danger Days. All right, here we go. We're jumping back in. So folks, we're here. We're on part number 4 of Mehdi Hasan essentially seeing how many 4th graders he could beat up at one time, intellectually, in the marketplace of ideas. It's fine to beat them up. They are grown adults in the video, but their minds undeveloped, soft, childlike. But with all the visceral hatred that children also feel. Let's take a look.
Thank you. Nice to meet you,
Great
Cyrus.
pleasure.
Good. My final claim is that Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
Absolutely. 10,000%. Slam dunk.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, this is the lady who said to Sam Cedar that, like, why shouldn't people be xenophobic? It's actually good to be a bigot.
So
She's so brave.
why do you say this is Donald Trump's?
Also, she's Canadian, and I believe Jubilee is recorded in America. I might be wrong about that. But she works, this is the lady who works for Elijah Schaffer, the guy who thinks that nuclear weapons aren't real. So, you know, probably also an intellectual titan like her boss.
Plan. What do you think that?
I mean, he says it's his plan. Have you seen his plan?
When
Have you
did
heard
he
his
say?
plan? Interview on Fox. He said it
Wait.
on
Oh no. I'm sorry.
Netanyahu in January, February. He said it on Fox News in an interview on Fox. He said it on
Lauren
Northern.
Word for word, what's an example of what he said?
Word for word, he said, for example, we're going to clean out the Gaza Strip. He said they're going to leave. We're going to take control of it. He says we'll own it. I would own.
I mean, another great quote is talking about how he invoked Amalek. You know, the classic order to leave nothing alive, not even beasts.
He says, I'm not sure under international law how he can own a foreign piece of land. And when he was asked on Fox News, the people, the Palestinians who are being forced to leave, would they be able to come back? He said, no, they wouldn't. That is the literal definition of ethnic cleansing, according to a UN definition of ethnic cleansing.
Why do you think that Trump is saying this? Do you think that he has some personal...
Oh, sorry, Trump. I was thinking Benjamin Netanyahu.
interest in cleansing Gaza, or do you think there might be some special interest group or perhaps religious or ethnic group that's, that maybe he received money from them and that's the whole reason why?
Oh, yeah, okay, so she's full on JQing. Cool. All right, we're going full Nazi on this one.
He wants to cleanse.
Are you being serious? Is there someone who actually believes nuclear weapons aren't real? Yes, his name is Elijah Schaefer, and I have 2 videos about this on my channel.
Gaza, or why do you think that is?
I don't do Donald Trump's motivations. I really don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing.
Well,
do you agree with that?
I would actually, probably agree, but I'm just...
You agree that it's ethnic cleansing? You agree with doing ethnic cleansing?
No, I don't agree with it, but I agree that's probably his plan, but I'm trying to figure out, why do you think that is?
Oh, finally someone agrees with the fundamental premise that Mehdi is putting forward, but, for the first time, and it's the worst person.
Because Donald Trump's a white man, he identifies as Christian, I'm not sure if he really is, but what interest does he have in preserving a Jewish ethno-state? Why would he have that?
It's a good question. You'd have to ask Donald Trump that question. I've got multiple views. I'm sure you have many views. I'm not sure I like where you're going with your views, but I think Donald Trump is definitely someone who's got financial interests in ethnic cleansing. He's got political interests. He loves the evangelical voters he gets. A lot of Christian evangelicals like to support Israel because they think Jesus will come back if all the Jews are gathered in one place with no Palestinians. I think he's going to make money, he thinks, from beachfront property with Jared Kushner. He said something similar in the past.
You think that's the real reason?
I think there's multiple reasons.
Dude has been swayed on multiple international issues by a government saying, "Oh, we'll basically give you a Trump Tower lease for free," and he's changed the U.S. foreign policy based on that. It's not even subtle.
Yeah, I think financial, geopolitical, ideological, evangelical. I don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime according to the 4th Geneva Convention.
Yeah, I agree.
It's against international law under the Rome Statute. So we shouldn't be part of that. The United States should not be supporting Donald Trump's plan for ethnic cleansing.
I agree.
Good.
What do you think should be done instead with the Israel-Gaza situation? I'm not sure what your stance is on this.
I would like to see a ceasefire in Gaza.
Two-state
I would like to see, I don't really get into debates about what solutions. I would like to see an end to the killing. I would like to see Gazans have freedom. I would like to see the Palestinians in Gaza somehow get their land back. 80% of Gaza right now is under Israeli military control.
I'm really trying hard to figure out where she's trying to take this. She's agreed to his fundamental premise, which, okay, but is she trying to take this in a direction of there can never be peace, so we must have ethno-states? I'm trying to figure out where she's trying to end up here, or if she's just kind of wandering. She might be trying to catch him in a common Nazi, saying a common Nazi talking point, be see, you're just like us.
Control or displacement. I would like to see freedom for the Palestinian people. I'm an American. To go back to the core of this show, I support American values. One person, one vote. Free speech.
It really is a religious and ethnic battle.
It is not a religious battle.
Yes.
No, it's not.
That is what it's obviously between Jews and Muslims. Both want control of the Holy Land.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What else? What other?
Actually, the founders of Israel were secular. They were not religious, actually. And I think some religious Jews, like Bezalel Smotrich, who's the Israeli government...
Well, again, Zionists don't have to be theocratic in their goals.
It doesn't really matter.
Is a religious fanatic.
My point is...
No, the core of the conflict is over land. It's colonial. It's historic. It is not about religion.
Colonialism is for a reason.
The people who want to steal the land want everyone to...
Colonialism is for a reason.
Believe it's
my point is, why are we sitting here? Why are we sitting here? It's like a false dichotomy where we have to argue, do Jews get Israel? Do Muslims get Israel? Why are we?
I've never brought up anyone's religion.
How many of us
I didn't bring up anyone's religion.
How many of us here are Christians?
I didn't bring up anyone's religion.
Trying to pick sides between Jews and Muslims taking over Israel. Don't you think that?
Hold on. First,
Jews and Muslims. I mean, she's gone mask off there. No. It's not a conflict between different groups of people based on ethnicity or past political fuckery. No. It's based on religion. No, it's not at all. What the fuck is she on? Basically, she's trying to draw the picture that this is part of a larger holy war that is between all Jews and all Muslims, and that therefore there must also be a faction of all Christians. And in her mind, that's mostly white. It's the white kind of coalition for her.
First of all, I didn't bring up religion. Second of all, you know that a lot of Palestinians are Christian, right?
Some of them.
You're just
yeah,
reducing
it's
it to
very
Muslim
small.
versus
Well,
Jew.
it's majority Muslim. Yeah, it's very.
But
small
there are many
percentage.
prominent
I agree.
Palestinian
Yeah,
Christians.
but there's not that many.
So
of
it's
them,
not worth
so
reducing
it
everything
is.
to religion.
Well, it is the reason. Why do you think Iran is backing proxies that want to take over Gaza and back the terrorism in Gaza? It's up
because they want to be like a regional power. Like they are playing the foreign policy game of a nation state. Like that's what nation states do.
obviously because they want to Muslim control of the land.
They want to Muslim control it, which is different than Christian controlling it, and different from Jewish controlling it. Like, again, this is utter brain broken nonsense.
You don't think that's why?
No, I don't think it's about religion.
Is it?
I've been following this conflict for decades. It's not about religion. People who say it's about religion, it's a distraction.
Well, it's a big part of it, I think.
I think it's become a big part of it. It's been weaponized by bad faith actors, sure. But I don't think that's the core. The core is that one group of people are dominating another group of people.
What group of
it is
people
apartheid.
is it? But what group of people is dominating another group of people?
One ethnic group is dominating another ethnic group.
What ethnic group?
Jewish people.
Yes, dominating.
Arabs.
Yes.
But I didn't say anything about Christian, Muslim, Jew in a religious sense.
Okay,
Jews defined as religion and ethnicity. You know that, right?
Well, why do you think that Muslims want control of the Holy Land?
You keep saying Muslims. I didn't bring up Muslims.
Well, they're Muslim states. Like, what do you think? Like,
Again, when you have the worldview of these people, it becomes very simplistic. It's like they're toggling one of the simple map overlays in the hit video game series Civilization.
Iran wants to do with
I
the
didn't bring
Holy
up
Land.
Iran.
But that's part of the conversation. What do you mean?
No, it's not. The conversation is Donald Trump is doing ethnic cleansing, and you agree with me. So I'm not sure why you're still here, to be honest.
It's part of the larger context.
It's a weird
of the
debate when you actually agree with me.
What I was trying to say is we kind of have this false dichotomy here, where we're trying to take the side of the Gazans, which mostly it's a Muslim majority, or the side of the Jews,
human beings who are suffering.
to try to decide who gets control over Israel.
I didn't say anything about control. I said don't ethnically cleanse.
Is a majority Christian country. Should we be deciding?
I don't think she understands the words she's using.
Christians should have control of the
I agree.
Holy
Donald
Land?
Trump should not, nothing to do with religion. Donald Trump should not be deciding what happens to Gaza. That's my claim. If you agree with me, great. Let's shake hands. Give the seat to someone who disagrees with me.
So are you saying, do you think that America should just cut ties with Israel altogether?
What's your definition of cut ties?
Like stop funding them, stop being their military arm?
Yes,
okay,
I'm on record saying
okay.
that. That was an easier debate.
Like, imagine, like she's just sitting there trying to rack up, like, white nationalist points. Like, it's crazy. I do think he was very savvy in ending that debate, because I think she would have, like, she would have tried to run out the clock, get as much time as possible talking to him. And I think him forcing the end to that conversation was probably the wisest move, because, like, damn, she dumb.
Whoa. Welcome back, Richie. You really want to be here?
First of all, I really thought that obviously where we started, where it ended up, there's a lot of aggression. I can see in your eyes.
This man.
Why watch this stuff that does nothing to fix these issues?
Oh,
All
God.
it does is give these assholes a platform to spew their hateful rhetoric to millions?
You know, I think in this particular circumstance, what we're seeing is the opposite of that.
Thank you for both the glee and horror of watching these terrifying people talk.
Emat, thank you for the $5 super chat. Chris Clark, thank you for the $5 super chat. And again, I'll reiterate, I think there is value in pointing out the inherent ghoulishness of where the current Republican Party is. These people, it's not a matter of platforming anymore. These are the kinds of people who run our country. Like, am I platforming the President of the United States? No. This is the mainstream politics of the country right now, sadly. on the conservative end of the spectrum. And I think there is value in showing how utterly full of shit these people and this movement is. And I think that Mehdi Hasan in particular, and I'm hoping with my commentary I'm making it clearer, that these people don't have anything. They offer nothing, they're losers, they're pathetic, and frankly, at the end of the day, they deserve our mockery. They deserve to have someone say, hey, look at this guy. It's like someone painted a face on a thumb and then played the trailer of, I don't know, Frankenthumb. Hit comedy short film Frankenthumb. Okay? I think there's value in the fact that this guy is currently trying to say to Mehdi Hasan, hey, look, there's a lot of pent-up aggression in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. In like the most menacing, aggressive manner possible. Because these people are freaks who are incapable of actually engaging with normal human beings. And the vast majority of people who are normal human beings see this and they are disgusted.
Men will always claim they have psychic powers. Gut feeling, intuition, I can see it in your eyes.
Damn, that's true. I do like that you're... Oh, okay, so you believe in magic. But I'm gonna say here, like, I think this is useful to watch, understand, and mock. We should be able to look at these people, to look at Donald Trump, to look at this movement, and say, look at these dumb motherfuckers. I actually feel bad. Like, this guy as a sperm must have run into a wall like 100 times. 'Cause, like, damn, his mind all bent up and crazy.
There's a level of exhaustion from being here. This is where my empathy comes in. Where it doesn't is, when you have a room full of people that do agree with you, we have this opportunity to come together. And you're kind of mocking people when they do. So you mocked Sarah a little bit when you guys clearly had a common interest and goal to reach. So I can tell you're agitated. I want to bring that all down.
I can tell you're agitated because, you said some mean things to that Nazi woman. And, I have a bit of a sense for these things, but when you made that Nazi woman, maybe a little upset, I felt that in my heart because I have the power of empathy. Sincerely, freaks that only know projection. Yeah, this guy is like creepy as fuck, right? Like, he has the demeanor of a man who commits domestic abuse, and on top of that, he's like making assumptions about somebody else's mind that he doesn't know in a weird way. And also, you're right, Knifey Stock. He's weaponizing therapy speak, which is maybe one of the number one like shitty things you can do to like really emphasize that you are not to be trusted.
Please.
I'm guessing you're not going to, but let's see.
No, I'm going to. I do want to point out some contradictions. First and foremost, I don't believe you're pro-American in the value system that you claim to uphold, especially with free speech, if you're not willing to debate people that don't share your values. That's very un-American.
Do you believe Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing?
I don't believe it's...
I did not come up here to answer that question. I came up here to rant about how intolerant you are of our fascism.
Ethnic cleansing, because it's not his plan.
It is his plan. He said it's my plan.
No,
Benjamin Netanyahu called it his plan.
He is obeying someone else's plan.
Okay. Who is he obeying?
Oh, okay. So are you trying to say the Jews manipulated Donald Trump into allowing a genocide? Like, Jesus, man. Like, what the fuck?
He is obeying Israel's plan for the Greater Israel Project, of which this is one of those things that we can agree on.
Why is he doing that?
Why is he doing that? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they have something on him. Maybe they have something on all Americans.
But you think it's a bad thing what he's doing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, they're blackmailing him. It's not that they like bribed him or anything. It's not that he has a vested interest in the project. It's that they're making him do something he doesn't want to do. Also, if you're an ultra-conservative, shouldn't you want Donald Trump gone?
This guy would say when I was hitting my wife, I was actually hitting my mother and expect applause for his deep insight.
But also, first of all, thank you for the $5 super chat, Nomi. But also, like, if you... if you believe that the president of the United States is so compromised by blackmail that he's changing foreign policy and directing billions of dollars to that country, shouldn't you be calling for his immediate removal? Shouldn't you be anti-Trump? Like if you at all believe in conservative values, like it seems to me that you would be anti-Trump. But I don't think anything matters to these MAGA types, you know? Conservatism is just whatever the dear leader says. You like Star Trek, right? DS9 has an episode where Cisco is taking Gul Dukat to a war crimes tribunal. Ship goes down, end up having a debate, and Cisco realizes he's going to have to redact the fascist Dukat. That's the devil in the white moonlight, right? It's a good episode. It's a fucking fantastic episode of Star Trek. Oh, no, Dancing with the Devil in the Pale Moonlight? Something like that.
Yeah, no,
Glad to agree with you.
But see, I don't want to shut down
I'm
the
not mocking you, I'm
conversation.
agreeing.
You've never watched DS9? Deep Space Nine is like top tier television. It's like some of the best TV you can possibly watch.
Okay, perfect. You know, but I want to take this opportunity because I don't know if I'm going to get
Oh, that's a different episode? Damn it.
the opportunity again to say, you're not American. First and foremost, you're not.
Remember when I said the agitation from you is not going to be lower?
What I'm saying,
you claim to lower the temperature and then make racist remarks. You know that's a racist remark.
It's
right?
not racist.
You tell an American citizen.
But okay, perfect. You just proved your own point. You just said that was a racist position.
Yes.
Earlier, you argued this contention that America has no race. It's a bunch of immigrants that culminate together into
America has no race.
You inferred it. You absolutely did.
Okay. So, you inferred that race isn't real. And as I know, as a race realist... Oh, God.
Oh, now you're saying it's racist for me to take an American nationalist approach. You're kind
of an American national approach? Is that a white approach?
I think it's a white nativist approach. Of course.
I think it's a white nativist approach. You know, I think in past eras it would have been called a white nationalist approach. But you know, I think that's just good common sense Americanism right there.
Of course,
only Americans are white people.
Why did your parents immigrate from
Americans
India?
only white people.
Why did your parents immigrate from India to the UK?
Because the UK colonized and conquered India.
Okay, why did you immigrate to America?
Because many reasons.
Okay,
because the UK colonized America.
Opportunity. There's opportunity.
That's not true. You don't know.
Your accent is an affect of white Anglo-Saxon.
But you know there are 50 million Americans in this country.
I understand, but
none of them are Americans in your view.
What I'm trying to get you to do to reach a common ground here.
I want Mehdi Hasan to start pointing at the other like people who are sons and daughters of immigrants that came here. I want him to start pointing like, is that person an American? I want to know. I want to know if this guy thinks like literally like anyone who is non-white is not American. I bet this guy subscribes to like the not Thomas Jefferson, the Benjamin Franklin school of who counts as a white American. You can go look this up, by the way. You can go look up that Benjamin Franklin believed that only Anglo-Saxons were white. If you were any other kind of white person, you were too filthy to be allowed in America. If you were one of the swarthy Germans or Scandinavians, or Swedes, you shouldn't be allowed to be a citizen in America. This dude, I think, might fit into that category of old school fucking racist.
Going to reach a common ground because you said I'm not American.
Please try.
I don't think you're American.
I'm saying you're
I
not.
don't think you're American.
I'm saying you're not American due to values.
I don't think you're not American on values either. I think you're a little fascisty, a little racisty.
See, you're using.
He's having so much fun. Mehdi Hasan is such a scamp sometimes. Just like, I think you're a little racisty, a little fashy. I think there's value in seeing one Antifa super soldier decimate a room full of fascists. You know, I think there's value in demonstrating the strength of the anti-fascist position.
Words. Okay, first of all, I want to say this.
I'm not just throwing them at you. You didn't come sit down and I said it.
Every conservative that has ever been shut down by leftists like you, for every conservative, for
You're
every
not a conservative. You've already said
his neck be bulging, chat. His neck is starting to bulge. The temperature was not brought down. This guy couldn't cool it off.
For every right
you've
wing,
already said you're not
for
a
every
conservative.
Stefan Molyneux, Thomas
white.
Sowell.
Okay.
Do you know? Okay, do you know how fucking racist you have to be to name drop Stefan Molyneux?
Good to be home after a long vacation. Thoroughly enjoyed my trip to the Twin Cities, though.
Hell yeah, Dragonfly. Hope you had a good time out here, and thank you for the tier 4 sub. Hope you got a good rest. Okay, so do people here know who Stefan Molyneux is? Do any of you know? Like, is he a familiar name to you guys, or is that just like a deep cut thing because I've been around forever? Unfortunately, okay. So Stefan Molyneux is a guy who used to have a relatively sizable YouTube channel, where he basically tried to make academic arguments for like race realism, i.e., black people have lower IQs and are inherently more violent than white people. You know, stuff like that. He would describe himself as like a researcher or someone driven by facts and data, and that appeals to a certain type of fascist racist. And the fact that this guy's first go-to name drop of someone he thinks is really smart is Stefan Molyneux, that's crazy. That is genuinely crazy, because that Stefan Molyneux hasn't been on YouTube. He got banned like a decade ago. He got banned a decade ago. So if you're watching Stefan Molyneux content, you're getting it from like you're on like BitChute, you're like on like the Nazi streaming platforms. You're watching like Nick Fuentes shit. It's crazy.
Nick Fuentes, all of those people.
Is Thomas Sowell
like,
American?
He's Australian. But that's not the point. I'm saying people that are on our side of the aisle that get shut down by people like you because you're leveraging this position of emotion.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not. You're leveraging a position of emotion.
My side of the aisle is trying to deport you. The only shutting down is being done by you.
I'm sorry, but this guy's not okay. Just the way his face moves, he's not doing okay.
Actually, yes.
Wait, he name dropped Fuentes? Did I totally miss that?
Dude, they're actually trying to genocide my entire race. So what are you talking about? No, I'm
Jesus
not. You're
Christ.
leveraging a position of emotion.
My side of the aisle is trying to deport you. The only shutting down
Actually,
is being done by you.
They're actually trying to genocide my entire race. So what are you talking about?
Oh, this poor baby. I forgot about the plight of us white folks. It's a really under talked about problem. When you go outside and you pass the, white massacre camps where they take white people to massacre them, I just block it out of my mind sometimes. I forget about the trauma our people are enduring. The white people have been getting massacred now for years, and I've turned a blind eye, but no longer. Don't you lump us whites in with this guy? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That was... We're getting too silly. All right. This man is a racist caricature of his own self. It's crazy.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You're a white genocide guy?
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how many family members I've lost to the white genocide? I used to have a brother, but no more. Because he started dating a black chick, and I couldn't have that. Like that's how this comes across, right? Like this guy comes across like just an absurd racist who is just genuinely psychotic and is going to try and like disappear people. My brother got replaced one day. They just recast him midday. He came back with a slightly darker shade of skin, and I was devastated.
The fact
I'm amazed that Jubilee find some of you guys. How did they find you?
Do you see
Did
what
they
you're
email
doing?
you? Do you have Gmail?
Why are you trying to oust me? This is such a
Why are you trying to identify me, bro? Like, I'm only openly a fascist.
tactic.
Do you go to Nordstrom?
No,
All
I'm
immigrants.
trying
Have you
to-
ever been on eBay?
No, but
Immigrants.
I'm
You love
agreeing-
immigrants.
No, I'm agreeing.
You love immigrants when they're helping you.
I'm
You just
not-
don't like the color of
it's
my
not
skin.
we're having a different
All right,
conversation.
pause.
Genocide.
We're having a different conversation.
No, you don't understand. I'm one of the reasonable ones who wants to like do an ethnic cleansing. You don't understand, bro. Like, I'm not discriminating against you based on your skin. It's because of like all these other qualities that happen to relate to your skin. Okay? Like, have you not even considered that? Like, I'm not a racist here, bro. I'm just a realist. Bro, like don't start talking about how they contacted me. Like, people might find my email. Do you use Gmail?
This
It's
guy
so
is what I
crazy.
imagine whenever I hear grok.
This guy is basically the embodiment of like what happens when you're obsessed with a chatbot and you're a fascist, you know?
All right, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Okay, I really wish we could have got some.
I mean, you believe in white genocide, so it's very hard to...
Are we gonna finally see this guy? Oh, hell yeah. Oh man, you shouldn't have worn the hat. The hat is slowing him down. The wind resistance is preventing him from getting to the table. If only he had a slight edge. Oh no, a college Republican? I don't know, judging by the cut on those pants, might be a high school Republican.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Hello, so I'll switch over to the Gaza thing in a second, but
Okay.
first off,
Just first off, I would like to totally not address your point and instead talk to you about something else. So, there we go.
wanted to touch on that. You said that you support free speech, of course, right? So what I'm confused about is you've refused to debate people that have disagreed with you because you said that they're racist or they're fascist, right?
No. If we're going to do facts, they said they were racist and fascist. Get your facts right before you start arguing.
So isn't the whole entire point of a debate to debate people that you don't agree with?
I don't debate people who don't see me, A, as equal, no point, or B, support democracy, because that would undermine the whole idea of the debate. If you don't support democracy, as our friend here doesn't, and support General Franco, then what is the point of a debate? The First Amendment doesn't mean you have to
Hey, they cut something out there. I want to hear a lot more of what was said.
debate everyone. Somebody comes up to you in the street and starts talking to you. You don't have an obligation to carry on talking to them. I'm sure you go about your business. Somebody comes up to you in the subway and sits next to you and starts ranting in your face. So you're not going to start debating.
So
them.
everybody here in this Jubilee-
everyone here has hygiene standards, as do you. There are people you wouldn't debate, I'm sure, as well.
Okay. So can you please...
I love that he directly relates how odious and disgusting calling yourself a fascist is with personal hygiene. Because I think that is a brilliant tactic, because one, fascists famously have terrible hygiene. They basically exist in permanently shitted pants. And two, like, it's one of those things that I think for guys like this is just immediately obvious and graspable, which is that, like, you wouldn't debate someone who is in the process of pissing and shitting themselves and vomiting all over themselves, right? Like, you wouldn't debate someone who smelled like roadkill. Like, you have certain standards just based on that tolerance, and like, the standard to debate has to be bare minimum that you aren't the fascist fuck, you know?
Describe why you think Trump is supporting ethnic cleansing of Gaza just because he wants to take over the land there. How does that equate to killing them?
Not just take over the land. Kick out all the people. That is the definition of ethnic cleansing.
So isn't ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like you're...
No, you can ethnic cleanse people without killing them.
Jack, I think I could easily win a debate against someone shitting themselves. It's a slam dunk. Oh yeah, it's a hugely honestly, I was about to say it's a huge optics win for you, but like, I don't know. I feel like you kind of lose the debate a bit if you stick around and debate someone while they're actively pissing and shitting themselves. You know, like that just makes you look desperate.
And by the way, they have been killed. More than 50,000 people in Gaza have been killed by the Israelis, by people like Bezalel Smotrich, who said recently, the finance minister of Israel...
No, it's a slam dump. That's so fucking good, Salmon Moose. That's so fucking good. 10 out of 10 joke.
We are going to Gaza to conquer, cleanse, and remain. We're going to annihilate the place. We're going to disassemble Gaza, he said. We're going to leave it behind us.
I'm sorry. 1 pants shitter versus 20 pants pissers. Who will win the next Jubilee? Oh, God.
Piles of rubble. That's the guy Trump's funding, supporting. That's the guy praising Trump. So yes, Trump and Smotrich are ethnically cleansing Gaza.
I cannot deny that thousands of people are dying in Gaza, but you need to realize, why are they dying? Is it possibly that they're attacking another country?
No,
just because
the people
Israel
who are dying were not attacking another country.
Just because Israel is...
Hey, this is an insane thing to put out there when there are literally active stories for the last, like, several weeks about Israeli troops being ordered to open fire on unarmed civilians trying to get food. And that's testimony from members of the IDF who received those orders and did fire on those people. So, like, I don't know. This is a bizarre claim to even attempt to make in this particular time.
More Gazans than Gazans are killing Israel. It doesn't mean Gaza is righteous and Israel is evil.
I never said anything about evil or righteous.
Israel
I said ethnic cleansing. You said don't have to be killed. I said they are being killed, and the criteria for what's happening to them. If Donald Trump says these people have to leave and never come back, is that not ethnic cleansing? What is your definition of ethnic cleansing?
I would think ethnic cleansing is when you're killing off a large part of an ethnic group.
That's genocide. You're confusing your terms. Ethnic cleansing is removing one ethnic group using a deliberate policy by violence or terror-inspiring means to remove another population, another ethnic group from a certain geographic area. That's the UN definition of ethnic cleansing. That is what he's doing. When he was asked Donald Trump, can they come back? He said, no, they cannot. That is ethnic. I've heard all these, we've had people talk about white genocide today. You guys are nationalists. How would you feel if somebody came, a president of France came and told you to leave your land and not come back? Would you not feel you'd been ethnically cleansed from your home?
From America?
Yeah.
Well, because my ancestors were settlers here, not immigrants. They actually
Palestinians are not immigrants.
Well, you see, you cannot ethnically cleanse me because we played the settler card and not the, we were the original ones here, so you can't actually pull that on us according to the rules of the game.
Immigrants in Gaza. They are indigenous people to the land.
Didn't Israel just give Gaza the land like a few decades ago?
No.
I'm pretty sure Israel used to have that land.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong. They withdrew from 2005 from the land, but control the air.
They gave it to them in 2005.
No, they don't give it to them. They control the air, the sea space, the borders, the population registry. They controlled what went in and out. It was a prison, an open-air prison. That's not giving them freedom.
Don't they have a border with Egypt and then the Mediterranean Sea?
Yes, and the Israelis and Egyptians work together because Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Yes, they're funded by the United States. Did you know that Muslim countries do bad things too?
No, I know that they do bad things.
Damn, dude. You did not come prepared for that one.
Okay, then, so we're in agreement.
All right, pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, is Hakai gonna get another chance? Oh, yeah.
Right, great.
Hello, sir. Welcome back.
See you again, Mehdi. All right, so I agree that Trump wants to do a cleansing, but not an ethnic one, because that area requires a lot of cleansing. Because when you have a population that was taught from...
Is he trying to do a joke? Is he trying to say, like, Donald Trump just physically wants to clean it up? Like, clean up the rubble? Bro, how did your brain get this cooked?
Early childhood age, to hate Jews, Christians, and pagans, you need some serious re-education.
Number one, that's not true. And number two, that's not...
And the serious re-education course that we have for the people and children of Gaza it's inscribed on the shrapnel of our bombs so that they will be able to learn from the error of their ways.
What he's proposing.
Well, I mean, most Palestinians by polling number do support Hamas.
They support resisting Israel.
Well, I mean, the thing is, what did they do in the first place?
Oh, this dude is gonna get kicked off so fast.
They're in this, what you call open air prison.
Great question. What did they do to deserve being occupied?
Well, here's the thing, because
Kiwi Burb, true.
The Islamic Republic in Iran is using them as a tool.
What has Iran got to do with this?
As a tool for their Islamic expansion.
When did the Islamic...
Because they don't...
Hold on. When did the Islamic Republic of Iran... You're Iranian American,
Yes.
I believe.
Yes, I am.
When was the Islamic Republic of Iran founded?
1979.
When was Gaza occupied by Israel?
Well, the very first time.
67,
yeah.
So, can we do the maths together? 12 years before the Islamic Republic of Iran existed, Israel was oppressing, occupying, dispossessing the people of Gaza. So your argument makes no sense.
Were there any terrorist organizations at the time?
The PLO was considered a terrorist organization by the entire Western world.
All right, so was Hamas there?
Sorry about that.
Hamas did not exist till the 1980s.
Exactly. My point is, after the Islamic Republic came, it became chaotic because the Islamic Republic has started to use the so-called innocent Palestinians for their own
so-called innocent Palestinians? You don't think Palestinians are innocent?
Not all of them. Because
but what about the 17,000 children who were killed?
They're doing the
17,000 children were killed. Were they not innocent?
Were
they not innocent?
Who's responsible for that?
I love that they can't even say children are innocent. It's bad to bomb babies. They can't even meet that standard. Do you have any idea how ghoulish you have to be to like make a point like that? Like, oh yeah, I don't know. I still feel kind of conflicted about the baby bombing situation in Gaza. Really? One of the the worst people on the planet feel conflicted about the baby bombing situation. They're always conflicted too.
Israel, who
No,
dropped the bombs on
Hamas
them.
is responsible. Hamas is responsible for hiding in hospitals.
Yeah, they can't reckon with their own beliefs. It's pathetic.
And making tunnels underneath.
So
those
when
hospitals.
children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers aren't responsible for that.
Look,
it's a simple question.
Here's the problem.
When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in Gaza in the head, as eyewitness testimony and doctors' testimony proves, that's not the fault of the Israeli snipers.
This is the problem, because when you have
The problem is you won't answer the question. I'll ask you a third time. When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
Well, you gotta let me finish.
No, you got to answer the question. Fourth time.
Well,
When Israeli
I will
snipers
get to
shoot
your
Palestinian
answer.
children in the
I
head,
will get to your
we're running out of
answer.
time. I need to know what you think about innocent children.
because I will
what
get
you
your-
said was pretty outrageous. You said
I will
so-called
get to your answer.
innocent Palestinians. For the fifth time, when Palestinian children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers, is that not the fault of Israeli
What did those
snipers?
children do?
What did
they do?
Whoa. What did the children do? Maybe they deserve to be shot in the head by snipers. Okay, have you considered that maybe one of those children was about to like launch a nuclear weapon on Israel? Have you considered that? So like what if it was like a 24 situation and like they had to take the shot because otherwise that baby would have nuked Tel Aviv. You don't know. Like who can say? Like what maybe the children really deserved that sniping.
Tell me, did the children deserve to be shot in the
Because
head?
the problem is,
Diaper could be loaded.
Millions of people are watching you say
they
to
start
justify the
brainwashing
killing of
children. They start brainwashing children at a very young age.
So you support
Exact same-
sniping children in Gaza?
Look,
do other people here support sniping children in Gaza? Is that a conservative position now?
What if they're very
Damn, even the openly fash guys like I actually am anti-sniping children.
suicide vest?
They weren't.
But what if they are?
They're not though.
What
Dozens
if
of
they
children.
are?
I have friends who went there. Doctors went to
what
Gaza.
if-
American doctors. They came back as we had multiple children.
What if
with
they're
gunshot
hell bent?
shots.
What if they're hell
What if
bent
they're
on
not?
killing you and your family?
A 10-year-old child, an 8-year-old child, a 6-year-old child.
Because
this is
like
bad
I said,
for you.
like you
You're
said,
sitting on
they're
live
brainwashing
television
them. They're
where millions of people are going to see your neighbors, your
because
friends.
millions
you
of
support
people,
the killing of
millions
children.
of people don't know what's going on.
Even your fellow right-wingers are saying, "Don't go this far." Like genocide, sure, but don't advocate
Millions of
killing
people
kids.
don't understand the brainwashing that is going on in Islamic Republic and in Palestine to create
You're
this
obsessed
hatred.
with Iran so much that you're supporting the killing of Palestinian children who never harmed you or any other Israeli. That's insane.
Look.
And the fact that you support Trump's ethnic cleansing now doesn't surprise me.
I didn't say ethnic cleansing. I said
Fuck, man. Again, no light behind these people's eyes. They are gone. Gone. Dude is so lost in the sauce, he's advocating for child murder.
Cleansing of the land.
All right, pause.
Because you need to cleanse the land from all
I'm
the
sure
tunnels.
Slobodan Milosevic said similar stuff.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Oh, God.
How you doing? Good to see you again.
The fascist bowed before the other one. You know, they're establishing a hierarchy. It's cute.
Good. I'm good seeing you too, man. First thing I'm gonna say is I'm not down for Israel. Okay, that's the first thing I'm gonna say. And I don't like when you come up here and you use the type of rhetoric that you do. You talk like all these like left-wing positions, and then you go to the last part, which is I don't support ethnic cleansing in Palestine.
I don't like that thing you do where you talk these big fancy $5 words and you drop all of these citations about what you're talking about so that other people can get educated on different subjects. I don't like that. I don't like that. And then you come in here saying, "Oh, there's a genocide in Israel, or rather a genocide in Gaza," and like, my God, I can't have that. That just doesn't make sense. You're telling me there's a through line to having leftist beliefs and progressive values and not wanting children to be massacred by the IDF? That's crazy. I can't. God, dadgum, we can't allow that here in the good old U.S. of A.
I think you're doing a huge disservice to pro-Palestinians when you start allying yourself with all these progressives. I don't think it looks good because you have all these conservatives in here who oppose war. They oppose intervention in the same tradition of Pat Buchanan and all the greats that came before
Not Donald
him.
Trump, though, sadly.
Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. I do agree. I mean, he ran on an anti-war ticket. He said he was going to... I didn't... Well,
Damn! I love this. This is crack. This is great. Like... have a therapy session with this dumbass meathead of a man. Have a therapy session. Get him to air all his dirty laundry as he, like, unravels. Right? Like, Donald Trump lied to you, didn't he? He said he was going to get us out of foreign entanglements, and yet we still have a diplomatic corps. Isn't that sad? He lied. Just like your dad.
Lies, right?
Are you gonna let me talk, or you
Sorry.
just want to? Yeah, true. So, I mean, yeah, you keep going back to Trump. I don't think this is part of his plan. I think this is a plan of lobbyists, and this is not just unique to Trump. It's been a thing since the Democrats. It's been a thing since the Republicans before him. It's been like this since Truman. I don't know if you read like John Mearsheimer's The Israel Lobby or anything like that. Would you agree or disagree with anything like that?
Oh, I agree with Stephen Watt and John Mearsheimer. Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
great. So I'm just wondering, when you ally yourself with all these leftists and you come up here and you argue for immigration, you argue up here that, Trump's this bad criminal and this and that, and then you...
But you think Trump's bad too?
I think he's good on some questions and bad on other things, but let me get to the point.
I love that this guy is coming up and basically being like, okay, yeah, you guys think he's bad on a bunch of these different issues, but I think he's bad on some issues and good on other issues. And it's like, okay, yeah,
Here is you ally yourselves with guys like, Jewish Voices for Peace and all those guys.
Great people.
Yeah, not really though.
Why?
Because they're self-interested in it.
They're not. By definition, they're not.
It says it on their homepage.
By definition, they're not self-interested, right? They're going against their own community.
Are you going to let me talk? On their homepage, it literally says that we are here to segregate Judaism from Zionism.
Why does such a shard dresser have to be such a monster? At least when Dude Bro says stuff, I don't feel mixed up about him.
Yeah, I don't feel like he's a sharp dresser. But like, I'm sorry. So his main problem is that this guy. First, thank you for the $5 dono, Caracal. This guy is upset about the fact that Judaism and Zionism are two different ideas. One can be a Zionist and not Jewish. There are plenty of evangelical Zionists here in America. One can be Jewish and not a Zionist. You can be Zionist, not Jewish, Jewish, and not Zionist. It works both ways. It's a two-way street. And this guy's just mad about that. This is like looking at a highway and being angry. that like cars go in both directions.
Very clear they're doing this in their own interest. That's why it literally says Jewish Voices for Peace. They're going to be the good Jews who say that we don't support Palestine. And then what happens is you take all of these progressives, you go out there and LARP in the street, and then everyone here who's conservative, they're going to vote for the pro-war candidate because they don't want to be associated with all the liberals.
So you're forced to vote for pro-war people. Poor
It's either that or get replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you and your replacement.
I either vote for a conservative or else some kind of like dark-skinned person is gonna come and steal my family from me and replace them with like non-white families. And I don't want my family to disappear. Why, that'd be terrible. Just what would ETAL think?
Basement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Oh, wow. There's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting. We should be nicer to you, otherwise you'll deport us. What a great argument. This is the free speech debate camp. It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not.
I do appreciate Mehdi, like, standing his ground there and just like, yeah, the thing that's going to hurt you most right now is knowing that no matter what you do, I'm going to be in this country with you because it's our country. Dude got extra racist at the end. Yeah, because he felt safe because he wasn't close to a microphone anymore, you know? These people are disgusting losers. They're the worst people you know in your local dive bar. You know, they're the people who really shouldn't be allowed to come into the bar anymore. You know, we'll do the closing. Yeah, we'll lump this in. We'll do it in a 4-part. It doesn't have to be 5-part. Bum 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 bum.
I thought Kai was. He smiled. He laughed. He did it. We just.
Oh God, I hated this guy so much. We got piss shoes again. Damn it. God damn it.
Agree. I felt like it was good faith. Let's see.
I appreciate it, Mehdi.
He seemed to be in good faith. He seems kind of smart, and you know, he's one of the few people who doesn't want to deport me. Well, or maybe not. We're gonna find out.
My claim is we should get rid of birthright citizenship.
Just like an actual demon. My claim is that we shouldn't have birthright citizenship, because I'm even worse than you possibly imagined.
Why do you want to get rid of birthright citizenship, and how, by the way? Because you know it's in the Constitution. I'm so glad you brought this up.
Yes.
Because it was one of my...
The 14th.
14th. I mentioned it to
It's really, really awful, you know? Like, dude... Yeah, dude has the sus smile. Dude just has... Like, I mean, look at it. The sinister vibes. He looks like that smile demon from the movie Smile.
Bunch of your friends and nobody wanted to engage in the 14th.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the 14th Amendment,
Exactly.
the citizenship clause, which says that if you're born here, you're a citizen of the United States.
Yes. I chose this because it's an extension of the original debate and the immigration debate.
Okay.
I think birthright citizenship, first of all, when it was originally argued...
Evil Germa, indeed. God.
You know, among the people who were actually voting on the clause, right? It was argued that the birthright citizenship was not automatically extended to everybody who was just born here, and we have a long history.
I'm sorry. The idea that birthright citizenship isn't like firmly established in law, in precedent, in like every conceivable way is just utter bullshit. Just utter bullshit. There's literally nothing that backs it up. There are fringe legal theories that are completely and utterly at odds with all the known, like, actual law on the books.
History of that as well, for example, with the Native Americans, who had particular laws that applied solely to them. What I think we're seeing in this country is not everybody is so similarly under the jurisdiction thereof of the United States, right? And by allowing for birthright citizenship and not interpreting the Constitution as we're legally allowed to and restrict, you know, the automatic citizenship of anybody who's born here, we actually remove the issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child, which is contributing to the awful situation we have in America of breaking up families. This is not something that I imagine you or I.
I'm genuinely, like, where are you going with this? Like, I don't think that, like, nothing good flows from this position. He's just saying, like, yeah, we would end the problem of a very fringe minority of people who come here to, like, have a baby and then leave. Like, yeah. This is not at all important whatsoever. Like, if you are trying to solve this problem, there are way better ways than changing the constitution of the country or trying to argue in the courts that, like, actually, you don't need birthright citizenship. The only reason to restrict birthright citizenship is if you are trying to, you know, essentially disenfranchise huge groups of people. And generally, from this crowd, it's on the basis of race.
I agree with.
No.
The issue is birthright citizenship has incentivized that.
So even if I were to concede that in some cases birthright citizenship has incentivized that, that, you know, I don't like the phrase anchor babies, but I'm not naive enough to pretend that there are not immigrants who come here and time the pregnancy in order to get. Of course, you and I can agree on that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you then rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries, goes back before the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly. But the principle underlying it is actually from my other country, the UK, ancient English common law, right? So this was always the case. The 14th Amendment, as you know, because you seem well read, came along and codified what was already a principle in America.
I do love arguments that can actually go back to English common law and, like, point out, actually, the reason we have this in our Constitution is because of this influence. I find that interesting and somewhat relevant, you know? Especially to people like this, that type of addendum to the argument actually matters. Like, tying it back to something older, to people in this particular conservative category, that is a way to get through to them at times. There is a certain type of conservative that just cares, and, you know, certain type of liberal too, that just cares about, like, there being a sequencing to things, and if, like, oh, well, there was something that predated the Constitution that this is simply fulfilling, that lends it more legitimacy in their mental narratives.
And English law, that if you're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now, you mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in there.
And like, that might seem to be, like, kind of an odd, like, legitimacy is kind of a nebulous concept, but it is what people seek to get when they make appeals like the divine right of kings, right? They're looking to gain legitimacy in the eyes of people, and for this particular type of person, it's a legitimacy based on time. Yeah, and it is interesting that Mehdi is bringing it back to, like, Enlightenment era philosophy, when these people, fascists, reject Enlightenment values.
It says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That, in the debate, if you go back and read the debate that the senators had at the time, they were very explicit that.
So basically, just tell them it's because of Western civilization. No, you have to be more specific.
Was to do with foreign ministers and foreign ambassadors, diplomats living in embassies. Their kids shouldn't be citizens. Obviously, they're here on their own. You know, the Argentine embassy in DC is Argentine soil. So we accept all that.
Absolutamente, amigo.
But when they were asked about Chinese immigrants, Senator Trumbull, who was I think the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese.
That was some good Spanish, though.
Immigrants' children. They're citizens. In fact, 1898, as you well know, we get Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court case, Wong Kim Ark versus the United States. And the Supreme Court says, yes, even the child of undocumented Chinese immigrants.
He looks like one of the grown-up kids from Home Improvement. I said this last time when he was on before. But he looks like a grown-up son of Tim the Toolman Taylor.
Is an American citizen. So this is a principle going back centuries. So while I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, that there are issues of family separation, I'm not going to rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries and is backed by 27-year-old Supreme Court precedent because Donald Trump is looking for ways to cut the number of brown and black people in the United States.
If you don't mind me interrupting,
Please.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a terrible way of going about that, and the only reason you would go about it in this way is not because the people who are doing it are stupid and don't know what the facts are. The reason you would do this is because they're just evil and they have the intent to, do a mass culling of human beings from the United States of America.
This is where I think it's important as well to go back to what we talked about with the Constitution. When we're analyzing, and admittedly, I'm not as interested in the legal argument. There's obviously many ways to interpret the Constitution. But I don't think, especially among conservatives, that it is positive to use the Constitution to dismantle it. When we analyze the original context, like you were saying, in the late 19th century, our immigration law was absolutely different, including, in respect with the Irish and Chinese immigrants that were coming over. It was absolutely different.
We had open borders, my friend. Some people in this room would hate it. We had open borders for half of American history.
Well, I don't think that's very true.
It's 100% true.
Hold on. If you're comparing the open borders, which I don't concede to, but if you're comparing the open borders prior to like 1910 and prior to the Hart-Celler Act, and you look at the amount of immigration and who was coming over.
Nice deflection. Amount is irrelevant. We did have an open border.
It is absolutely relevant.
Why?
Because
Again, no, it's not relevant, right? Like, we effectively had open borders for the vast majority of America's existence. And then with the Chinese Exclusion Act, that's when like a lot of our border enforcement kicked in, right? And like this just is use the Constitution to dismantle it. When he says that, he means that there are mechanisms within the Constitution that allow you to alter the Constitution. Ah, God. This is taking a mental toll on me.
As the Constitution, like the founding fathers...
Hold on, your argument is we had open borders, but there were fewer immigrants.
I was about to answer. Okay. It's important to analyze the context wherein these laws and parts of the Constitution arise. The original founding fathers said the Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other, which means
which means, of course, if you're an irreligious individual, you aren't bound by the Constitution. Next level legal argument.
People that wrote this document understood that it would not be able to properly...
Super secular people, let's just be clear on that.
Oh, no, that's not true. They were deists.
A lot of them were super
secular. The majority were deists.
Yeah, which is a secular belief system, man.
Is it just me, or is this guy Shane Top from Earth 2's version of Smosh, called SFASH?
That is too deep a cut for me to follow, Paladin, but thank you for the $5 dono.
But they were secular. Secular doesn't mean atheist. You know what that means.
I understand that, but deist doesn't mean secular or atheist. It means they believe in a God, but not a God that's particularly present.
I didn't say anything about whether they're deist or theist. I said they're secular.
Okay, but secular
means you separate church and state.
Okay, well, let's talk. We could even talk about that. That's a perfect example.
You're going to run out of your own time making your argument, which you haven't made so far.
I understand, but the separation of church and state is now completely differently understood than originally proposed. Thomas Jefferson, who talks about the wall of separation, which doesn't even exist in the Constitution, understood it in a different way.
Supreme Court precedent, as you well know.
Yeah, sure, but the precedent of the last 100 years, wherein the country has been completely different from its founding, should not overrule the original intent of the people who wrote the document that you and I are both citing.
I really want him to explain how you're going to ascertain the intent of people who've been dead for 300 years and how they would have interpreted something as a time traveler. Like, oh yes, how would they interpret it if they time traveled to now? Like that's never made sense to me, especially when they explicitly talked about it being a living document.
Which means,
but I'm not locked into what the people who wrote that. We've had amendments to the Constitution. You know that, right?
I understand that. Okay. And this is our fundamental disagreement: is that I don't believe
you think you can read the minds of people in the 1770s.
That's not true.
I'm stuck.
I just believe this country ought to be more like the country we originally had, and I don't think
that's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
I understand that,
but there's a factual basis to it.
Well, let me.
Great. Then that can be your opinion. You just don't have facts for that. But that's okay. You can have opinions about things you don't have facts for. So, like, I don't know. I think, like, the backhanded compliments that Mehdi puts out there sometimes, or statements, I really appreciate them. The digs are nice.
Try to see what you believe.
Okay.
If we are voting on these constitutional amendments, if we are interpreting them, and our interpretation becomes absolutely, let's say, a 180 from what the original intent of the authors of that document is. Are you in favor of that?
I guess it depends on the issue.
Okay, I would say no matter what.
So, for example, take the Second Amendment, which we kind of danced around. It's not been come up here and there.
Yeah.
You know the debate about the Second Amendment is the fundamental debate is one side says it's unlimited, and the other side says no. What they meant was the militias.
Yeah.
They didn't, and they had muskets. They didn't mean AR-15s, right? So we can have that endless debate, which I really don't care for about that. But to come back to your point about the constitutional principles, the 14th Amendment comes along in the 1860s. So it's pretty old. It's not as old as America.
Yeah.
But it comes along, and it's been around for 150 years. So if you want to get away with it,
but it was around. It was around before 150 million Americans.
And I'm saying it was around before the United States was even created. It's part of ancient English common law. If you're born in a place, you're a citizen of that place, unless you're the child of a foreign diplomat or on a Native American reservation.
English common law did not exist simultaneously as millions of people coming across the border in a year.
Just to get to
yes, it did.
Principles. Your argument is numbers change everything because we've got so many more people.
Not solely, but absolutely.
Okay.
The demographics of your immigration absolutely change it.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? If you got rid of the 14th Amendment, what would be in its place?
I think a citizenship test would be fantastic.
What age?
I wish.
What age?
I think we could administer it in high school.
To everyone?
Sure.
Or just the immigrants?
No, everybody.
And then if you fail it, you denaturalize white American native born?
Maybe you can't get a government job.
Denaturalize that dude?
I think there's plenty of benefits that the government offers people.
Would you make that dumbass back there not a citizen? Just completely oblivious.
People that you should not be able to receive.
I'll tell you this, right? This might sound bad,
and I think
people care for me anyway. So let me say something you might not like.
Nobody would pass it.
If you have a high school immigration citizenship test for everyone.
I think people will take citizenship more seriously.
I'm guessing the immigrant kids are going to outperform the white kids, and you might actually end up denaturalizing some of the white kids, and then.
Oh my god. That was some really good shit. Holy fuck. And he's right, because immigration often selects for wealth, right? So like people who move here have the funds to get here, and most often that means that they are wealthier. So like just there are so many things wrong with his argument, but like, damn, that was funny.
And people here will be really upset.
And well, hold on. And I like to be consistent about this. That's possible. But what I think it would do is it would give everybody a larger sense of the importance of citizenship.
So you would say one born in this country is a citizen. No one.
Automatically, no. Automatically, no.
Wow.
I think we could extend that. People who have a heritage in the country
what
of
are they until they pass the test?
I think we could expand that to people who have heritage in the country. I think everyone, we'd just start doing the test, and it would just be a test for like, people who are coming into the country. If you're not from here,
undocumented?
I suppose, yeah. They are not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to apply for these jobs.
But their parents are citizens.
Okay, well, hold on. We're talking here about the way that we would implement it.
Yeah, it's pretty important. If you're trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment, I'm going to ask about the practicalities of it.
And we're not.
Trump's doing it right now.
And I'm not going to be able to explain it to you in 10 minutes. But what I can explain to you is that right now in this country, we have a crisis of people not Hold on. We're not understanding what citizenship is. The way that you've referred to citizenship makes everybody who hasn't come to the United States an undocumented American citizen until the time they come over here.
That's how a lot of countries are, right? You know that birthright citizenship is operated by multiple democracies around the world. I know Trump lies and says, we're the only country that does it. He lies. That's not true. Multiple countries have birthright citizenship.
Do you think it ought to be that way? Do you think everybody in the world is an undocumented American?
Like, again, understand that this is a direct attack on the very fundamental nature of what makes democracy function. Because ultimately, democracy is based on the idea that, like, citizens get a vote. He's saying people who live here, people who work here, people who die here, you live, you work, you die, you suffer here. And you don't have a say in how it's all run? Why not? Why the fuck not? I don't know. It just seems utterly alien to me. The idea that you deserve to have overlords.
Hold on. Well, or undocumented Canadian or undocumented Brit, right? or undocumented.
Sure. Well, I'm an American, so I say America. But yeah,
but I'm saying, right, the principle is you immigrate. We have free movement of people around. I support free movement of people around the world.
But do you believe they're all
are you Kim Jong-un? You think people should only stay in one country and never leave and be blocked from leaving their country?
I think
that's a very illiberal and conservative position.
I think there's a big there's big room to move between being Kim Jong-un and saying that
Not really.
Hold on.
In practical terms, if you accept,
I gave one side. I want to give the other. There's a big room to move between being Kim Jong-un and saying that everybody in the world is an American, they're just not on our soil yet. I think being an American
that's a ridiculous
citizen,
statement, right? Because everyone in the world is not heading for the United States of America.
Yeah, but
in fact, right now, numbers of people coming in is dropping a lot.
But the idea that you are supporting is that the moment you come to this soil and that you're born here, you become an American. And I think
yeah. Because not everyone can be born here. Because there are a lot of other places to be born on the planet, and people live in a lot of different places. Like, why is this so difficult to understand? Like, yeah, you're a citizen of where you're born. That makes sense to me. You're born there, you get to stay there. It's almost like a finders keepers level of like fundamental idea of ownership. You know? You came to the land, you belong to the land. In like a very crude sense, obviously. At least insofar as like what a democracy owes one another.
I'm not saying at the moment you come to the soil you become an American. I didn't. I had to do the test. Right?
Okay.
I had to do the naturalization process, which is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. But the 14th Amendment also says if you're born here, then you automatically get it. And I'm not saying,
I think the problem we have,
it's a hill I'm going to die on.
The problem we have
All
is
I'm saying to you guys,
we don't appreciate citizenship. The problem is that when you talk about immigration like we did before,
agree on that.
when we talked about everything before, what were we talking about? We were talking about products. We weren't talking about practices or perceptions, which is really what immigration is about.
Can I agree with you? We don't in this country value citizenship enough.
I agree.
I think we should encourage people to have more civics lessons in schools, understand American history and Constitution much more. Here's what the irony is. I'm sitting in a room today where I've met a bunch of people claiming to be Native Americans who hate everything America stood for centuries.
I think they stand much closer to the America that we originally had. And I think that's a big disagreement.
I don't think any of you lived there or had any clue what that was like.
But you've agreed to dismantling
things about that America.
But you've agreed to dismantling that America.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe it's kind of a good thing that we have distanced ourselves from the idea that only white men with land could vote. I think maybe that's a good idea we've distanced ourselves from. I think maybe it's a good idea that we distanced ourselves away from the idea that, like, a human being can own another human being. I think that that's a good idea to remove from our society. Like, and they're like, well, no. You have to put yourself in the mindset of, you know, the founding fathers. The founding fathers that like owned people. The founding fathers that like whipped people. The founding fathers that like sexually assaulted their slaves. No, like we do not have to get in that mindset. Actually, we can acknowledge that was wrong and grow beyond it.
As long as it's legal.
You're the person who came here and made your argument.
I'm a constitutional originalist.
Taking away an amendment of the Constitution. I didn't. I said keep the Second Amendment.
I'm an originalist. I think we should interpret it the way it was probably originally interpreted.
All right, guys.
That's so cool, bro. I can't wait to see the organized militias come back. I can't wait to see that. And, like, you know, highly restrict gun ownership. I think that'll be cool.
That's time.
Nice to speak with you, Kate. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I thought it would be an interesting exercise in trying to understand what genuine far-right conservative folks think. And it was kind of disturbing to see that they think what I thought they think, and they were happy to say it out loud.
I mean, honestly, yeah. This is where, like, mainstream conservatism is. I don't think we have to qualify this as far-right conservatives. This is just where a lot of conservatives are. If you are currently identifying as conservative, you just believe what these bullshitters are saying.
Disappointed that I had to sit across from people who believe in white genocide, who believe I'm not a citizen. Multiple people here said I should be deported. One of them was even the child of immigrants, which I found bizarre.
Obviously, we were way outclassed. Like, we're not professional debaters. I don't think anyone in this room was. Maybe one or two people. And clearly, Manny, he does this for a living, right? He's a journalist, so he's really good at what he does.
Mehdi Hasan was pretty good at, taking cheap shots.
Mehdi Hasan was pretty good at beating my ass in the marketplace of ideas. but he did it by taking cheap shots. Yeah, it was all, he owned me in a sneaky, underhanded fashion.
Trying to derail people from their argument.
He never would have beaten our fascist ideas if he had tackled us straight on instead of doing what he did, which was argue with us.
Trying to pit me against some of the people that wouldn't like people of my color to be in the United States, which is irrelevant.
I think one.
Dog, saying that it's irrelevant that other people who share your ideology would want to kick you out of the country and destroy your life, that's insane. What the fuck, man? What's wrong with you? Who hurt you?
Person said as he walked off, "You'll be the first to go," which is ominous and racist.
I think that was disheartening and particularly discouraging because it just felt like it was fitting into a stereotype that we're trying to fight against, which is we actually have arguments, we can provide.
It's so bad that this lady's just yeah, it's really perpetuating the stereotype that we're all dumbasses with no arguments for our positions. I'd be different though. I'm built different.
Good reason, and that rhetoric just pushes that far away.
I am, I guess, a far-right Republican, but as I learned today, not as far-right as I thought I was. Someone gets up and they're just yeah, I mean, I guess I just want to have autocracy forever and Christian nationalism, or just being yeah, I'm racist. And
this guy, I'm getting really bad vibes off of him in a way that I don't know how to place it. Let me put it this way. I hope this guy doesn't work in a school.
To me, that's very foreign of a concept.
While I didn't, disagree with most of the people in the circle, it did bother me at times, to see them say mean things. There's not really a reason to do that. But it also upset me when Mehdi said, I'm not willing to debate with those people. Free speech.
I'm not willing to debate with those people. It really made me upset when he said that, he said he wouldn't want to debate fascists, because I think you should debate fascists. Some of my best friends are fascists.
Which doesn't mean you need to give credibility or oxygen or a platform to people who don't agree in human equality.
I hear Mehdi's point about not giving them a platform, but the thing is, if you stop giving them a platform, they don't just go away and change their mind, and then you tell the rest of society, no.
Yeah, so you should you should just platform them to the trillions of people. Yeah, everyone should just be inundated constantly with that message, and then they'll reject it. You just uncritically show something to someone over and over and over again until they agree with it.
One exists who thinks like that, and that's not true.
I do like to debate people, even people I disagree with. I try and avoid bad faith folks. I think some of the folks today were bad faith. I'm anti-conservative, right? I don't support conservative views on taxation. I don't support conservative views on immigration. But the people here today were way beyond conservatives. This is open authoritarianism. And this is what is being normalized and mainstreamed in our country by people in power, by the media, by people who don't know any better.
They just kept zooming out. They just kept zooming out, and I thought the clip was about to end, so I switched to my face, and then I mistimed that. That's on me. But Mehdi Hasan, just what a goat. So fucking good. There's nothing to debate. They have too many brainworms. Well, I think there's value here. Again, in this particular endeavor. If you are prepared to sit in a room and debate these people, and you can get it viewed by millions of people where you just dunk on them one after the other, marathon style, making them look like the biggest bigots possible, the dumbest motherfuckers possible. I think it's genuinely a good thing. I think you're performing a service. But not everyone is up to that task, So when there is an opportunity like this, seeing Sam Cedar do it, seeing Mehdi Hasan do it, I think is really, really good. Sunlight to stop the spread of the brainworms. I mean, to a certain extent, right? I'm always wary of the sunlight is the best disinfectant shit, because there are definitely some things that are cognito hazards. But I think this is one of those things that, one, you need to slap down, because part of what allows it to fester is no one questioning it, right? That's why all of these communities live in their own little bubbles, right? But the other aspect of it is that I think, how do I put it? I think that there is a tendency to say that sunlight is the best disinfectant in a way that can just perpetuate it. I'm losing my train of thought. It is like almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm very tired. That being said, Mehdi Hasan just absolutely killed it. I think it is good that these people all put their faces on camera as like fascists. I think that it is good that Mehdi Hasan is prepared to actually make these people look stupid, and not just like make them look stupid to us on the left, but make them look stupid to centrists, make them look abhorrent to, you know, the liberal wine moms, make them look just absolutely unprepared and powerless in the face of someone who actually has arguments and rhetoric to boot, right? Because ultimately, for a lot of young people, especially a lot of young men, the reason they're attracted to different ideologies is entirely vibes. It's entirely presentation. It's entirely that. And when they stumble onto a video like this, as they're just becoming more politically aware, this is the kind of thing where they can be like, oh yeah, these people do look stupid when they're talking to Mehdi Hasan. And I think that's useful. I think that type of like virtue signal is actually useful in this particular case. And I think Sam does a really good job of this too, you know? Yeah, overall, I 100% agree with you, Amber Brains. Jubilee is utter trash. And I only make limited exceptions for when I'm even going to talk about Jubilee. I just think that this is, in our current fascist moment, I think it's important to have examples for people to see of people arguing back against these ideas. That we are not helpless in front of this hate. Anyway. All them fascists bound to lose indeed, Sicko Fit. Folks, that's it. We finished the segment. We did it. Huzzah! And folks, we've been going for about 6 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. And remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things, you know, do the things that help the channel. And if you drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., thank you very much. It is what allows me to do this show. I could not do it without you guys. And I think today's show went well. I don't know about you guys. We need a Mehdi emote. We do need a Mehdi Hasan emote. Woo! We got Play the Drifter? I will. Thoughts on Dill Burrito? I actually did an entire segment on it. Bino the amoeba. We did an entire segment about it. We have an emote of the Dill Burrito now. They didn't seem very fascist, maybe undecided. Oh, God. Folks, thanks for supporting the stream. Was a good distraction, the stream. A close friend passed away last night. I'm sorry to hear that, Shakespeare. That's really hard. I swore I would never watch Jubilee again, but for Mehdi, that was a good exception. Right? That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I do love your streams. Thank you, Rennie. Well, with that, folks, I am going to hop to bed, and I will see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, I might be late. I'm gonna be out of it and tired because I have so many things to do tomorrow. The studio, the first work on the studio tomorrow, it begins tomorrow morning, everybody. I'm really, really excited. I might even have the studio finished when like I'm officially in. That would be so cool. But I got so much to do. All right. Good night, everybody. Bye. Good night. Good night. Good night.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4.
Drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. About as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here that go, you better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.